if there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
I have matches,
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity, more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012 and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Babrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the 5th.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, I am sure that he won. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Wimbledon Finals 2023, men's edition. This is a rematch between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, a rematch that I did not think would come this quickly. But I'm going to give this one to Carlos in 5. He has had such a great run on grass, and unlike the semifinals of the French Open, he is coming into this match as an underdog. I do not think he's going to have the same cramping or let's just say nerve issues that he had during the French Open. And he's just been playing so well on grass. He has adapted his game so well to the surface and is not only playing well on grass, but is playing smart on grass. I think his match between Medi in the semifinals was just the exemplification of that sort of smart play. Yeah.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Wimbledon Finals 2023, men's edition. This is a rematch between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, a rematch that I did not think would come this quickly. But I'm going to give this one to Carlos in 5. He has had such a great run on grass, and unlike the semifinals of the French Open, he is coming into this match as an underdog. I do not think he's going to have the same cramping, or let's just say nerve issues, that he had during the French Open. And he's just been playing so well on grass. He has adapted his game so well to the surface and is not only playing well on grass, but is playing smart on grass. I think his match between Medi in the semifinals was just the exemplification of that sort of smart play. Yeah.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Ready? Play.
So, Djokovic Alcaraz. I think this is our best shot at a competitive final. Most other players probably aren't able to touch Djokovic. Before the event, I said that if they actually play in the final, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. And I kind of, like, everything I've seen over the past fortnight just sort of tells me that this is probably going to be true. Having said that, I still have to go like Djokovic in 4 or 5. Mostly because of the return. Like against Medvedev, Alcaraz was able to be so aggressive, just play first strike tennis even on return. I don't think it happens against Djokovic. Obviously, Djokovic is also not going to be as defensive with his court positioning as Medvedev was. But I still feel like Alcaraz will not be as nervous as in Paris, and also that the surface will allow him to play just first forehand bigger, impose himself a lot easier than it was on clay. So, gotta go with Djokovic, but I think he will be tight.
Wimbledon Finals 2023, men's edition. This is a rematch between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, a rematch that I did not think would come this quickly. But I'm going to give this one to Carlos in 5. He has had such a great run on grass, and unlike the semifinals of the French Open, he is coming into this match as an underdog. I do not think he's going to have the same cramping or let's just say nerve issues that he had during the French Open. And he's just been playing so well on grass. He has adapted his game so well to the surface and is not only playing well on grass, but is playing smart on grass. I think his match between Medi in the semifinals was just the exemplification of that sort of smart play.
So, looking forward to the men's final. It's the one that I think everybody has anticipated could happen and wanted to happen. And you've got the young gun Alcaraz making it through comfortably in score today against Medvedev. And of course, the old warhorse Djokovic, who is just a specialist at winning Grand Slams and is going to be extremely difficult to beat. But Alcaraz has won a Grand Slam, and I'm sure he will have learned a lot from his meeting with Djokovic, where he cramped at the French Open. And this is going to be a totally different animal tomorrow on Sunday on centre court at Wimbledon. And I think normally you can say there's an out-and-out favourite, and people might say that Djokovic is, given his record at Wimbledon. But when you have the great ones coming, and I think Alcaraz is one of those, and I watched him play his first round at Queen's, and it was very, very ropey. But he was definitely playing the way, and you could kind of see that he was planning to maybe win Wimbledon next year and doing the things that he knew he was going to need. However, that bravery paid off, and he got better and better at Queen's, ended up winning the tournament, and been getting better and better every single match here at Wimbledon. So I think Sunday's final is going to be one of the most fascinating finals we've had in a long time. Almost since the Nadal-Federer final, I think it's going to go long. And I'm not convinced that Djokovic is gonna win this one. I think this is actually a very, very tough, interesting match. And like the women's, I think it's pretty much 50-50, maybe Djokovic a slight edge given his experience in this situation. But Alcaraz is showing to be somebody very special in the making. And will Sunday be the official change of the guard?
It's the Wimbledon men's singles finals here at SW19 between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, the top two seeds meeting, which many people predicted. Novak Djokovic trying to create even more history, and Carlos Alcaraz trying to build on his already impressive start to his Grand Slam career. Both guys have had a relatively easy path through to the final. Who will come out winners today? Well, we're going to find out in a few hours' time here on centre court behind me.
Cheering loudly for that Medvedev winner there. It was his best in a long time as Medvedev goes wide again. Oh, he's got that one all wrong as Alcaraz fist pumps the air. He's got a match point. He has a match point, something he will be craving this time in 2 days' time. He has a match point. The Boks are praying. Will he reach his second Grand Slam final, his first Wimbledon final? Will he be setting up a match between the world number one and the world number two, the final that we all wanted to see? Carlos Alcaraz serving for a place in Sunday's final. First one goes long. He's got a second chance at it though. Medvedev still hasn't come forward anyway, not an inch. This time finds its box. Medvedev, backhand by Medvedev, sliced backhand by Alcaraz. Backhand by Medvedev, forehand, backhand by Alcaraz. This time, forehand by Alcaraz, backhand by Medvedev, sliced backhand by Alcaraz. Long point goes up the line by Medvedev. Alcaraz gets it. What a point for match point. Alcaraz gets it again. Volley by Medvedev. And Alcaraz, he got it. What a winner. It's an absolutely brilliant point to win it. It sums up this match. Well played. An embrace at the net, as Carlos Alcaraz wins 6-3, 6-3, 6-3 in 1 hour, 49 minutes. A rapid match, El Rapido, as they would say in Spain. And he looks to his box, he screams out, holds up his arms, and Carlos Alcaraz will face Novak Djokovic in a blockbuster Wimbledon final. We will all be watching that one. Well done, Carlitos. Medvedev made a fight for it in the third set, but it was a fairly straightforward win for Carlos Alcaraz. A great point to win it on, summed up the competitiveness of the match. Medvedev looks a little bit forlorn as he is applauded off the court by both Carlos Alcaraz and the centre court crowd. And Carlos Alcaraz will face Novak Djokovic in the Wimbledon final. I wonder, is that the last time we're 1 and 2 seeds since the Nadal Federer? I wonder if they two were 1 and 2 seed in 2019. Of course, no Wimbledon in 2020. And then we had Berrettini and Kyrgios facing Djokovic, so they wouldn't have been 1 or 2 seeds. So I wonder if it's the first 1 and 2 seeds since 2019, John, or would Nadal have been one of those seeds? I don't know. I doubt it. So yeah, I think it may have been it'll be the first 1 and 2 seeds since the Nadal Federer final in 2019, and we all know how that one went. An all-time classic. Carlos Alcaraz, as you can see on your screen, has won 6-3, 6-3, 6-3, and we will be joined very, very shortly by Vanch and Srihari to talk about today's action and get their thoughts on Sunday's final. I can see Vanch. How are we doing, Vanch?
Good, Tom. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've actually done one of these before, so
no, we've exchanged text messages and follows on Twitter, but yes, we haven't actually met, even virtually. So good to talk to you. What's your thoughts straight after that one then? As we wait on Strahari, how did you take that one in? Enjoy it?
I mean, it was quite a in terms of the result itself, it's not shocking that Alcaraz was able to problem solve and find his way past the style of opponent that Medvedev is. But I guess just the fashion that he did it and the way that he was able to display just the all court prowess that he has on grass, and just how well he returned in this match. It's just crazy how Medvedev's return position so far behind the baseline. Obviously, Alcaraz has a million different options to exploit that on the next shot. And the times where we did see Medvedev actually adjust, Alcaraz was able to use his power and keep Medvedev stranded behind the baseline there as well. So it was very telling in a sense, because I felt like this match would be closer and maybe Medvedev would get more purchase out of his serve. Maybe he could do some redirection things with his backhand, and tactically maybe he might give himself a little bit more of an opportunity. But the way this match unfolded, even though Medvedev was able to break Alcaraz twice in that third set, it just wasn't enough, and Alcaraz just had all the answers, and it's just amazing to think that these two played each other 2 years ago, and in the second round of Wimbledon, and it was completely
totally different story. Yeah. Well, it just shows you that the progression and how far this kid has come along. Did it surprise you then? We had a poll, I don't know if you saw it, that at one point Medvedev was 75 to 25% as the winner for this poll. And a lot of people have been, for me, I mentioned in the last ball drops a couple of nights ago, and to John earlier on, that it's just, I've got a feeling as if people have been writing off Carlos Alcaraz on grass. And for me, I think he's got the game and the style for grass. So as today's result, is that giving you a little bit, did it surprise you at all?
No, not really. I mean, honestly, when I first watched him play a couple of years ago, I thought that grass would be his best surface.
I agree.
Because of just because of just how many different ways he can, he can hurt you with the variety, and not just that, the explosive movement, and just I feel like first strike tennis is a big premium on grass courts, and he seems to be very comfortable with the slice backhand as well.
Yeah,
and these are just things that a lot of the field is not very comfortable yet on grass, and you look for all court players, and I just felt like it doesn't matter what surface, he's just going to be winning multiple big titles, and I have no doubt that he's going to win Wimbledon, if not on Sunday, then at least in the near future, and he'll win more than one Wimbledon title for sure.
Yeah, well, that's funny you say that. That was going to be one of my next questions, because I asked in the comments earlier on, despite what happens on Sunday, and he's playing, one of the greatest grass court players of all time, so it might not happen for him on Sunday. But I think what we've seen from Queens and from this run, that we're actually watching, a future Wimbledon champion, and probably a future guy who's going to dominate Wimbledon, much like Djokovic and then Federer before him. In terms of, and we'll maybe wait for Strahari, but in terms of the Medvedev was coming back in a little bit, and I felt like he was. I said it a couple of times in commentary. He was guessing that Alcaraz was going to go wide most times, and he was trying to just second guess it, and it was almost getting done before Alcaraz had tossed the ball. I wonder just in terms of serving it wide, I do find that Alcaraz does that quite a lot and doesn't kind of mix it up in terms of going down the tee. He also served and volleyed a lot today. I missed the first set, Vance, so I didn't see how much he'd been serving and volleying in the first set. However, quite early into the second set, I saw that in one game he won it to love, and he'd served all 4 points as a serve volley, even on a second serve, which I didn't think he was going to do. Did you notice that because obviously Medvedev's or how other players have managed to get in under Medvedev's skin with the serve volley? Did you notice that he'd been doing it a little bit more?
Yeah, I definitely think right from the first game, his go-to was serve out wide, find a first ball forehand, whatever that is, on the drop volley, on the volley to the open court, or on the +1 drop shot. So that was always the go-to, especially on the deuce side. I felt like on the ad side, he was mixing his locations a little bit more. We've seen in this tournament, especially when he's down break point, a lot of the times, I think ESPN actually had a graphic, and I think he won, I think 60% of the times he was down break point. Actually, it was 71% of the time. He was down break point, he went body serve. And then, that usually checks out, because I saw that a lot against Jari and Berrettini, especially, who have huge serves and huge forehands. And that's kind of the thing, is that Medvedev's return, I feel like on Alcaraz's return, Medvedev's serve was getting neutralized very easily, because if Alcaraz is winning the unreturned serves battle on a court like this, then Medvedev is in deep trouble, because he wants to be winning quick points off his serve as much as he can, because I still just don't think on a surface that's not hard court yet, I don't think Medvedev has enough offense right now to particularly bother Carlitos and rush him in a certain way. I think Brad Gilbert was on the commentary. He described Medvedev's backcourt game as eclectic, and that makes sense.
Okay.
It definitely works against a lot of the best players, and just the wall-like defense, and then also just a sneaky ability to be offensive when he needs to be. But Alcaraz just doesn't give you that time, and every single time that Medvedev had anything short, Alcaraz was just all over it. A few of the times he missed badly, actually, quite a lot in the third set. But I think that was just pressure of the finish line. It was more just the scoreboard pressure that Medvedev was putting on him, rather than a tactical error. So
and Damien there obviously mentions a couple of points on Damien's tweet there. First of all, he's talked about truly special performances in the second paragraph there. Would you agree? Would you say that Alcaraz's performance today has been one you would class as truly special?
Yes, I think so. Given the stage, given the moment, given what was on the line, knowing that he's facing Djokovic next, and it's kind of like we've seen this in the past, kind of in the Big Three era, right? Where you had the 2019 Australian Open comes to my mind. When we saw, for example, Nadal just destroy Tsitsipas 2-4-0, and then Djokovic was like, right, you think that was cool, mate? I'm going to show you. And then he destroys Pui with an even better score line, and it's like, now now it's like, oh, we're set for this blockbuster. It's going to be a 5-set thriller, and it doesn't always pan out that way, but because it's just a totally different matchup, and the stakes are just entirely different in the final. But it does kind of feel like that when it comes to these two, and I noticed that at Roland Garros as well. I think that one could have gone even better, could have even been a more breathtaking performance than this had he closed that third set out earlier against Tsitsipas. Because I remember in that one as well, he was up like 5-1, 5-2, and that time he actually really felt the pressure of time.
And then in terms of Daniil Medvedev, I was making the point, of course, he won the US Open 2 years ago now, 2021. He was obviously 2 sets up in Melbourne, the very next slam, and one of the all-time great finals. Where will he be in terms of his game, in terms of, you would have thought that he's won that in 2021 at the US Open and thought, I'm going to add more slams now. I've got that monkey off my back, and, I'm now going to start building momentum, and I'm going to be one of the main players on tour. We're now 2 years down the line. He hasn't. Now, for various reasons, of course, didn't play Wimbledon last year. He's had a very kind of iffy Grand Slam year this year, in terms of, Oz, early in the French. He's done well at the Masters. So it's been an up and down year for Medvedev. But, where does he go now, and where does he think that he is in terms of the game's hierarchy?
Yeah, third best player sounds right, just because, he did win Miami, he won Rome, he won 3 other titles along the way, and his win-loss record is very good, a healthy 46-9 on the year. And
will he be happy with that, though? Of course not.
Yeah, no. I think ultimately he wants to start doing better in the slams. So I think just getting to the semis here was a good result. I think getting out of the Eubanks match as well. In terms of this match in particular, he's really facing an uphill battle. Much like Stefanos Tsitsipas, much like Zverev, Berrettini, players of that generation, when they come up against Alcaraz, they're realizing that Alcaraz has that aura.
They're the older generation now, aren't they? They're the older generation.
They were supposed to be the one winning slams and winning the biggest titles and challenging Djokovic, but actually this guy has just leapfrogged all of them now. And
I wonder if they maybe start the fight.
That because Alcaraz is so complete, like the 2 best players on hard court, I still say Djokovic, Alcaraz. The 2 best players on a clay court right now without Rafa, Djokovic, Alcaraz. 3 best players on grass, it's the same thing. So I feel like, regardless of surface, we're kind of seeing the same outcomes.
Shrahari, how you doing?
Hey Tom, nice to see you. I don't think I've spoken to you before.
No, we haven't. So it's very good to kind of finally put a face to the name.
Likewise.
What about your thoughts then?
Nice to see you, Vanch. I don't think I've done the show with you before, or it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. I see you're rocking the San Diego shirt. Great to see that.
Yeah. Just never thought of it, but
What's
yeah,
your thoughts on that
I
then?
agree with a lot of what both of you were saying. I mean, Alcaraz, I always thought was better than Medvedev. I mean, this match was just testament to that. Really, it was just a pretty really harsh reality check as to, I would say, the gulf in the talent level or the potential of these two players. Really, I should say I'm disappointed because I mean Medvedev could have lost. That's not the issue, but then the nature of the loss always is. You do look at that more than the loss itself sometimes. I mean, straight sets, whatever. But then he didn't try to do anything different, or he didn't fight, so to speak, until towards the end of the third set, and it was too late, really. And even when he got those gifts back in the form of breaks returned to him, he just never did anything much with that, and that was kind of disappointing. But
Yeah.
all in all, yeah, well, just goes to show how amazing this kid is, isn't it?
Yeah. And so let's go on to that then. He's now come through. He's won 6 matches. He's his second Grand Slam final. Now, let's be honest though. Pre-tournament after the French, we had the cramps of the French, of course. I wonder. I made the point in the commentary. Is anyone going to be considering that this could happen again? In terms of nerves, we're at a bigger stage now in terms of a final as opposed to a semi-final. And also coming into this, it felt as if everyone was saying Djokovic is the biggest favourite for Wimbledon that he's been in years. And I just thought that a lot of people were maybe being disrespectful to Carlos Alcaraz in terms of already writing off his chances because he hadn't really done anything on grass before. He then wins Queens, and every match he's looked better and better and better throughout Wimbledon. So I want both of you, or one of you, or either of you, to make a case for what Carlos Alcaraz has to do to win this match on Sunday. I mean, Vance, if you want to kick us off, and then I'll come to you, Srihari.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I mean, people rightfully had Djokovic as the favorite. I think mostly everyone did. Just the golfing experience, the golfing, just big time, especially what we saw at Roland Garros with the nerves getting to him, and just kind of the whole occasion and it being so. The match being so hyped up beforehand, it definitely got to him in a psychosomatic way in terms of the mind dictating, the collapse that we saw at 1-1 in the third set, and Alcaraz not being the same afterwards. I don't expect something like that to happen again in terms of a mental physical collapse due to those kind of issues, particularly not on the grass court, and with the experience with the things Ferrero would have told him after this experience, and then just the Queen's run and all the confidence and everything, like you said.
Yeah.
What does
do you think
he'll
learn from that though? Do you think what happened? You could turn what happened in Paris in the semi-finals. You could turn that into like a plus, a positive in terms of this is what happened last time. This is what I need to do to avoid that happening again.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was just very, very excited, and adrenaline was pumping through the roof in that match, and obviously it got incredibly physical, and I just don't think he relaxed, and he wasn't enjoying it. And I think that Alcaraz plays his best tennis when he's loose, when he's free.
He started slow, didn't he? I mean, it was Djokovic from the off in the first set, and I think that just kind of, he was like, because he likes, like you said earlier on, Alcaraz likes to start quickly. He likes to break early. He likes to be on top and make others chase him. But he was doing the chasing against Novak Djokovic, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and Alcaraz was doing Djokovic was doing a really good job of using both his backhand down the line and also his sharp forehand cross-court angles with a lot of pace and depth to rush Alcaraz, because Alcaraz has a big wind-up on the forehand, and that's definitely a tactic Novak can use to great effect. Of course, also the serve +1 dominance, and all the tools that he has with his +1 as well. I do think Alcaraz has really been serving smart this tournament in terms of mixing up the body serve, the slice serve. I think he's going to need to have all of that firing as well, including the body serves, where he can really, maybe give Djokovic a different look and go for those 130s, right at his body.
Yeah. And Vance, did I see a tweet from you? I think it was from you. It's saying about the biggest non-story in tennis right now was it yourself who was talking about, the Alcaraz team video and Djokovic, whatnot? Was that yourself? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think it turned out that there was actually nothing. It wasn't even his team, was it? It was a friend of the family or something like that. So.
Okay. I just didn't think it was very newsworthy, because I thought that just happened all the time, and we've seen this. It's not like there's no footage of Djokovic available to play tennis.
It might have been the Serbian media, trying to, cause a stir. What about Sir Harry then? Was it yourself, Nick, and you were playing out for this game in the tennis fantasy? Is that right?
Yeah, it was, and I think Nick has won now. By
Yeah, I
virtue of
think he-
Alcaraz beating Medvedev. It was between me and him, and it was this semi-final that was going to decide who was winning the bracket. And as it turns out, it's Nick. I do admit I went pretty bold on Medvedev making the final, beating Alcaraz, but yeah, well, we all saw what happened, and if anything, what happened at Indian Wells was just accentuated more here, and it felt like the match got over really quickly, considering the nature of the surface. But yeah, I mean, coming back to what Alcaraz, needs to do if he wants to beat Djokovic, the first thing that he would want to do is believe that he can beat Djokovic. We know he can. He does, and like he mentioned in the post-match interview. Second thing is, matchup wise, I'm pretty sure he can take it to Novak. We saw that at RG. We saw that at in their Madrid semifinal a year ago. And you would say that until Alcaraz cramped or whatever happened with him, in the third, at the beginning of the third set, it was a pretty evenly contested match. And I would even argue that Alcaraz had the momentum. Wouldn't you say, Vanch?
Yeah, he definitely had the momentum in terms of winning the second set. Yeah.
And so the thing for him is he would like the fact that, well, he gets another chance. Like, sure, that was the whole weight of the occasion and the matchup got to him, and well, that you're gonna experience that at some point. What happened with Novak is I think it was his second semi-final in Wimbledon against Nadal. Something similar happened. He retired after the third set. Probably has to do with the fact that he played a long 5-setter against Baghdadis in the quarterfinal, but still, it happens. We've seen Novak also retire mid-match, just between or during these pretty big matches at slams. Just drawing a comparison between 20-year-old Alcaraz and 20-year-old Djokovic. Not to say that Alcaraz is at his level yet, because people do get angry when you make some sort of parallels between Alcaraz and younger versions of the big three. I just don't get why. But yeah, so I think of all the players right now, I have my reservations about Medvedev, because we know that he matches up excellently against Djokovic. So he also would have been a pretty difficult opponent for Djokovic if he made it. Alas, he didn't, so we won't really talk much about that. But I should say that he is, Alcaraz is one of maybe those 2-3 players who really, Holger Rune I should throw in as well, who believe they can beat Djokovic. They have the tools to beat Djokovic, and it's only a matter of whether or not they execute it, whether they handle their nerves well. I mean, this is Alcaraz's second Grand Slam final. Nerves are going to be there for sure for both players, maybe more so for Alcaraz. Djokovic has that experience behind with him, quite lofty in comparison to Alcaraz, but nonetheless, I do think that this is going to be a very closely contested match. It's going to go down the wire for sure. I don't see any other, unless there are any other pretty unfortunate circumstances or bizarre circumstances like what happened in their previous match.
Well, before we go into predictions, and I will push you both for predictions, just before we finish up. But let's go on to the actual Djokovic Sinner semi-final. Now, I'll have to admit, I didn't manage to catch much of this. I was at my day job. So I just wanted to gauge your thoughts. I believe Sinner had a couple of set points in set 3. But where was this match won and lost? Sinner, I think we saw a quote Sinner saying that he thought he actually played better this year, believe it or not, or had more of a chance this year than last year, even though he'd won the first 2 sets last year. So yeah, Vanch, where was this one won and lost then?
Well, I think it was interesting because in the first game itself, it was actually Djokovic who was missing a lot of first serves and was a little bit tight in the first game of the match. I mean, still very early doors, but Sinner had a couple of break points and he didn't manage to capitalize on those. And I felt like once Djokovic held in that game, he just loosened up and got a lot more freer, and really started doing a lot of damage when it came to his baseline game in terms of absorbing Sinner's power that the Italian was throwing at him and just redirecting it masterfully. We saw the backhand down the line. We saw the forehand really push Sinner, move him around the court. And Sinner is a good mover in terms of his defense. He can slide well on grass, and he's more dynamic, I would say, than a lot of players out here. But Djokovic did such a good job of forcing a lot of errors from him and making Sinner feel like he has to press extra on several forehands. Yeah. And so we saw a lot of forehands where Sinner was actually in decent position, but he was shanking them wide, especially cross court. Just because he wasn't able to get the timing right, or he felt like he just had to go a little bit too much for the sideline. And it's actually what happened in the set one of the set points as well in the third set. Yeah. And then I thought I do want to give Sinner some credit in the third set, because I do feel like he did very well to get out of that love 40 game, especially at 1-1, and then to get those 2 set points. I felt like he was starting to do more damage on his second serve return. Asked him more questions of Djokovic, and just his overwhelming pace and power of both wings was making him stay in this match actually until the tiebreak. And he even had a 2-love lead in the tiebreak itself, but a couple of crucial errors in big moments. Djokovic remaining extremely error-free, playing high margin aggression like he usually does in tiebreaks. I think he's won his last 12 tiebreaks, so I felt like once it went to a tiebreak, I knew that Djokovic was probably going to take this in straight sets. And I think Sinner certainly had the right to believe that he had a good chance this time around. Just given that he'd won the first 2 sets last year against Djokovic. I don't actually think it was a super close match, just because the last 3 sets, once Djokovic kind of found his footing, he won the last 3 sets relatively comfortably. But I just think it was slim margins, I think, in the third set especially, and but I just think Novak just has too much in terms of variety that Sinner is still working on right now, and I like that he's working on it, and I like all the changes that he's doing in terms of adding things to his skill set that need to be added. But I just don't think he was quite ready this time around.
Yeah, I'm sure his day will come. I mean, I think he'll have a say one way or another. Last 4 at the US Open, of course, so unlucky last year against Carlos Alcaraz in New York.
It was a good effort to get to the semis because he had an open draw, and a lot of seeds fell in his section, and he'd be the first to admit it. But in the past, he might not have capitalized on that. So
he's had a good tournament, and he should it's a step forward, step in the right direction for him. Shahari, in terms of Sinner though, his weapons, were they just not making any impact into Djokovic at all today?
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, I tweeted this, of course. The big points matter so much. Novak may have been a bit shaky. Was it the opening game where he had a couple of break points to break early? Yeah, it was the opening game. And then, of course, those 2 set points in the third set. I think all of the break points, nearly all of that, I would say 4 or 5, Sinner was he was not good enough. He got nervous, he got shaky, and I think all of them ended with him spraying errors. And I think that is where, if I really can't help but think that if he would have converted maybe one of those break points, this could have been a different match, because I think Sinner was still playing well enough. It wasn't a blowout, it was straight sets, but he was playing well enough to make a match out of it if he got one of those break opportunities. Maybe, okay, fine, let's not talk too much about the first game, but then he had a couple of set points to push it to a 4th set at least. Second serve of Djokovic as well, just didn't do much with it. Obviously Djokovic doing a pretty good second serve to his credit, but yeah, I did think that he had the weapons to definitely trouble Djokovic. There were like 3 forehand winners that were 100 miles per hour or faster. If you watched the likes of Wawrinka, even Del Potro, or 10 years ago when he played him in the semi-final, the way he really troubled Djokovic, moved him around, just pummeling the ground strokes, especially the forehand. Sinner could have probably executed something like that, but again, when in the key moments, he just sort of faltered whenever he had the chance. I think there was also a chance to break back in the second set with Djokovic completely off balance and Sinner nets the forehand. That's a regulation shot he makes 9 out of 10 times. Yeah. So I think those are the moments that really decided the outcome of the match and why it ended in straight sets. But I definitely thought that Sinner had what it takes to at least push this match to 5 sets like he did last year.
Yeah. Okay. Well, before we go on to a prediction for Sunday, then, couple of things in terms of Sunday. Where do you think, Vanch, the crowd will be? Do you think they, just looking at that tweet there by Shrihari, and a back and forth from Djokovic. Do you think they will be with the 7 times champion, or do you think they'll be mostly with the new kid on the block then?
I certainly think Novak will have his fair share of supporters, the ones who come out and support him, with a lot of passion. But I do think Alcaraz will probably have more of the crowd support. Just given that, I just
because he's Carlos Alcaraz.
The crowd loves an underdog. Carlos definitely the underdog, even though the rankings don't say so. Except for that, every other stat points to him being an underdog. Second thing is something interesting is Djokovic is a win away from not only winning for the 3rd time, he's a win away from winning a Grand Slam title and returning to number 1. So that tomorrow again is and same with Carlos. He's once again battling for not only a Grand Slam title but also the world number 1 ranking, like he did
He's
with
switched to world number 1 so many times already this year, right? Like
exactly. I mean, it's not really relevant as far as Novak is concerned. Not really relevant. Maybe for if someone is keeping track of Carlos's weeks at number 1, pretty sure it's somewhere in the 40s at this moment, if I'm not mistaken, 30s or 40s.
Actually, I think it's like
28
or 29,
28 weeks.
like that.
Oh, okay, right. Maybe close to 30s then. But so that is something interesting. But I think the crowd is definitely going to pull for Alcaraz more, because I mean, like once you mentioned, I think Djokovic is going to have his fair share of supporters. Since 2021, the reception of Djokovic at Wimbledon Center Court has been better from what I've seen. There are a lot more supporters, maybe 1 or 2. I think Novak just at this point he doesn't care. He's saying if someone's going to disrupt me or someone's going to try to get under my skin, I'm going to make it known to that person. I'm not going to tolerate it. I think he's past that point where he wonders what the media is going to think of it, what the headlines are going to be like. I don't think he cares. I mean, he's probably made peace with the fact that there are going to be misleading headlines. There are going to be people sort of criticizing him for it. But maybe we may see some moments like that for sure. But it's not going to be one-sided either, the crowd support. But I do think the Alcaraz is going to have a bit more of the pull, just because he is. If there is a disruptor at the moment, it's going to be him.
Okay.
This man hasn't lost a match on that court for more than 10 years now. He hasn't lost there for more than 6 years now. So I mean,
and who can we remember who beat him? Who was the last man to beat him?
It was Berdych in a retirement and on court 1, number 1.
And then on centre court.
Center court was of course Andy. In the final.
You just had to get Andy Murray in there somehow.
Of course.
What I'll do is so just before we finish up, then Vance, you want to give us your prediction then for Sunday, where you think this one will end at about 5-6 o'clock on Sunday evening?
I feel like this is going to be what the Roland Garros semifinal wasn't, and that's we're going to get an absolute blockbuster. And I feel like we're long overdue in terms of a major final. The past 2 haven't been very competitive, and it's been fairly known before the match was going to start who was going to win. I do feel like with everything Alcaraz has got and just the growth that he's done mentally in the last 1 month, and just their paths leading up to this point and how their games match up against each other, and the weapons that they have, I do feel like this will go 5 sets.
And who will be holding the trophy?
I'm going to pick Djokovic to win it in 5 sets.
Djokovic to win it in 5.
Yeah, Djokovic in 5.
Harry, you're saying the same? Did you say?
Yes, I want to say Djokovic in 5 as well.
Djokovic in 5.
It's been a long time since Djokovic played. Actually, not. That feels like that. It's been more than 2 years. Not a long time since Novak played a 5-setter at a Slam final. It's been more than a year since he's played a 5-setter. Period. The last player to take into 5 sets being Yannick Sinner himself. Huge Novak fan, of course, but at the same time, it is more fun. It's easy to say this before/after the match. Of course, you want your guy to win it in the most straightforward manner possible when he's playing. Very easy to say it, but it has felt like he's just been sweeping past everybody since I want to say last year. I mean, the last 3 slams that he's
since
won.
Australia, really, since the whole stuff in Australia to it last year.
Yeah, I mean, he just dropped that 1 set in Australia. RG as well. Well, he dropped. I want to say a couple of sets. Yeah, couple of
Yeah.
sets, and we know what happened in the Alcaraz match. It was a bummer for tennis fans in general. We didn't want, and nobody wanted the match to end that way. We were all looking for a blockbuster, and Vanch put it perfectly. This is going to be what the RG semifinal wasn't. We were robbed of a classic, and a month later, we have a potential one standing in front of us again. So, in the form of a Wimbledon final. So, it is going to be one that, I mean, safe to say that, Wimbledon will probably be putting out extended highlights or the full match of this on YouTube.
Better.
I think it's going to be that good.
Brilliant. Well, what a way to finish then.
Sure.
Vanch Srihari, it's been an absolute joy and a pleasure to gauge your thoughts on what has been, quite a telling day in tennis, and it's set us up for Sunday. Sunday we will have Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz after Alcaraz beats Medvedev. Oh, my prediction, I'll just go different, and I'll say Alcaraz in 5, just to be a little bit different. Because I am a bit. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, and I'm sure we'll talk again very, very soon. All right, thanks very much, Chief.
Yeah,
thanks
for having us on. Yeah, it was a
Thanks,
pleasure
guys.
talking to you, both of you. See you.
So, Djokovic Alcaraz. I think this is our best shot at a competitive final. Most other players probably aren't able to touch Djokovic. Before the event, I said that if they actually play in the final, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. And I kind of, everything I've seen over the past fortnight just sort of tells me that this is probably going to be true. Having said that, I still have to go Djokovic in 4 or 5. Mostly because of the return. Against Medvedev, Alcaraz was able to be so aggressive, just, play first strike tennis even on return. I don't think it happens against Djokovic. Obviously, Djokovic is also not going to be as defensive with his court positioning as Medvedev was. But I still feel like Alcaraz will not be as nervous as in Paris, and also that the surface will allow him to play just first forehand bigger, impose himself a lot easier than it was on clay. So, gotta go with Djokovic, but I think he will be tight.
Wimbledon Finals 2023, men's edition. This is a rematch between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, a rematch that I did not think would come this quickly. But I'm going to give this one to Carlos in 5. He has had such a great run on grass, and unlike the semifinals of the French Open, he is coming into this match as an underdog. I do not think he's going to have the same cramping or let's just say nerve issues that he had during the French Open. And he's just been playing so well on grass. He has adapted his game so well to the surface and is not only playing well on grass, but is playing smart on grass. I think his match between Medi in the semifinals was just the exemplification of that sort of smart play.
So, looking forward to the men's final. It's the one that I think everybody has anticipated could happen and wanted to happen. And you've got the young gun Alcaraz making it through comfortably in score today against Medvedev. And of course, the old warhorse Djokovic, who is just a specialist at winning Grand Slams and is going to be extremely difficult to beat. But Alcaraz has won a Grand Slam, and I'm sure he will have learned a lot from his meeting with Djokovic, where he cramped at the French Open. And this is going to be a totally different animal tomorrow on Sunday on centre court at Wimbledon. And I think normally you can say there's an out-and-out favourite, and people might say that Djokovic is, given his record at Wimbledon. But when you have the great ones coming, and I think Alcaraz is one of those, and I watched him play his first round at Queen's, and it was very, very ropey. But he was definitely playing the way, and you could kind of see that he was planning to maybe win Wimbledon next year and doing the things that he knew he was going to need. However, that bravery paid off, and he got better and better at Queen's, ended up winning the tournament, and been getting better and better every single match here at Wimbledon. So I think Sunday's final is going to be one of the most fascinating finals we've had in a long time. Almost since the Nadal-Federer final, I think it's going to go long. And I'm not convinced that Djokovic is gonna win this one. I think this is actually a very, very tough, interesting match. And like the women's, I think it's pretty much 50-50, maybe Djokovic a slight edge given his experience in this situation. But Alcaraz is showing to be somebody very special in the making. And will Sunday be the official change of the guard?
It's the Wimbledon men's singles finals here at SW19 between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, the top two seeds meeting, which many people predicted. Novak Djokovic trying to create even more history, and Carlos Alcaraz trying to build on his already impressive start to his Grand Slam career. Both guys have had a relatively easy path through to the final. Who will come out winners today? Well, we're going to find out in a few hours' time here on centre court behind me.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. I am just settling down, so forgive me a second while I just add my microphone so you can all hear me crystal clear. Let me know your thoughts on this upcoming encounter in the live chat. Let me know your predictions. I just have a feeling it's not going to go 5 sets. Lots of people have been predicting, by the way, will serve first. I just think, for example, let's imagine the path to victory for Carlos. Can you imagine it going into a 5th set against somebody of Djokovic's stature and Djokovic not emerging the winner? That's the first thing. Secondly, I think we've been disappointed by a few matches so far at this tournament, particularly on the men's side. And also, it's a final. Djokovic is serving anyway. He will go out wide. And he's won the first point of the match. So it's 15 love. Hopefully you like the intro. Let me know your thoughts on some of the predictions, by the way, from the team, and thoughts from David Samuel, Anastasia, Damien, and the Yorkshire Terrier himself, who you saw and heard from, who is at Wimbledon today. He's going to centre court to catch up with the action. So Djokovic, 15 love. He's on the backhand now. Carlos Alcaraz on the backhand. Nice change of direction there from Carlos. And it's out, 15 all. I wonder if Carlos will settle a little quicker and more comfortably than he did for his French Open final. I think he will, partly because I think he will have learned 1 or 2 lessons from that. I've heard, obviously, comments about him leaning a bit more heavily on his sports psychologist, although he has been using a psychologist since 2020. So it's not a revelatory thing. But I just think he might be using 1 or 2 other tactics to try and ease his nerves. Plus, that French Open semi-final, all eyes and thoughts were kind of leaning towards Carlos being the slight favorite. And it was Djokovic who emerged the calmer and better player, I would argue, certainly over those 2 sets. But we'll never know what would have happened had Alcaraz remained fit throughout. Okay, so we've got a second serve here for Alcaraz to look at on the serve of Djokovic. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. We are that close to 2,500 subscribers. Forehand from... Oh, what a return from Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic slipping, although I do believe the roof is open today. Correct me if I'm wrong. Djokovic there slipping. I think he's okay. That would be an extremely underwhelming final should it finish after 3 points. He looks okay. But again, there's a lot of people been slipping over the last couple of weeks, but more so when the roof has been closed, if that makes sense. Okay. So, Djokovic serving into the net. So much spam in the chat. Unfortunately, having to deal with that. Anyway, it's 30 all. Djokovic serving here first. Will that give him an advantage in today's match, do you think? Probably at the beginning of the match, less so. Good serve out wide. On the backhand, he tries to go the wrong way or send Alcaraz the wrong way, but it's 30-40, and we have a break point for Carlos Alcaraz in the opening game. Echoes of yesterday, or sorry, I should say Friday, when Jannik Sinner had 2 break points at 30-40 and an advantage in the opening game of the match. And yet, of course, he ended up getting fairly easily dispensed with by Novak. So let's not read too much into this early break point, but let's see if Carlos can take advantage. Of course, the first serve comes in from Novak. It's excellent, unreturnable, deuce. Deuce we are. Okay, now we've got a forehand for Novak. Looks like he's going to win this point. He's going to come to the net with an easy volley, and it is advantage Novak Djokovic. Predictions, please, people. Let me know in the live chat, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, whatever, Twitter, or Twitch. Let me know your predictions for this encounter. We have a game point now for Novak Djokovic. How's this point going to pan out? Backhand Alcaraz, backhand Novak, forehand Alcaraz, forcing Novak out wide, and it is deuce. Deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Let's maybe share the score with you so you can keep up to date with all things tennis. So, back to deuce. Make sure you hit the like button, by the way. We need likes. See if we can get to 20 likes today. Make sure, especially for those tuning in on Facebook, we need more likes. But also, hi, Aitor. Aitor, are you from Spain or perhaps even the Basque country? ¿Eres de País Vasco? Es que este nombre suena como vasco. No sé. No hablo vasco, pero español, I speak Spanish. Okay, deuce. Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the backhand of Alcaraz, although it must have either gone long or clipped the net. Oh, okay, you're from the Basque Country. Nice. I thought maybe you were. Give us your predictions. Dime su pronóstico para este partido. Okay, backhand Alcaraz, backhand Novak, forehand Alcaraz. Alcaraz definitely settling much quicker than he was in Paris, although it is going to be a game point for Djokovic after Alcaraz goes long on the backhand. If this lengthy first game is anything to go by, we could be here for a while. Okay, Djokovic serving. Game point. And he's got an unreturnable and therefore wins the point. So, game to Novak Djokovic. He leads 1-love. It was a little tricky for him to get over the line, so to speak. I think there were 3 deuces in the match or in the game, including a break point for Carlos. But really, Carlos didn't have a chance on the break point. It wasn't quite the same as Sinner. On each of his break points, I would suggest, perhaps with the exception of one, he had several chances. There were second serves, there were rallies, there were unforced errors that were disappointing off the racket of Jannik, I would say, especially on the forehand side. On this occasion, there was 1 break point for Carlos, but I don't think he could have done much about it. So with Carlos Alcaraz at 20 years and 72 days and Djokovic at 36 years and 66 days, this match represents the 3rd largest age gap in a Grand Slam men's singles final in the Open era. I wonder what the 2 biggest were. Just wondering who Rafa played maybe in his opening French Open final in 2005. It was against Puerto, I think, in 2005. I wonder what the age gap was there. I may well have eclipsed this one, but let me know what you think in the live chat. Peter Michael wasn't with us. I'm sure he would have been able to pick up on this. Anyway, Alcaraz serving, love 1. Forehand return from Novak. Ooh, Alcaraz tries to be a bit clever by sending Djokovic the wrong way, but he's gone long and wide. So it's love 15 on the Alcaraz serve. Are we going to see a same pattern as like we saw with Sinner the other day when he had 2 break points, or he had break opportunities in the first game of the match, didn't take them, and then proceeded to get broken immediately in the next game? Down the tee, Novak returns. Backhand from Alcaraz. Forehand to forehand right now. This is a big point. What a shot from Novak Djokovic. Love 30. Cross-court winner. When it didn't seem possible, it seemed like he had to do his utmost to just stay in the rally. Goes for the winner. Love 30. I think there's a couple of questions today regarding Carlos. His serve, percentage of first serves, but also just precision and ability to hold as a result. And can he hang with Novak Djokovic in these long baseline rallies? He's probably the only player in the world, I would suggest, that would have a chance. Anybody else, Rublev, Sinner, these are the guys that are baseliners as well, largely. They just can't live with Novak. And as soon as the point goes beyond 3 or 4 shots, it's like, you're in trouble. But I think Carlos shouldn't be that way inclined. We've got a second serve here for Novak to look at love 30. Where are you going with this serve? You are going into the body, although Djokovic runs around it. Now on the backhand of Novak, backhand Carlos. Backhand slice from Novak is pretty decent. Forehand from Carlos is long. We've got 3 break points for Novak Djokovic. Are the nerves returning for Carlos? If they weren't there before, they may well be there now at love 30. Okay, Novak. We're going to clip the net there, so it's still a first serve. Backhand return, forehand Carlos, forehand Novak, goes long, 15-40. Big moments here, albeit early on in the match. $15.40. Backhand return. Forehand from Carlos is a winner, 30-40. $30-40, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Manuel. Hope you're okay. Hi, Ghosty. Nice. Nice pun there, Ghosty. Okay, Alcaraz serving at 30-40. Where are you going with this? You're trying to go out wide, but you're not successful, so it's going to be a second serve here for Novak to look at. Good return there from Novak. Forehand easy now for Novak. He's in charge of this rally. Alcaraz goes long, and we've got the break of serve. 2-love. 2-love to Novak Djokovic. We've got the break of serve, much like we did have early on in the match against Jannik Sinner. And it does feel like a bit of a predictable air already to this final, but let's see if Carlos can prove me wrong. Djokovic serving at 2-love. Where are you going with this serve? Alcaraz needs to get back in this match as soon as possible. Forehand here from Novak. Backhand from Alcaraz. Alcaraz comes into the net. Little volley here from Alcaraz goes long, and it's 15-love. Maybe Alcaraz needs to come to the net a little bit more often today than perhaps normal, but not too often, if that makes sense. Those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. I can see James Bond in the crowd. Can Carlos Alcaraz escape the clutches of Novak Djokovic today, but also in particular in this first set? Bond-esque. We've got 7 of you tuning in on Facebook, but just 3 of you have hit the like button. So please, if you are just tuning in, either on Facebook or YouTube, click like. Anyway, 15-love. Ghosty, you might be right. You might be right. I just don't think it's going 5. I think one of these 2 players will get it done before. And of course, right now. By the way, Ghosty and reactions. No, I just was using the suggestion that Alcaraz. I just saw James Bond, basically Ghosty, and just used a pun. Anyway, 15-all. Bond villains always lose, so Djokovic can't be a Bond villain. If the Bond villains always escaped and won, that would be different. Okay. 15-all. Into the net, Novak Djokovic. So it's going to be a second serve here for Carlos. He'll want to get this back on serve as soon as possible. You don't want Djokovic racing away into a sort of 3-love 4-1 lead. Otherwise, it's a long way back in the first set. Okay, Novak serving. Backhand return from Carlitos. Backhand to backhand. Backhand slice now from Novak. Good depth on that slice. Backhand now from Novak. Backhand from Carlos. Forehand Novak. It's gone long and wide. So it's 15-30, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Novak is... So if we think about that French Open semi-final, I do think that despite the anxiety that Alcaraz was feeling, Djokovic did play very, 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 very well. Because despite Carlos's nerves, I still think he played pretty well, probably second best in the world tennis. The problem is he was coming up against one of the legends of the sport, which is also possibly why he was so nervous. So what I'm trying to say is that I think Novak, despite it only being sort of 2.5 games in, he's pushing the stop clock there for sure. But his stature in the game, he's not the only one to take advantage of that. Means he doesn't get pulled up on it. 15-30, second serve. Anyway, Novak is not necessarily playing fantastically so far, but we are just 3 games in. Decent return from Carlos. Could have been better, mind you. Backhand slice now from Novak. Good depth again from that slice on Novak. Backhand there from Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand from Novak. A bit short there from Carlos. Now he's getting better depth. Backhand from Carlos. Still short from Carlos. Too short. Forehand Carlos. Forehand. Now he's coming. No, he thought about coming into the net there. Is he going to pay the price? I think he is. He's going to loft it up high, and it's going long and out. It was a good rally, Ghosty, but the hesitation from Carlos got caught in no man's land, cost him the rally. Didn't know whether to come to the net or stick or twist. 30-all. 21 shots. Okay, Carlos serving. Sorry, Carlos receiving. 30-all. Remember, he had a break point in the first game of the match. Can he get another break point opportunity in Djokovic's second service game? Looks a bit breezy out there as well, which is another indication that the roof is indeed open. Where are you going with this one, Novak? You are going down the tee. Backhand return. Backhand drop shot there from Novak. Now it's Carlitos. Now it's Novak. Now it's Carlitos with a tweener. That lands in, does it? Does that land in? Yes, it does. I think it does. 30-40. Indeed, it was fun. Wow. Carlos Alcaraz. Take a bow. But I think we are going to have this challenge and have a quick look at it. But it does appear that it landed in. Let's have a quick look at this. Nope, landed out. After all that, take it all back. All the wows and the bows. 40-30. one of the shops of the championship. I still think there were one or two from Jabeur in the semi-final that just took the breath away against Sabalenka. And of course, you had the Rublev one as well against someone. Is that an ace for Novak? It is. 2-1 he leads, and we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Alcaraz serving, love 3. Good return there from Novak. Let me know your thoughts, by the way. I need to see some predictions for this match in the live chat. It's already love 15, by the way, after that excellent return of serve from Novak Djokovic, meaning he was very much in charge of the point from the beginning. Now it's 15-all after an unreturnable. $15-all on the Carlos serve. Cannot afford to go a double break down here. Novak to the backhand of Novak. Forehand, Carlos. Backhand Novak is good. Carlos on the defensive. Backhand drop shot from Novak. Forces the error and a slip as well from Carlos. It is 15-30. Where are you going with this one, Carlitos? You're going to the forehand of Novak, but excellent return from Novak. Backhand Novak, forehand Carlos. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Carlos into the net, 15-40. Are we going to see another damp squib of a match at Wimbledon? 15-40, ladies and gentlemen. 15-40. 2 break points, Carlos. It looks dejected there. Sorry, 2 break points for Novak Djokovic. Carlos serving. If I stand a bit further away, it's because I'm in my kitchen just pouring a cup of tea. Into the net on the first serve. Put a tea bag in would help. Carlos serving. Second serve here. Backhand return. Goes long. So 30-40. Djokovic goes long on the backhand side. 30-40. Maybe I should shout from the kitchen. 30-40. I'm coming back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully I'm a bit loud enough. 30-40, ladies and gentlemen, on the Alcaraz serve. So second break point for him to defend here. Djokovic is appealing or challenging, I should say. I'm back. But it does appear to be deuce. Yes, I know it because I went to the kitchen, Ghosty. Went to the kitchen just to pick up my tea. So I do apologize for me appearing weak and my mic too. But I had to just dive to the kitchen. And today I'm not using a handheld mic today. I'm using a fixed mic. I may revert to the handheld mic, but we'll see. But thank you for my sound man, tech man in the US, keeping you up to date. I need you on the ball at all times. It's been a while, by the way, since those damn squids, yeah. It's been a while since I started a show for like a minute without realizing I was on mute. That used to happen in the past, but fingers crossed, I'm over that. Juice, anyway. Djokovic, Alcaraz serving. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Djokovic. Is that out? No, apparently not. Backhand from Alcaraz, backhand Novak, backhand Alcaraz, forehand Novak, backhand into the net from Alcaraz. Third break point of the game. It's all Djokovic at the moment. It's all Djokovic at the moment. Hit that like button, by the way, people. And if you are new to the channel, hit subscribe. We are 4 subscribers away from 2,500. Alcaraz goes wide on the first serve. And that first serve, by the way, just 91 miles an hour. Okay, Alcaraz here, serving. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the backhand of Novak. Backhand Alcaraz is into the net. We've got a double break. It's 4 games to love. I will be back in 30 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including... Okay, I'm back. 4 love now, double break. Are we going to get the bagel in this opening set? Quite possibly. Alcaraz goes long on the return, and it's 15 love. 15 love, Carlos Alcaraz. Sorry, 15 love, Novak Djokovic. Okay, forehand to forehand. Too big there from Alcaraz, going too big, too soon. 30 love. As we look at Michael Stich, friend of the show, in the crowd there, talking to Billie Jean King. Remember that interview we did a few weeks ago with Michael Stich? He actually suggested before the tournament that Alcaraz would win it. Oh, that's a nice shot from Alcaraz, 30-15. And I went for Alcaraz at the beginning of the tournament too. But of course, writing off Novak Djokovic at your peril. You remember Ghosty. I don't know if you saw it. It was a good interview. I was really interested to hear his comments about, you know, basically being a net cord away from going out in the 4th round. And of course, history changes. Novak there getting a bit lucky with a net cord, by the way. Talking of net cords. Forehand drop shot from Alcaraz doesn't work, as has been the case a lot through this championships. 40-15. Okay. Andy Murray's in the crowd too, is he? Or do you mean Bruce Murray? Backhand return. Forehand Novak. It's a winner. 5 games to love. Novak Djokovic leads. And we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Indeed. What are you waiting for, Carlos Alcaraz? Well, maybe you're waiting for a very lucky net cord. That means you lead 15-love in this service game, and it's now 30-love as Djokovic goes long on the return. It was a first serve from Carlos, to be fair. 30-love. Okay, too long and too wide on the first serve there from Carlitos. Second serve to look at here for Novak. Okay, Carlos, where are you going with this one? Backhand return. Forehand from Carlos is long, 30-15. I think the disappointing thing is that Sinner, for example, in the semi-final, and so far today, Alcaraz in the final, neither of them are bringing what we know they can do. Sinner's forehand, his strength, went awry. Alcaraz is way off his level that he was producing against Medvedev. Anyway, hello, Jane. Hopefully you've hit the like button, Jane. I'm sure you probably already have. Alcaraz double fault, and we're at 30 all. So far, Djokovic dealing with the occasion, as probably you would expect, a lot better. Okay, backhand return. Sorry, forehand return from Novak. Hits the line. Backhand slice from Novak. Backhand again from Novak, making Alcaraz hit the extra ball every time. Now we've got a smash for Alcaraz that he puts away, 40-30. Novak's back of the court coverage, by the way, has been sensational so far. Always making Alcaraz hit the extra ball, and eventually, often, an error would occur, but not on that occasion. Djokovic there. Now it's game point to finally get off the board for Alcaraz. Forehand return from Novak. Forehand, backhand slice. It's a nice winner there from Carlitos Alcaraz. Bringing it at last. 5-1. Still, his team look anxious, and so they should, 5-1 down. But that was top stuff there from Alcaraz. Excellent whipped forehand down the line that not even Novak Djokovic could stop. Djokovic to serve for the set. 5-1 he leads. Backhand return for Carlitos is good depth on that, sorry. Forehand now for Novak. Forehand for Carlos. Forehand for Novak. Forehand for Carlos. Clips the line by the looks of things. And Novak just picks up the pace, and Carlos can't deal with it. 15-love. 15-love. Okay. Hi, Jane. Hi, Ghosty. Hi, Andy. Hi, all of you tuning in. Hi, Brad Pitt. 15 love. I don't know if Brad has got us in his ears. Ooh, Djokovic there taking it a bit cautiously, but he gets away with it. 30 love, 2 points away from winning the first set. Hey, Peaches. Long time no see. Okay, backhand return from Carlos is into the net, and we have 3 set points as Novak Djokovic edges closer to his 24th Grand Slam and 8th Wimbledon title. I wonder if Novak fans are even getting a bit bored. Whether they're thinking, we want Rafa to come back. Even Roger. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand from Novak. He's now got a smash, puts it away, and wins the first set by 6-1. And it's just too easy for the world number 2, and potentially soon to be world number 1. Carlos Alcaraz has no answers at the moment for it. We will take a short break, and I'll be back with you shortly. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Well, what are you waiting for, Carlos Alcaraz? You are going to need to get into this final as soon as possible. Djokovic goes long there. Alcaraz in charge of that first rally. 15 love. He leads at the beginning of this second set. The first set was done in just a little over half an hour. No time. 7 games. Alcaraz did have a break point in that opening game of the match. And just like in the Sinner match, Djokovic was in a spot of bother in the first game of the match, but didn't look back after. Forehand now for Alcaraz. Goes for the drop shot. Will he win the point? That'll decide as to whether it was a good idea to do the drop shot or not. And he loses the point. It was a good rally, but it's 15 all. Very, very close now. Of course, if Novak Djokovic wins today, it will be a record equaling 8th Wimbledon title, equaling Roger Federer's record at SW19. A backhand into the net there from Djokovic, meaning 30-15 for Carlitos. He cannot afford to go down a break, or this match could soon become a snooze fest. Plenty of people tuning in on Twitch. Good to hear and see you. Get your comments in. For those of you just watching on Twitch, get your comments in the live chat and we'll share them up on the screen and maybe even respond to one or two of them. A couple of you tuning in on Facebook and also, of course, on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. $40-15 now, Carlos Alcaraz. And he held serve. 1 game to love. Great to have so many people of you tuning in on Twitch, by the way. So few people come via Twitch. Twitch is also an opportunity to watch us, as well as YouTube and, of course, Facebook and Twitter. But now you're in, come join us in the live chat. Just looking at the stats regarding when someone is in charge of the rally and Alcaraz winning just 50% of the points when he is in charge of the rally or on the attack, let's say, Djokovic winning 90% of those points. I've got my tea, consuming from a Talking Tennis mug. You can get a Talking Tennis mug of your own. Go to our website, talking-tennis.com. Pick up a mug. Okay, Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this serve? You are going into the net with it. So it's going to be a second serve here for Carlitos to look at. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to share the match due to rights restrictions. Anyway, second serve here. At least Alcaraz is ahead in this set, which is something he could never say in the first set. Love 15. Double fault for Novak Djokovic, so it's love 15. There's the guy, we saw him in the crowd the other day looking very bored and tired during the 2 men's semi-finals, which were both rather disappointing from a spectacle point of view. Into the net, Novak Djokovic. So that's 3 serves in a row that he's not managed to get in. Okay, backhand here for Novak. Backhand for Carlos. Good aggression there from Carlos. Needing to be aggressive again. Not aggressive enough, though, I would suggest on that one. Although Novak goes long and we've got love 30. Love 30 now. Okay. Djokovic coming into the net. Djokovic at the net again. That's he's got a bit lucky with that volley that clipped the net. I was about to say it's a lovely volley, and it really was, but he still had the advantage of a slight net cord. 15-30. Okay, 15-30. Novak Djokovic serving. Novak Djokovic. Forehand return from Carlos is decent. Now he's on the forehand again. That's a huge forehand from Carlos. Excellent defense, though, from Novak, to be fair. Backhand from Novak. Now it's Carlos on the defense. Now it's Novak on the attack. Sends Carlos Alcaraz the wrong way. Excellent defense there from Novak Djokovic. I thought Carlos had probably done enough with that huge forehand. No. 30 all. Come join us in the live chat if you are watching, whether you're watching on Facebook or on Twitter or on YouTube. 60 people across those platforms are watching, as well as Twitter, of course. So get your comments in. And if you are watching on YouTube or Facebook, hit the like button. Okay, 30 all. Novak Djokovic into the net on the first serve. Let me know what you're consuming whilst you watch the tennis. I'm on the raspberries today, and tea and water. Okay, Djokovic bouncing the ball 1,000 times. Forehand return from Carlos is too long, and it's 40-30. So, Djokovic was in a spot of bother at love 30, but he's now 40-30. Somebody reacted on a Facebook with a crying scenario. Don't know if that means they're a Novak fan or a Carlos fan. I suspect it means they're disappointed with the way things have been going so far. Although maybe they're just impersonating Djokovic from Friday's semi-final. Okay, 40-30. Can he push him to deuce for the first time since the first game of the match? Djokovic hasn't really been pushed on his serve since. Carlos had a break point at 30-40 in that opening game. Okay, Djokovic serving. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand from Djokovic. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Now on the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand Carlos is good. Is it enough to win the point? No, it's not. Of course it's not. Now we've got a smash, and he puts it away. Deuce. We are at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Alcaraz here was returning serve at deuce. Okay. Into the net on the first serve. By the way, tomorrow we'll have ATP Weekly with Damien and Mario reviewing the men's side of the tournament. Of course, we'll also have Nick's WTA Weekly looking at the women's side. Okay, Djokovic serving. It's a good second serve from Novak, to be fair. Oh, he's gone out, though. He's gone out. Alcaraz getting a bit fortunate, perhaps, with a mishit return. He smiles, and he's got his second break point of the match. Okay. I don't know why Djokovic is clapping that. Break point. Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this one? You are going nowhere. Going to keep bouncing it. How's the shot clock? We're not even going to see it, of course. Okay. Mishit return from Alcaraz, and it is deuce. By the way, thank you to Knut, Magda, Bassi, Halima, Jesus, and Jess for your responses on Facebook. All of you clicking the like button, or heart button, or crying button. Here we go. We're looking at the serve clock. Finally. Novak gets his serve in. Backhand here from Novak. Forehand from Carlos. Forehand from Novak. Backhand. Into the net. Second break point. Okay, Novak Djokovic down the tee, forehand return, forehand Djokovic, forehand Alcaraz, forehand Djokovic is wide, and we have a break of serve, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games to love. Alcaraz leads, looks to his box, and he's pleased, and so he should be. 2 love. However, the bad news is Carlos Alcaraz has served, I think, 5 times in this match and been broken on 3 occasions. So that's the bad news. That's 60% of the time he's been broken on serve. But the good news is he has got a break up in this first set. Vanch there predicting that Alcaraz is going to win the second set. Let me know what you think. Do you think Alcaraz now is going to keep on to this lead at 2 love? Well, it's a double fault, so that's not a good start for Carlos. Love 15. King of Spain there in the audience. Alcaraz serving to the body of Djokovic. Backhand there from Alcaraz. It's not enough to win the point, though. Now he's at the net. Now he's got a volley at the net. It's excellent. 15 all. Just needs a bit of belief. And maybe that break of serve might help him garner that bit of belief. 15 all. Alcaraz serving at 15 all. Where are you going with this serve? You are going into the body again. Forehand now exchanged. Backhand from Alcaraz. Backhand Novak. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand to forehand. Now Alcaraz changing it up excellently, but excellent defense again from Djokovic. The defense today has been sensational from the serve. Backhand slice now from Alcaraz. Backhand again for Alcaraz. He's going for it big, but again, the defense from Djokovic is sensational, but so is the forehand there from Carlos Alcaraz. Okay, so 30-15. Alcaraz serving, 30-15. Backhand return from Djokovic is good, but we're going for a serve volley here. Oh, it's a good passing shot as it turns out. Kind of going through Carlos, 30 all. Couple of big points now for Carlitos. If he gets broken back immediately, all sense of momentum will have just been taken away from him once again. Oh, it clipped the net on the way through. That's why Djokovic was apologizing. Alcaraz serving at 30 all. Second serve here for Djokovic to look at. There's Andy Murray in the crowd. I see him. He got a ticket, all right. Into the body again from Alcaraz. And this time, it looks like it's one in the point. 40-30. Alcaraz is loving that body serve today. Certainly in this second set anyway. Can he hold serve for just the 3rd time in the match? Down the tee. Forehand now. Backhand to Novak. Goes. No, doesn't. Goes good depth there. Forehand Novak. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Forehand Carlos is big, but too big, and it's long, and we're at deuce. Okay. Carlos Ferrero there, looking pensive. Alcaraz serving. Where are you going with this one? You are going to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand drop shot there from Alcaraz. It's not good enough, though. Now, though, can he win the point from here? Goes for the lob, and it's wide. Well wide. Advantage Novak Djokovic. Now the serve has a break point. Again, the drop shot not working. Djokovic is probably a bit too alert to it, but also significantly compared to, say, someone like Daniel Medvedev. Novak is just that much closer to the baseline, so he can chase it down. Okay, break point. Huge moment in the match. Huge moment. Alcaraz serving into the net. Second serve here for the best returner, arguably, of all time to look at. Alcaraz serving. Backhand return. Backhand from Carlos. Backhand now to backhand. Forehand Carlos. Thought about coming into the net. Again hesitated. Will he rue that opportunity? Backhand now slice from Novak. Backhand from Carlos. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand from Carlos goes wide. We are at 2-1. Djokovic screams with delight. He knows how significant that might be. We'll be back with you in 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. There we go. Look at Djokovic's reaction there to breaking back. As you can see, 1-2. Okay. Djokovic serving, 1-2. Forehand return here from Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic, backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic drops it, tries to drop it over the net, doesn't succeed. It's love 15. Are we going to get a re-break for the Spaniard? Remember, number one is on the line as well today. The winner of this match will return, or will be, world number one. Will it be Djokovic returning to number one again, or will it be Carlos keeping it? Right now, it looks a little more like Djokovic, but who knows? Love 15. Djokovic serving, goes down the tee, forehand return from Carlos. Backhand here, Carlos. Backhand now, Djokovic going for the drop shot. Didn't win the point. Carlos redrop. It's enough to win the point. Nice work, Carlos. Love 30. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel and you're watching on YouTube, click subscribe. We are on the cusp of 2,500 subscribers. Djokovic serving here. Where are you going with this serve? Backhand return from Carlos is good. He comes into the net, Carlos. Ooh, nearly succeeding with that volley, but not. Djokovic serving at 15-30. That was a chance for Alcaraz. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the backhand of Alcaraz, and it's won the point, 30-all. Djokovic serving here. $30-all. 2 points from 2-all. Well, also 2 points, of course, from 3-1. Second serve, maybe, yeah. Okay. Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this one? You are going down the tee, and you've gone long because the first serve did clip the net, so it landed in. Second serve here, Alcaraz to look at. Is he going to go big on the return? I think he might. I think he might have to. Okay, Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this one? You're going to the forehand return, and it's a good return, and it forces the error, and we are at 30-40. Okay, 30-40. Djokovic's first serves getting in has gone way down in this second set, by the way. Okay, Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this one? Backhand return, backhand Djokovic, backhand Carlos, backhand Djokovic, backhand slice now from Carlos, backhand to backhand, forehand now, backhand Djokovic, backhand Carlos, backhand Djokovic changing direction, Carlos on the defensive, backhand now, backhand Carlos, backhand to backhand. They're just exchanging backhands here. This is a pretty lengthy rally that you would imagine will just go the way of Novak. Carlos there. Now on the backhand. Now it's a backhand slice. Backhand again. It's now Djokovic very much in charge of this rally, and Carlos goes long. We're at deuce. We're at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Djokovic there, very happy. 29-shot rally. Deuce. Okay. Where are you going with this one? This serve. Alcaraz there, blowing a bit of air out of his cheeks. Deuce. Goes down the tee. First serve from Novak. Backhand drop shot from Carlos is not going to be enough. And he's annoyed with himself because I think he chose the wrong shot, or at least he didn't execute it well. Djokovic wins the point and has a game point for 2-all. Alcaraz, don't forget, had a 2-love lead, but he ceded that break advantage in the previous game. He also had a break point in this game, but a lengthy rally, and Djokovic emerging the winner. 29 shots, longest rally of the match. Okay, Djokovic, where are you going to go with this serve? You are going to the backhand. It's an excellent first serve from Novak Djokovic. He holds 2 games all, and we are on serve at 2-all in this second set. Okay. So now, over to you, Carlitos. How are you going to respond? 2-love up, now 2-all. Very long on the first serve. Okay, second serve here for Novak Djokovic to look at. Backhand return. Forehand Carlos. Backhand. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Backhand Carlos going cross court there. Backhand slice from Carlitos. And Carlos goes into the net, love 15. These lengthy rallies are only going one way at the moment. Love 15. Two games all. The momentum has switched back to the Serb. Alcaraz having the early break in this second set, but he couldn't hold serve. Novak, lengthy service game, but held. 2-all. That's a good serve there from Carlitos. 15-all. He is serving slightly better in this second set thus far. And I think he's going to have to serve well if he's going to have any chance of winning this match. Okay, Carlos serving to the forehand of Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Djokovic goes long. 30-15. Novak Djokovic is the first player in history to reach 35 Grand Slam singles finals. He's competing today for his 24th Grand Slam title. Alcaraz serving. Goes down the tee, forehand return, forehand Alcaraz, forehand Novak on the defensive. Novak here. Good backhand there from Alcaraz, forcing the error, 40-15. 2 game points for Carlos Alcaraz to take a 3-2 lead. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. If you're watching on Facebook in particular, where's your like? Oh, good return there from Novak, 40-30. Djokovic serving, Djokovic receiving. 2 games all. Second game point now for Alcaraz. And with this serve, he goes to the body again, pretty much. But it's a decent return from Djokovic. Backhand slice now, Alcaraz. Alcaraz thought about coming into the net, chose not to. Forehand now from Novak is really good. The defense from Alcaraz is almost as good. And the smash wins it for Djokovic. And now we're at deuce. A tentative smash from Djokovic, which he's almost famous for. Alcaraz serving at deuce. Goes to the forehand this time. Now he's coming into the net. Is that going to be a volleyed winner? It is. And it gets a round of applause from Novak Djokovic. Excellent volley. Third game point now for Carlos Alcaraz. Bringing up a round of applause from his opponent. Game point. 2 games all. Carlos Alcaraz serving. Gets his first serving. Goes to the forehand. It's a good return, though, from Novak. Now Novak is very much in charge of the point. Forehand winner. Deuce. He's got to rush Novak a bit more. He's got to rush him. The one thing Novak wants is time. You've got to take it away from him. Okay, Carlos serving. Back to deuce. Another crucial game in the destiny of this match, I would suggest. Goes long on the first serve. Okay. And the return is into the net. That'll be disappointing for Carlos. Sorry, for Novak. Game point for Carlos Alcaraz. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand now, Novak goes wide, and we've got 3-2. We've got a hold. Ghosty, bear with me because I need to go and make another cup of tea, and I'll be back with you in 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. So, what are you waiting for? You're probably waiting for me. I'm back. I see you, Ghosty. I see you. Were you, Ghosty, were you Sampras or Agassi? It can't be both. Just can't be. By the way, this is turning into an epic rally. Forehand from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Hitting the ball with venom here. Carlos running around the backhand there. Now he's got a backhand drop shot. Novak comes into the net. Passing shot, Carlos. Love 15. Me too, Ghosty. Me too. Love 15. Boris Becker. Let's play a game, Ghosty. Boris Becker or Stefan Edberg? Just as a fan, not whether you would think one is better than the other. Boris Becker or Stefan Edberg? True, good point. Me too, Ghosty. Me too. I'll come back to you in a second. I actually don't have one in this race, but we'll go for it anyway. Evert or Navratilova? And you don't have to choose. If you're like me and you don't really have a vested interest, then fair enough. I'm not forcing you into one here. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand now. Forehand Carlitos. Forehand Djokovic. Good defense there from Alcaraz. They're going backhand to backhand right now. He goes big on the backhand and he reaps the reward. Love 30. Alcaraz going big on the backhand. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, to be honest with you, I started watching in the mid-'80s. So Navratilova and Evert were in. By the time I was really getting to tennis, it was Steffi Graf that was emerging the bigger threat. Yeah. I think I know the answer to this one, but I'm going to ask it anyway. McEnroe or Borg? Okay, Djokovic serving, love 30. Looking at that serve clock, goes past 25 seconds again. I see Pam Shriver has taken to Twitter as well to highlight the serve clock today. First serve is into the net from Novak Djokovic. Ghosty, you don't need to answer it. It's so obvious. Love 30. Second serve. Carlos stepping in. He's gone long on the return, so that's 15-30. That was close. I don't know. Oh, no, you're not a Formula One fan. Let's stick to tennis then. Yeah, I know. I don't know if you had a vested interest, but Sabatini or Graf. Looking back, definitely Sabatini at the time. I wasn't too bothered, but I probably was erring towards Gabriela. Nice forehand winner there for Novak. I'm just going to the kitchen very quickly. I'll be back before this next point is concluded. I'll try to be, as long as Novak doesn't ace. Still 30 also, second serve. James Hunt. Yeah, I was going to do a Formula One. I was going to say Senna or Prost, but I know you're not a fan necessarily or super familiar with the sport. What about Messi or Ronaldo? Okay, Djokovic serving. Backhand return is loose from Carlos Alcaraz, and it's 40-30. 3 points in a row for the Serb. Yeah, I was indifferent, but I guess the more she won, the more I was keen for her opponents to win. Not because I was anti-Graf, but just to see somebody else succeed. Ronaldinho. Oh, well, fair enough. Okay, the backhand return from Carlos is long, and we're at 3 games all. Djokovic holds to the delight of his team. And he wipes himself down with a towel. And now over to you, Carlitos. 3 games all. I see Andy Murray there in the crowd again. They've shown him quite a few times. Vance tipping Alcaraz to win this set. Let's see if that materializes. Alcaraz into the net on his first serve. Okay, forehand return from Djokovic. Forehand now. Now he is coming into the net. Is he going to put the volley away? No, he's not, but he's got an easy smash, and he just taps it over, actually. 15-love. Feel free to ask me, Ghosty, if you've got any tennis pairs. Just trying to think. What about Serena or Sharapova? Yep, fair enough. Ooh, it's landed in. Alcaraz could have smashed that one. Chose not to. Has that landed in too? It has. What a rally this is turning out to be. They are moving each other left, right, and center. Alcaraz wins the point. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, yeah, for me, Serena or Venus. Ghosty. It's tricky. Because it depends on when. Probably in the latter stage. Let's take the 2017 final in Australia. I was probably pulling for Venus that day. Just because, it'd been a long time since she was competing and we just probably never thought we'd see that again. Okay, that was an epic point there. Djokovic giving it absolutely everything and rolling over at the end. Okay, 30-love. These players are pushing themselves to the absolute limit here. Rafter or Hewitt? Probably Rafter, but mainly just because he was slightly less of a threat. But Hewitt's game was more interesting. And I am answering this sort of retrospectively rather than having big vested interest at the time. I'll tell you this, though. After Ivanisevic, Wimbledon final of 2001, I was pulling for Goran that day, big style. Rafter had won a US Open. It was now or never for Goran. And yeah, fortunately for him, he got his Wimbledon title. 40 love after a forehand winner there from Carlos. Carlos Alcaraz going out wide, and it's an ace for Carlitos. And Ghosty and I will be back to play our game in around about 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. So, Carlos Alcaraz leading 4-3. Now it's over to you, Novak, to see if you can hold serve. Oh, by the way, yeah, sellers. Maybe I'll go Madrid, Ghosty. Maybe I'll go Madrid. But both are cool. Okay, first serve from Novak goes into the net. Second serve here for Carlitos to look at. 4-3, but 3-4 because Novak, of course, is serving. Forehand return is loopy, and it's going to probably cost him the point, and it does. 15 love. Oh, do you mean... Oh, I see. I was thinking Madrid or Berlin in this terms of the city. In terms of the tournament... 50-50. One's a 1,000, so it attracts... it's too close to call because there were issues in Madrid, but it's also an exciting tournament. Okay, it's it's a 1,000. I think the finals were just amazing. If that can be factored in, the two finals that were in Madrid were just sensational and two of the best matches of the year on both sides, men's and women's. The facilities were fine, in my opinion. The issues I would have, as I highlighted before, but this is a year-long constant, is the discord, as I said to you before, between players and officials and media, which does no one any favors. There's a huge fear factor there, but there we go. And of course, there were some organizational issues. I would say none more in Madrid than anywhere else, but I think you could criticize. I mean, Berlin was a pretty smooth operation, but Wimbledon is hardly going to win the prize of best organization of the year. I would say so. You could point the finger there. I would also suggest that there were ticketing issues in Paris, although probably slightly less than Wimbledon. So, yeah, mixed. No preference. Madrid has had its criticism, rightly so, I think, for certain issues like not letting the doubles finalists give their speeches, but those same doubles finalists also didn't want to talk to the press. So There you go. Or at least didn't want to talk to the press according to officials. Now, were the officials also not telling the truth? Somebody's not. Anyway, let's get back to this match. Forehand to forehand right now. We're 15 all on the Novak serve. Good depth there from Carlos, but that's an excellent forehand from Novak, forcing the error. Yeah, Berlin, very hipster, full of artists. Bigger underdog is Altmaier. I mean, Struffy is there or thereabouts. You know, if Struffy was, for example, playing Alcaraz or Djokovic in an early round at Wimbledon, I'd give him a chance of getting a set at least. And of course, he did get 2 off Alcaraz a year ago. So Struffy is, you know, top 30, top 40 for a reason. Altmaier is not. The problem for Struff is he's yet to win a title, and he's been close in Madrid and also in Stuttgart this year. And it's kind of painful when you're that close and you can't quite get over the line. So I really hope he gets over the line at some point in his career. And of course, he's injured for Wimbledon too, which is a real shame. Because these 2 parts of the season, grass and clay, is where Struffy has a chance to get titles, to have deep runs. Anyway, Djokovic 40-15. For those who are just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, click subscribe. We're about 2 subscribers short. I say about. We were 4 last time I checked, and I'm just assuming we might be 1 or 2 closer. But anyway, we are a couple of subscribers short of 2,500 subscribers, and we need them. We're trying to bring you closer to the action. I have made applications for press passes for Washington, the 500 that's coming up in a few weeks from now. And Alcaraz goes long on the return, and it's 4 games all. Yes, we're trying to get these press accreditations, but we can only get them if we get more subscribers, more viewers. I've applied for a press pass for one of our contributors to go to Washington. I've also applied for the US Open. Got to give it a go. We'll see if that pans out. And I will also be applying for the Billie Jean King Cup finals in November in Seville. So those 3 tournaments, hopefully we'll get at least one. One of them would be nice. Oh, Alcaraz, easy forehand into the net. Easy forehand into the net there from Alcaraz. Will he pay the price for that one? He's kind of lamenting probably the bounce was a bit lower than he anticipated. Love 15. Depends on the surface. Let's go hardcourt as we're about to enter that season. It's a nice forehand there. I'll come to you in a second, Ghosty. Forehand now. Clips the net. Forehand winner there for Alcaraz. Kept his composure, 15 all. Let's go hardcourt. And let's go through this upcoming sort of North American hardcourt swing. I'll go Lehetska. I mean, just sort of saying who I think will have the more successful run and, you know, quarterfinals, semifinals at some of these tournaments. Oh, there's Brad Pitt. No idea what he's saying, but he's clapping. 15 all. Backhand return. Again, Alcaraz going for the body serve. Alcaraz challenging that call. Or is it actually... Who's challenging who? Someone's challenging here. Let's see anyway. Let's see if it lands in. It does. It clips the line. Easily landing in, actually. More than clips. Lands on the line. $15 all. Going to replay the point. Okay. Alcaraz serving. Out wide. Good first serve there. And it's an ace. 30-15. I guess you guys stateside are tucking into some breakfast or maybe recently tucked in some breakfast. Let me know in the live chat. What did you have for breakfast? Nothing spectacular for me. I've just been munching on raspberries and drinking tea. Okay, backhand now for Novak. Forehand Alcaraz pushing Djokovic out wide. Djokovic falls again. Is he okay this time? I think that's the third tumble of the match for Novak. He's telling the ball boy just to put the racket down. I think he's okay. He just needs some time. Carlos checking on Novak. Seems like he's okay. He's just whacking his shoes to make sure he gets the dirt out. Coffee and bread. Like a Spartan. Ghosty, of course, is a member of Talking Tennis. And if you want to be a YouTube member, you can be a YouTube member too. It's pinned in the live chat. Alcaraz serving at 40-15. He will not want to let this service game slip from here. Second serve. Alcaraz to the forehand of Novak, and it's won the point, and it's won the game. We will take a short break, and Ghosty and I will be back shortly. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Okay, Djokovic serving at 4-5. Where are you going with this one? You're going down the tee. Backhand return from Carlos. It lands in. Not bad, the depth there. And Djokovic has erred. Love 15. Love 15, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Goes down the tee with this one. Alcaraz now on the forehand. What a shot there from Alcaraz. What a shot from Novak. Has that landed in? No, it hasn't. 15 all. That was a chance. That was a chance, ladies and gentlemen. $15 all on the Novak serve. Arguably, well, not arguably, factually, Alcaraz is 3 points away from winning this second set. Now is your time to make a move, Carlitos. Okay, Djokovic serving. Where are you going with this one? You are going to the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz on the run. Tries to hit a winner, I think, on that one, but hits the higher part of the net. And it is 30-15. Ghosty approves of the dress from Kate Middleton. Okay, so some pensive looks there from the Novak team. They look a bit more relaxed now. 30-15. Goes down the tee. Forehand return. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Carlos. into the backhand of Novak and goes into the net, 30 all. I felt as though Novak had a chance there with the return of serve that was pretty short. A confident Novak goes for the winner. It reminded me of the last point of the match in the 2012 Australian Open final when it dropped short and Djokovic had a chance to put Nadal away, and he put him away with a point that won the match. It's a bit different on a grass court because the bounce is a bit lower, but still, thought he could have done more with that. Anyway, 30 all. Djokovic serving. Forehand return is pretty good from Alcaraz. Now it's Alcaraz on the run. Now it's forehand Djokovic. It's an excellent forehand from Djokovic. Is it landed in? No. According to the umpire, according to the line judge, it's landed out. Djokovic is challenging. We'll see. Big moment this in the match, and it has landed in. So we're going to replay the point, 30 all. Novak will be a bit annoyed about that one because he was in charge of the point, although it was good defense from Carlitos. Should have electronic line calling. I mean, what century is Wimbledon living in? Well, I think we probably know the answer to that question. Okay. I understand on clay because you can actually go and check the mark on the court. By the way, Alcaraz has gone long and it's 40-30. But probably Wimbledon or grass courts more than anywhere else needs electronic line calling. But anyway, that is probably a debate for another day. And in fact, I think by next year it will be in. I think by 2025 they're going to have it at all tournaments. Anyway, game point Novak Djokovic to make it 5 all. Djokovic to serve, go to the backhand of Carlos, backhand Djokovic, forehand Carlos. Carlos is on the run. Djokovic goes into the net, deuce. Ghosty, how many cups of tea is too many in a day? I think I'm on just finishing my second. But I'm thinking about having a third. But I don't want to zoom off the stream or get giddy. Oh, maybe I should drink some water. Juice. Okay, Djokovic serving at deuce, 5-4. Forehand return. Forehand Novak is good. Again, Alcaraz is on the run. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand slice from Novak is good. Backhand slice from... All the slices are coming up now, but now it's Alcaraz's turn to change the pace. Backhand to backhand. Backhand drop shot is not good enough from Alcaraz. Didn't work, as it rarely has throughout this Wimbledon tournament. Game point, Novak Djokovic. Was probably a little bit late in making that decision. It's just difficult to execute on the grass in terms of how the ball approaches you. Anyway. Djokovic to serve. 4-5, his advantage, game point. Where are you going with this serve? You are going down the tee, but it didn't land in, so it's a second serve. Djokovic to serve. This time goes to the backhand. It's a good return from Carlos. Forehand, backhand. Carlos comes into the net. Ooh, a net cord goes the way of Djokovic. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Novak, you lucky boy. Either way, 5 games all. What is Novak doing now? Anyway, excellent point either way, even if there was a net cord in there. 5 all. Five all anyway. Alcaraz to serve. That's all that matters. I know. Okay, Carlos to serve, 5-all. Doesn't get the first serve in. Forehand return from Novak. Forehand now from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. It's gone too big. Love 15. Okay, love 15. Carlitos to serve. 5 games all. And with this serve, you're going to the backhand of Novak. Now it's backhand Carlos, forehand Novak. This is a big point because if he goes love 30 here, backhand Carlos, backhand slice from Novak, forehand Carlos, forehand Novak, backhand, excellent backhand there from Carlos, but great defense from Novak. Wow, that was a big point and a good point, especially if you're Carlitos Alcaraz, 15 all. So I guess, Ghosty, tea or coffee, you are landing on the side of coffee. I'm more coffee as well. Actually, I've had a cup of coffee already as well. I forgot about that. I guess I'm more coffee too. It's just that tea is easier to make if I'm going to dart off to the kitchen and I've got 60 seconds to do something. 15-shot rally, going the way of Alcaraz after Djokovic nets. 15 all, 5 all. Couldn't be tighter this second set. The forehand return from Novak goes long and it's 30-15. For the third time in the last 4 Grand Slam men's semi-finals, the winner is guaranteed to become world number 1 on Monday. Yes, of course, that was the case in New York when we had Casper Ruud up against Novak Djokovic. Up against Carlos Alcaraz. And that's the first serve in there, unreturnable, into the body again. He's loving that body serve today, is Carlos. He's loving the body serve. 40-15, working quite well there. Maybe that's a way to nullify one of the best returners of all time. Hit the body. For breakfast, Ghosty? Good serve there, Carlos. 6-5, he leads. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat on how this match is panning out, and I'll speak to you again in 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Another epic rally goes the way of Novak Djokovic there. 15-love. Of course, Djokovic again serving to stay in this set. Being the second person to serve, meaning the pressure is on the serve. And he's handling it pretty well right now. 15-love. If it goes to a tiebreak, we know how those normally end up. $15-love, Novak Djokovic. Where are you going to serve? You are going down the tee. And it's been called out, but Djokovic is challenging. But it was out. Second serve. Okay. Second serve. Goes down the tee again, but I think it's a double fault. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. $15-all. We've yet to have a set point for Alcaraz, despite the pressure that, of course, comes with serving second. Juan Martín del Potro congratulating Novak on the start to this match. Forehand return from Carlos is long, 30-15. Okay. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new, hit the subscribe button. Okay, Djokovic serving, 30-15 as he looks to force a tiebreak. Goes down the tee. Alcaraz returns. Forehand Novak. Backhand slice from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Backhand slice again from Carlos. Carlos will be desperate to break serve here and avoid a tiebreak. Forehand Djokovic is wide and long, 30-all. 30-all, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands up if you miss Juan Martín del Potro. Okay. 30-all. Good first serve there from Novak. And Alcaraz goes long, so it's 40-30. Game point for Novak Djokovic to force a second set tiebreak. I thought so, Ghosty. Bless him. Bless you and also bless Juan Martín del Potro. 40-30 as we edge towards a tiebreak. Novak Djokovic to serve down the tee. Defensive return there from Carlos is long. And it's game Novak Djokovic. 6 games all. Tiebreak. Tiebreak, ladies and gentlemen. Will this go the way of pretty much, I think, 15 tiebreaks, is it, in a row that he's won? Something like that. Okay, Alcaraz to serve. Love all, of course. Well wide on the first serve. Well wide. Second serve. In. Backhand return from Novak, also in. Djokovic backhand. Backhand's changed direction from Alcaraz. He's challenging that. It's been called out. And I think it is out, but we'll see. Let's have a quick check. Yep. So, 1-love, mini break advantage for Novak Djokovic. Okay. Djokovic to serve. Where are we going with this serve? We are going down the tee. It's a good first serve. I think it's going to win in the point. Yes, it is. 2-love or 2-0. The perfect start for Novak Djokovic. I think he's going for his 16th tiebreak victory in a row. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Just click subscribe down there as we edge towards 2,500 subscribers. Always talking tennis. Okay. Down the tee, it's a good first serve, and it's 3-0 Djokovic. Feels like a long way back now for Carlos Alcaraz. Needs to hold these two serves, or we're probably done with this tiebreak. Two excellent first serves. (3-0) Djokovic. Alcaraz serving. Good first serve. Return from Djokovic is long. 3-1. Interested viewer there, Andy Murray, of course, next to doubles champion Neil Skupski. 3-1, Djokovic. Alcaraz serving. Is that a good serve? I think it is. Yes, it's an ace. 3-2, Djokovic. Over to you, Novak. You have got the mini break advantage. 5-2 would feel like a long way back. Some encouragement there from Juan Carlos Ferrero for Carlos Alcaraz. Okay, Djokovic to serve. 3-2, he leads with a mini break advantage in this crucial tiebreak that will help decide the destiny of this year's Wimbledon title. Djokovic serving. Backhand return. Backhand drop shot from Novak goes into the net. 3-all in the tiebreak at the change of ends. Is Alcaraz going to break the Djokovic stranglehold on tiebreaks? It's 3-all. Change of ends. See there, Stefan Edberg and Chris Evert. Okay, Djokovic serving at 3-all. Where are you going with this serve, Novak? You are going down the tee. Backhand return is short. Forehand, good drop there. And I think it's going to be enough to win the point. Novak does win the point. Well played, Novak Djokovic. 4-3. I should probably say 3-4 because Alcaraz to serve. We are on serve right now. Alcaraz had a couple of very, very good serves in his previous moment when he was serving. He's going to need a couple more. 4-3 Djokovic. Carlos Alcaraz to serve. Didn't get the first serve in. It was close, but no cigar. Second serve for Djokovic to look at here. Alcaraz serves. Backhand return is decent. Good forehand winner, though, there from Carlos Alcaraz. 4-4 in the tiebreak. Crucial, crucial points in the destiny of this year's men's singles title. Are we going to be 1-set-all, or are we going to be 2-sets-to-love to Novak Djokovic? 4. How's your nerve, Carlitos? Can he get the first serve in? He can. There's a good return from Novak. Forehand now from Novak. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Carlos. Tentative forehand there from Carlos. Tentative backhand also from Carlos. Good defense, though, mind you, from Novak Djokovic. Djokovic in trouble, but can Carlos put this forehand away? Yes, he can. dropping it over the net with aplomb. Ghosty, aplomb. Tense, as you say, Ghosty. You're absolutely right. For the first time, though, Alcaraz has his nose in front in this tiebreak. Remember, Djokovic had the mini break advantage from the first point when Alcaraz went big down the line and it went a couple of inches too long. He challenged unsuccessfully. Djokovic then had a 2-0 lead. I think he even had a 3-0 lead. But then Alcaraz decided to start serving well and also got the mini break back. We are on serve here. Djokovic serving 4-5. Where are you going with this serve? Bouncing the ball. I'm sure we'll get the serve sometime between now and November. We are well over. I mean, the shot clock is at 0-0. Okay. That last serve from Carlos Alcaraz, by the way, was 128 miles an hour. That's pretty big for Carlitos. Okay. Djokovic to serve. 4-5. Sensing the moment. Goes long on the first serve. 124 miles an hour, but long. Okay. Here we go. Sometime today, please, Novak. Okay. Forehand return from Carlos. Doesn't have enough depth on it. Now Carlos going big on the backhand. Comes into the net. Ooh. 5-all. Puts the volley into the net. Okay, Novak to serve at 5-all. This may be where experience you would think would count. Experience of having won 15 tiebreaks in a row at Grand Slams. However, or 15 tiebreaks in a row, full stop, I believe. However, also the experience of having won 23 Grand Slams and being in 35. I dare you to count them. 35 Grand Slam finals. Anyway, 5-all. Novak Djokovic to serve. Here we go. Where are you going with this serve? You are in, and it's down the tee. Backhand return. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Those shots are too short from Carlos. Now he's getting a bit better depth. Carlos Alcaraz slice now from Novak. Forehand Carlos is also short. These are pretty short from both players. Carlos comes into the net. Now he's at the net. Can Djokovic pass him? Yes, he can at the second time of asking. Djokovic has a set point. 5-6 now. Alcaraz serving. Sharp intake, the breath. 17-shot rally that. Tentative from both players, I would suggest. Both had chances to finish off the rally earlier than they did. Both declining to take it, and in the end, it was Djokovic who reaped the reward of staying patient. 5-6. Alcaraz to serve. Gets a first serve in. Backhand. Backhand into the net from Djokovic. That'll be disappointing for him. You'd expect him to make that one normally. And it is 6-all. And we have another change of ends. So, after the next point, we will have a set point for one of these two players. Will it be a second set point for Novak Djokovic, or will it be a first set point for Carlos Alcaraz, as I see a Spanish flag waving in the crowd? Juan Carlos Ferrero stands up and then sits down again. Indeed, he does, Ghosty. Well, dominates, yes, in terms of winning them, but really Hurkacz should have won one or possibly even both the tie breaks that they entered in their fourth round encounter. But I know what you mean. 6-all. Alcaraz to serve. Again, will be desperate for a first serve. Clips the net, so it's still going to be a first serve for Carlos. 6-all. Carlos serving. Who's going to get the next set point? Alcaraz to serve. Into the net. Second serve here for Novak Djokovic to look at. Yeah, poor Hubie. Okay, Djokovic to receive. Backhand return. Backhand from Carlos. Again, tentative from Carlitov. But again, there's an unforced error off the racket of Novak Djokovic. I repeat, an unforced error off the racket of Novak Djokovic during a tiebreak. The King of Spain is pleased with that one. And we now have a set point for Carlos Alcaraz. 7-6. His first set point of the match. And his first set point, of course, of this tiebreak, but they are on serve. So, Djokovic to serve, 6-7. Gets the first serve in. Oh, what a return from Carlos Alcaraz! Sticks his fingers to the ear. He wins this second set with arguably the return of the tournament. Wow. Carlos Alcaraz, take a bow. Wow. What a return. Carlos Alcaraz. He's a happy bunny. We're going to take a very, very short break, Agassi-like indeed, and see you in 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. As he cups his ear to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, Alcaraz is back in this match after that sensational return of serve. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. One set all. Game on, as they say. Game on, ladies and gentlemen. How do we see this going now? How do we see this one going? Forehand there, yeah. What a return that was. It was a first serve. When he got that first serve in, by the way, when Djokovic, I thought that was it. Okay, here we go. Back to 7-all. And, yeah. That was a cool drop shot as well from Carlos. Of course, a lot of those drop shots haven't been working today. And there we go. One set all. How do we see this going? No problem, Ghosty. Thank you for the entertainment. Got to go hiking with a beautiful lady. Well, don't blame you. If it was beautiful lady and a hike, or me and a chat, I'd go with the beautiful lady too. So, one set all. We return Novak Djokovic to serve. And it is game on, as I suggested. Where's your money now, people? Make sure you hit the like button, by the way. And if you are new, subscribe. We're into a rally here in the first point of this third set. I said that it may well be 4 sets. A 4-set victory. I just couldn't decide who would win it. Oh, the drop shot there does not work from Carlos Alcaraz. And it's 15 all. Okay, 15 all, 1 set all. What do we think? Who's the favorite right now? I'm still going with the favorite, bearing in mind what I've been watching, what I've been seeing in terms of the way the two players. There was such a huge gap between the two in the first set, and in the second set, so close. I guess you could argue the momentum right now is with with Carlitos, but he's looking to become the third youngest player in the Open era to win the Wimbledon Gentlemen's Singles title. Of course, Becker being the youngest. This is Carlos Alcaraz and not Novak Djokovic, of course. Anyway, it's 30-15 to Novak. On his serve. Forehand Novak. Backhand cross court from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Backhand Carlitos. Good depth there from Carlos. And Djokovic couldn't deal with it. 30 all. Of course, don't forget, in the early stages of the second set, Alcaraz broke. Complete air shot there from Novak. Alcaraz broke for a 2-love lead in that second set, which he ceded immediately as Djokovic broke back. And then they remained on serve throughout until that very nervy tiebreak. And a couple of unforced errors off the racket of Djokovic, surprisingly, meaning or helping Carlos get in a position to win the tiebreak. But it was the unbelievable, dare I say, Djokovic-esque return of serve. What a rally this is turning out to be, by the way. We've got it's out, 30-40. Break point, Carlos Alcaraz. He has arrived in this Grand Slam final, by the way. I nearly said semi-final there. Break point, Carlos Alcaraz, 30-40. Break point, Carlos Alcaraz. So, into the net on the first serve. Second serve here for Carlos to look at. Backhand return just goes wide. He did go big on it. Deuce. Deuce here, ladies and gentlemen. It's an interesting moment in the match. Those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. And if you are new and you're watching on YouTube, click subscribe. Just below there, where I'm pointing to, just click that subscribe button. That's all you have to do. Backhand slice here from Alcaraz. Backhand now from Novak. Backhand slice again from Carlos. Forehand now, Carlos going big. Backhand from Djokovic. Drop shot from Carlos. Did not work again. Backhand winner from Carlos Alcaraz. I did not see that coming. Novak Djokovic did not see that coming. And now we have a second break point for Carlos Alcaraz. Second break point of the game. Remember, he had a break point in the first game of the match. Could not take it. He had a break point. In fact, he had a couple, I think, in this first game of the second set. He did take it. Can he take this one right now? Advantage, Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic to serve. Goes down the tee. Excellent first serve from Novak. What's going on here? What's going on here? It looked like it was in, but it was called out. And Djokovic doesn't seem to be particularly amused with that call, but he's not challenging. Maybe it was just because it was so late. Either way, we have a break point for Carlos Alcaraz. Novak Djokovic. Remember, number one is on the line today. Either Alcaraz keeps it or Djokovic gets it again. The winner of this match will be world number one, but more importantly, they will be lifting a Wimbledon title. And is it? No. Djokovic serving. Break point, Carlos Alcaraz. The beginning of this third set. Djokovic breathing quite heavily. Alcaraz bouncing up and down, waiting for the serve. It will be happening sometime today, I'm sure. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand now, forehand Carlos. Bit tentative, that one from Carlos. But Djokovic goes into the net. It's another unforced error at a crucial moment. And it's a break of serve. 1-love, Alcaraz leads. Djokovic is not happy. 1 game to love. Alcaraz leads. I think there's been some questions over the amount of time that Djokovic is taking to serve. To be fair, he is taking some time. Let's say that. I mean, sometimes I'm counting and it's like, wow, he's going to serve at some point today, I'm sure. Anyway, far more importantly than the shot clock in terms of that statistic is that Alcaraz has an early break. But remember, he had an early break at the beginning of the second set that he ceded. Can he do it? Will asks on Twitter. Well, can he at least hold serve here and therefore stamp his authority on this second set? Okay, Alcaraz to serve. Forehand return is good from Novak. Now Novak seems to be dialed in after some of those unforced errors. Clips the net though there. Forehand Novak, forehand Alcaraz. Both players seem to be dialed in right now, to be fair. Backhand Djokovic is good. Backhand again from Djokovic. He's got good depth on it. Now he can go for big, but he doesn't. Good change of direction there from Alcaraz. Wow, that one landed on the line from Djokovic, and it helped him win the point. 15-love. 15-love. Okay. The best I can offer you, Robin, who's asking where you can watch the game, is just keep an ear out for me, and hopefully I will paint a nice Picasso-esque picture of the match. Okay, down the tee. Good first serve there from Alcaraz, forcing an unreturned 15-all. Djokovic. Now remember, of course, the calendar slam is also on the line at the moment. Alcaraz to serve. Backhand return from Djokovic is long. And it's 30-15. By the way, those of you tuning in on Twitch or elsewhere, you can donate to the channel to help us keep going. Even donations as little as €1 or $1 or £1 are appreciated, so we can continue to bring you coverage of tennis. If you appreciate our coverage, feel free to make a donation. You can donate on, what's it called? PayPal. I nearly said pen pal. 40-15, Carlos Alcaraz, after Djokovic goes loose on the forehand. A few very surprising unforced errors off the racket of Novak Djokovic right now. Alcaraz goes long on the first serve. Second serve, Carlos Alcaraz. Backhand Alcaraz, backhand Djokovic, forehand Alcaraz. Does that clip the line? No, it doesn't. It's gone long, 40-30. 40-30. And Alcaraz holds for 2-0. 2-love, I should probably say. 2-love, Alcaraz has held. So he's consolidated the break, something he was unable to do in that second set, meaning we went to a tiebreak ultimately. And Djokovic, though, has won the first point on his serve, so it's 15-love. 15-love, love 2. And now the pressure is on the Serb for the first time really in this match, with Djokovic down a break in this third set. Well, that's a strange bounce, helping Novak. Forehand Carlos, forehand Djokovic, forehand Carlos. Backhand now Djokovic, drop shot Djokovic. It's over the net. Alcaraz, is he going to win this point? Yes, he is, with a smash, 15-all. As Owen questions, how will Djokovic respond to being meaningfully behind? I think I know what he means. I would probably say it's the first time he's been meaningfully behind since, since the last match he lost at a Grand Slam. Which was against Rafa Nadal, of course, 13 months ago in Roland Garros. He has been, of course, down 2-0 to Sinner last year. He was also a set down in many of his matches last year at Wimbledon. But meaningfully, didn't have the feeling that he would come back. Ooh, he goes into the net there with a slice as well. Okay. So, 15:30. Is there a sniff at a double break? Yes, there is. There is a sniff. Okay. Okay, where are we going with this one? 30-all, that's where we're going. Kim Kleisters has just asked where she can watch this match. I've just sent her a tweet saying, come join us. So if you do join us, Kim, let me know in the live chat. And someday we'd love to have you on the show as well and have a chat so we can talk tennis. And Kim, what are you doing on a Eurostar on the day of the men's final? Of course, I heard the lovely words from Ons Jabeur yesterday as she thanked you for your support. Of course, Kim losing 4 Grand Slam finals as well at the beginning of her sort of Grand Slam final career, if you see what I mean. Hopefully that makes sense. Ons Jabeur now, of course, having lost 3 Grand Slam finals, and the question for her will be, when will she get another chance? Fingers crossed it happens sooner rather than later. Anyway, Djokovic now, game point, 40-30. Big hold coming up here. Big moment here for Novak. Second serve. Remember that first serve return from Carlos Alcaraz in the tiebreak. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Arguably the best return of his career at maybe the most important moment of his career. Anyway, 40-30, Novak Djokovic. Fault, second serve. First one was a let. Kim, if you are watching, I've just sent you a link. If you are watching, come join us in the live chat and let us know your thoughts, or even just tweet us. Oh, that's a disappointing return of serve there from Carlos Alcaraz, and we will take a 60-second break. It is 2-1. Alcaraz leads with a break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Kim Kleisters, if you are joining us, come join us in the live chat. Come join us on the show someday. We'd love to interview you, Kim. I have reached out once before to your, I think it's PR, I guess, or PA or something. Anyway, backhand Novak Djokovic, forehand Carlos Alcaraz, forehand Djokovic, going cross-court at the moment, both players. Now Alcaraz changes it up. Djokovic bends down, gets his racket on it. We're into a big rally here, and it's Djokovic who errs again. Unforced error. I repeat, unforced error off the racket of Novak Djokovic. 15-love. Novak Djokovic. 15-love, Carlos Alcaraz. Down the tee. It's a good serve from Alcaraz, but he's gone long on the forehand. 15-all. Just think that if Djokovic can arrest this momentum that has gone the way of his opponent, he can get back, not back into this final, but even perhaps gain the momentum himself. Djokovic now to receive. Into the body again. Alcaraz loving that body serve today. Comes into the net with a volley, but he puts it wide. Should have made that volley, Carlitos. 15-30. He knows it as well. Some encouragement from Juan Carlos Ferrero and the rest of his team, because this is a sticky moment for the Spaniard. 15-30. Alcaraz to serve. Again, he goes into the body, but it's actually a fault. I wonder if Djokovic is going to anticipate some of these body serves now. It's quite difficult to anticipate a body serve, to be fair. Backhand return from Novak is good. Is he going to sense blood here? Djokovic now on the backhand. Backhand Alcaraz. Good depth there from Djokovic. Backhand is long from Carlos, and it is 15-40. 2 break points for Novak Djokovic to get it back on serve, just like he did in the second set. Alcaraz is looking to become the 4th active male player to win the Wimbledon title. Djokovic, Nadal, and Murray. Of course, Nadal is barely active, but we know what you mean. Wimbledon facts. 15-40. 2 break points. Alcaraz to serve. Where are you going with this serve? You are going into the net. Second serve for Novak Djokovic to look at here. As Owen suggested on Twitter, he's having a sticky spell, but if he gets this point, he'll be back in it. Backhand return from Novak, just over the net. Backhand again from Novak. Now it's on the forehand of Carlos, looping it up high. Backhand now to backhand. Forehand Carlos, looping up as well. It lands in, but Novak errs again. 30-40. Hola, Renan. Sí, estoy de acuerdo. Gracias por venir. Y gracias por el like en Facebook. Estoy feliz para hablar contigo. Es muy difícil para responder a tu WhatsApp. It's very difficult for me to respond to your WhatsApp. I did see it though, Renan. I just wasn't able to respond while I'm commentating. It's quite tricky. Okay. Is that a first serve? Well, it's been called out, but Alcaraz is challenging. Okay, Alcaraz is challenging here. Nope, landed out. Second serve, 30-40. Second break point for Djokovic here to try and take advantage of. And the first serve lands in. Djokovic misjudges, mishits, and we are at deuce. Iguales, se dice en español. So, Alcaraz there, 15-40, saving 2 break points. Feels like a big game in this set. Alcaraz to hold for 3-1 would be huge. as would a break of serve for Novak Djokovic. Mind you, every game feels big right now. Deuce. Alcaraz to serve. Let me know where you're all tuning in from. And hit the like button. Okay. Second serve for Novak Djokovic to look at here. Alcaraz leads 2-1 in this third set. 1 set all. Deuce. Alcaraz down the tee. Backhand return from Novak. Now forehand from Alcaraz wins the point. That was a nervy one. But Alcaraz wins the point. But then he should win the point from there. After a good serve, to be fair. Good second serve as well. So, 3 points in a row for Carlos Alcaraz. And it is game point for a 3-1 lead. Alcaraz to serve. Down the tee. And Djokovic goes long on the return. 3-1. Huge hold of serve after winning 4 points in a row. And now Djokovic will serve at 1-3 in this set. The King of Spain smiles. And I'm sure Alcaraz is smiling on the inside. Maybe on the outside too. Clips the net and goes wide. So it's a second serve for Alcaraz to look at. Djokovic serving. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand from Djokovic. Forehand. Backhand there was long, according to the line judge. And Alcaraz now is at 15 all if this is called out. It's not. It's in. To the annoyance of Novak Djokovic. Understandably so. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Love all, my bad, not 15 all. Love all. And 1-3. At least he gets his first serve back. Carlos just blowing to keep his hands cool and sweat-free. Volley from Djokovic goes into the net. He looks behind him to see if that return was going to go out. I suspect it was going to land in, and therefore it's understandable that Djokovic tried to get his racket on it, but he was stretching. Goran Ivanisevic looks disappointed. Maybe he thought that was going to go out. Either way, Djokovic serving 1-3, love 15. Goes long on the first serve. First serve 120 miles an hour. That's kind of par for the course for Novak Djokovic's first serves. But I have noticed an upturn in the speed of Alcaraz's, to be fair. Forehand from return from Alcaraz was a little bit too eager. 15 all. Of course, a statistic that was broken today was the tiebreak run of Djokovic's has come to an end. Incredible mental strength there from Alcaraz to ignore that, if you like. Anyway, 15 all. Djokovic clips the net and goes long. Second serve. $15 all. Bit of a breeze. I don't think Djokovic is a huge fan of the wind. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand from Djokovic is good enough to force the error from Alcaraz, and it's 30-15. Renan here from Peru. I will translate what he says here. The match with the Djokovic had a great start, but later Alcaraz has been the better player. Great final. Okay. 30-15, second serve, Novak Djokovic. Good serve there. Must have clipped the net, though. Clipped the net. Second serve. Djokovic bouncing the ball 373 times. Djokovic serving. Is that long? No, it's apparently not. Must have clipped the net again. Second serve. Some concerned looks now on the faces of the Djokovic team. Djokovic will be serving at some point between now and November, I'm sure. Finally, here we go. Backhand return from Carlos is very short, but good volley there from Djokovic. Really good volley. 40-15. To the applause of the crowd. It was a mishit return, to be fair, that Djokovic was struggling to chase down. At the net, though, excellent volley there from Novak Djokovic. 40-15. De nada, Renan. De nada. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Estás en Perú? ¿Estás en Lima? Just asking Renan how he is and if he's in Lima. ¿Cuándo vuelves a España, tío? Djokovic goes wide on the first serve. 40-15. 2 game points for the Serb. A reminder, world number 1 is at play today. The winner of this match will be the world number 1. Backhand return from Carlos is pretty decent. Comes into the net. Volleyed winner this time from Carlitos. 40-30. Si quieres, si apeteces, Renan, tú puedes escribir algo en inglés. Okay. 40-30, Djokovic serving. 1-3. 1 set all. Djokovic serves to the backhand of Carlos. It's a decent return from Carlos. And it's a slice that goes awry. And Djokovic has erred again. And it's deuce. Deuce, ladies and gentlemen. And now we see Djokovic's son looking pretty glum. Okay, deuce. Backhand return, forehand winner there from Djokovic. An excellent winner, to be fair. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Certainly this year anyway, Renan. I think my trips are all sorted. But I must get to Peru again one day. The last time I was there was 2017. You can visit Germany, of course, as well, Renan. Of course, I remember meeting you for a beer in Hamburg a few years back. I think it was also 2017 or maybe 2018. Nos quedamos en Hamburgo hace 5 años. Okay, backhand return from Carlos. Remember, it's game point right now for Novak Djokovic. Into a rally here. Forehand Carlos. Good depth there from Carlos. Forehand again from Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Good net coverage there for Novak. Good depth again from Novak. Forehand Djokovic goes into the net. Deuce. ¿Hablas alemán, Renan? Do you speak German, Renan? Sprichst du Deutsch? Wir probieren auf Deutsch auch. Aber mi audiencia es la mayoría hablan inglés, pues. So the majority of my audience speaks English, so we stick to English, and it is my native language, so. But we can mix up the languages. Okay, deuce, Djokovic serving. Good first serve there from Novak. Not a bad return, though, from Carlos. Backhand Novak, backhand Carlos. Backhand to backhand right now. Backhand from Djokovic is excellent. And it's a winner off the racket of Novak as he racks up the pressure and racks up the level. He is increasing his level after certainly a dip, particularly in terms of the unforced errors at the end of that second set and beginning of the third. But what a winner that is off the backhand racket there from Novak Djokovic. Game point. Vorteil Novak Djokovic. Avantage Novak Djokovic. Ventaja Novak Djokovic. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand now Djokovic. Drop shot. Doesn't make it over the net. And as a result, we are back at deuce. Einstand. Deuce. Iguales. Chrissy Everett there, Prince William, Annabelle Croft, Michael Stick, friend of the show. Of course, we did an interview with Michael Stick from a few weeks back. Make sure you check out that, but do so after this match. Clips the net and lands in. Indeed, Renan, indeed. Sí. Yo hablo alemán. No tan bueno, pero yo hablo alemán. Backhand return here from Carlos. It's good depth on that one. And Djokovic goes too big on the forehand, and we have a break point for Carlos Alcaraz. He would have one hand on the third set. Not the Wimbledon trophy, but the third set, I would argue. A much happier Carlos Alcaraz team as we see his father in the crowd. Break point Carlos Alcaraz for a 4-1 lead. Break point doesn't need any translation in any language. Djokovic to serve. Down the tee. Excellent first serve, but well done, Carlos, for getting a racket on that. Backhand now from Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand is mishit, and now we're back at deuce. The fourth deuce of this game. We are approaching 9 minutes for this particular game, and I think it is huge. I really think if Djokovic holds, he can actually go on and break back and maybe even take this third set. Alcaraz breaks, and we're almost done for the third set. First serve into the net. Are we going to get break point or game point? Second serve. Alcaraz looking very composed right now, especially compared to where he was at in the first set. Back forehand return. Forehand Novak. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Novak. I thought that was going to land long. It didn't. Good depth from both players. Is that a winner from Djokovic? It is. Sensational winner from Novak Djokovic. He's having to bring his best tennis right now. Quizás, Renan, quizás mi próximo libro es sobre tenis. El problema es el tiempo libre. I have written a book about football. Here it is. Even the defeats. So if you are interested in football or soccer, make sure you check that book out. Anyway, game point here. I know you. Yo sé que tú sabes, Renan. Estoy diciendo a mi audiencia. Anyway, yes. So maybe I will write another book about tennis one day. Djokovic to serve. Down the tee. Remember, game point Djokovic right now. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic is wide. He had a chance there, and he was unable to take it. We're back at deuce. It's the fifth deuce. 10 minutes for this game. I'm going to say something right now, which may surprise. The winner of this game will win the set and will make themselves big favorites for the match. Now, I know that Djokovic can win this game, and he will still be a break behind. But I think the psychological blow. What is going on here? Novak is not happy with the umpire. It's probably about the amount of time he's taking.
What do you mean? I mean, I cannot get the call from the ball kid, so I have to go myself.
It's all about the time that he is taking. Now, is he doing this to disrupt Carlos's rhythm? Maybe. If I'm not able to get the towel from the ball kid. Okay, it's all about the shot clock. It's all about the serve clock. Para recordar, to remember, 25 seconds, 25 segundos tiene. Cuando tú tienes la pelota, when you have the ball in your hand, you then have 25 seconds. And Djokovic is pushing it, let's say, today, and he's getting criticized by the umpire for it. It won't be long before he loses a point as a result. Anyway, deuce. Now it's up to Alcaraz, who's got to keep his cool despite that disruption. First serve into the net. That will help Carlos. Okay. And it's a double fault. It's a double fault, ladies and gentlemen. Alcaraz, break point. Punto de break, creo en español, ¿no, Renan? Se dice punto de break, pero break point, casi lo mismo. Okay, advantage, Alcaraz, a double fault there from Novak Djokovic. So, can Djokovic get a first serve in here? Yes, he can. Backhand return. Good depth there, though, from Alcaraz. Forehand Alcaraz decided to not go big. He could have done. Backhand cross courts. Djokovic changes direction and deceives his opponent and wins the point. It's deuce. I think Alcaraz is also a bit disappointed with the way that bounced. Part of the deception. We are now at the 6th deuce in excess of 12 minutes for this game. Like I said, I think this is huge. This game, I hope I'm not getting too carried away. This game could well be crucial in the destiny of the Wimbledon title. Alcaraz gets a double break. He's almost 2-1 up. Djokovic holds, and it'll be a huge psychological blow for Alcaraz, I would suggest. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz. Good volley there from Novak. And even, yes, Alcaraz can make it, but still then Djokovic has an easy volley at the net. Game point. Novak Djokovic. Well over 12 minutes for this game. We've had 6 deuces. We've had a double fault. We've had break points. We've had discussions and disagreements. But now we have a game point for Novak Djokovic to make it 3-2. He would still be a breakdown, of course. But the psychological blow this might inflict on the Spaniard might be too much for him to bear. Second serve. Djokovic to serve. Backhand return from Carlos is good, and it forces the error. We now are at the 7th deuce. Einstand, iguales. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. This game is definitely going to go beyond 15 minutes, no matter which way the next 2 points go. For those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. And if you are new on YouTube in particular, click subscribe. Djokovic to serve. Throws the ball up. Doesn't seem to be very happy. Not sure whether it was the wind or the crowd. Anyway, deuce. 73 bounces of the ball. Djokovic serves. Goes long. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz. Forehand return from Carlos. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Djokovic is really good. Djokovic again on the forehand. Back in the rally though now, Carlos. We're at neutral, I would argue. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz. Pushing Djokovic out wide, but great defense from Novak. Unbelievable forehand from Novak, but Carlos, actually it's been called out. It's been called out. We've got a break point, a third break point now for Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic went big. He had to go big to be fair. And he erred by the narrowest of margins. Break point, Carlos Alcaraz for a 4-1 lead and a significant grasp on this third set and arguably the match. Djokovic to serve. Down the tee, gets his first serve in. Forehand now Novak. He's in charge of this rally and Alcaraz puts wide his backhand down the line. The 8th deuce. Whew. I can hardly breathe. I'm sure you can barely breathe. I'm sure the players are struggling too for breath. Deuce. Are we going to get another game point for Novak, or are we going to get a 4th break point for Carlos Alcaraz? Over 15 minutes this game now. Djokovic. Down the tee, backhand return, forehand Novak, forehand Carlos, backhand Novak. Good backhand there from Novak, I would argue. Alcaraz errs, putting a slice into the net. It's a game point for Novak Djokovic. Huge game. Cannot emphasize it enough. Like I say, the psychological blow that this would inflict on Carlos might be tough for him. Might be tough. It then just comes down to how the next game goes. If he holds, then you can just move on and you've got it out your system. Forehand return. Forehand from Djokovic is good, really good. Djokovic in charge of the rally. He's got a game point. Backhand from Djokovic, moving Carlos all around. Again, I would say that Djokovic is in charge of this rally. Forehand It's going to be a challenge here, is it? I think it's gone long. Deuce. Deuce, deuce, deuce. The 9th deuce of the game. As we near 20 minutes for this game. If we were a little bit concerned at various points in this match early on, even in the second set, about whether this match has come alive, it duly has, as we've exceeding, I'm sure, boiling point. The tension, you can cut it with a cricket stump. Deuce. Djokovic to serve. Into the net. Second serve. Deuce. Almost 20 minutes for this game. Unbelievable. Often sets can be done in 20 minutes, especially at Wimbledon. Djokovic to serve. Backhand return from Carlos is pretty good, but well done, Djokovic. What a slice that is, though, from Alcaraz. Forehand Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz. Forces the error. That is not an unforced error. That's a forced error, meaning we've got another break point for Carlos Alcaraz. It's the 4th break point of this epic, epic game. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Backhand return. Djokovic comes into the net. Good volley. Looped up high, but it's going to be long, and we're back to deuce. We're back to deuce, ladies and gentlemen. It's the 10th deuce, I think, of the game. I'm beginning to lose count. 19 minutes and 30 seconds for this game. Djokovic to serve. First serve here. Hits the net on the first serve. I'm almost out of water. Where are you going with this serve? Djokovic. Forehand return from Carlos. Forehand Novak. He's in charge of the rally here, Novak. Backhand from Novak goes into the net. It was a low bounce. It was a good shot from Carlos, despite the fact I said that Novak was in charge of the rally. The counter-attack from Alcaraz was excellent. It has been excellent today as well. So many times I've thought Carlos is down in the rally, and he's turned it around, and he did so there, as he shouts "Vamos" to his team. Come on. His 5th break point as we go past the 20-minute moment in this game. Djokovic serving. Can he get a first serve in? He can. Down the tee. It's forced the error. We're back at deuce. I think it's the 11th deuce of the game. Unbelievable. There was a game between Murray and Federer, which was around 20 minutes, going back about 8-9 years, I think. Anyway, deuce. Djokovic serving. Good first serve there from Novak. Forehand Novak. Forehand Alcaraz. Backhand Novak. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Alcaraz. Forces the error. Well, maybe that's an unforced error this time from Djokovic. And we have a 6th break point for Carlos Alcaraz. It was in that sort of grey area. Was it a forced error? Or was it an unforced error? Alcaraz is smiling, which is good to see in terms of his mental state. He's obviously very relaxed right now, but so he should. He was down and out at the end of that first set. But he won a very tight second set, and he's a break up, and he's got a break point for a 4-1 lead. Well over 20 minutes now for this game. Djokovic misses on the first serve. That's important. A couple of times he's faced break points, but he's got good first serves in. However, it's a second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at as he seeks a 4-1 double break advantage in this third set. Djokovic to serve. Forehand return from Carlos has gone wide, and we're back at deuce. We're back at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's going to be a challenge here. Yeah, it's wide. Just. Juice, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's the 12th juice of the game. Yep, 12 juices and probably about 22, 23 minutes. I think Alcaraz will be a little bit disappointed with that error. Those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. Djokovic to serve. Wide on the first serve. He's going to challenge it, though. He's going to challenge it. I think it did just go wide, but let's have a quick look at this, see what Hawkeye has to say. It's wide. So Djokovic loses another challenge. I'd be interested to know how many challenges each player has left, actually, because of this epic game. I think they're going to run out of challenges. Deuce, the 12th deuce, second serve. Forehand return. Forehand to forehand right now. Backhand Novak. Good change of direction there, or at least going cross court, at least. Forehand Alcaraz is on the run. Djokovic, forehand now. Goes long from Alcaraz, and we've got a game point for Novak Djokovic. Is this the one that finally concludes this epic game? I've got a feeling that Novak is going to win this point, and we're going to be at 3-2. We'll see. We'll see. Game point, Novak Djokovic. This game is going on so long, we might even get Ghosty back from his hike. Djokovic to serve, goes long on the first serve. I think the winner of this game wins the match. I think that's how important it is. I really do. Okay, Djokovic. Forehand return is pretty big from Carlos, but Djokovic is in the rally. Djokovic is in charge of the rally. Forehand from Djokovic is excellent. Good defense from Carlos. Forehand from Djokovic. Backhand from Carlos. What a passing shot! Carlos Alcaraz. Take a bow. Deuce, number 13 of this epic game. 25 minutes. Some matches are almost done in 25 minutes. This game is not even close to being done. Deuce. Djokovic to serve. Bouncing the ball. Good first serve there from Novak. Backhand Novak. Backhand lofted up. Djokovic here on the smash. It's not enough. Forehand Novak. Forehand Alcaraz. Slip from Alcaraz. He's back on his feet. Forehand Novak has gone long. Djokovic was up in that rally throughout. He had a smash. We know what Novak is like on the smash. It wasn't easy, but he should have done better. A tentative smash. Alcaraz is back in the rally. And now he has another break point. This game is almost 26 minutes old. Yes, you heard me correct. 26 minutes for a game. Not a match, a game, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Facing another break point. Djokovic there. And into the net. And it is 4-1. As Pam Shriver tweets, we will remember this game forever. Forever, ever, forever, ever. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 4-1, 26 minutes, and Alcaraz is up a double break. Wow, wow, wow. We'll remember it forever, Pam. You are absolutely right. Absolutely right. I need to take a break. I'll be back. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I can change that screen. It was there for almost half an hour after that last game. Wow. Nice tweet there from Gil Gross. Okay, so Djokovic now is down a double break in this set. Let's share this image with you. I think it deserves to be shared. Look at that. They're very happy. A win today will make Alcaraz the third Spanish player to win the Wimbledon singles title after, of course, Nadal and Manolo Santana. So, 4-1 and 30 love for Novak Djokovic. For Carlos Alcaraz. That game has fried my brain. I wouldn't be surprised if it's fried the brain of either of these two players as well. But Alcaraz looking the more composed right now, as you would expect with that double break advantage. 4-1 and 40 love. 4-1, 40 love. Backhand return from Djokovic is good, and it makes Carlos 40-15. 40-15. He has a double break, but I want to remind you, almost 27 minutes for that last game. Whew. Okay. How much energy will that take out of each player? Second serve. And Alcaraz holds, by the way, comfortably. Yeah, good question, Owen. Good question indeed. Indeed, Stephen. Interesting caption to see how long those last two games lasted. Anyway, Djokovic serving 1-5. Serving to stay in this third set. Alcaraz passing shot. Wow. Let's just show you my Twitter timeline right now, all talking about that game. The question now is, that game took out, how much did that take out of Djokovic? Hi, Jake, by the way. Stephen here, of course, that's the game that'll be on its own on YouTube very, very soon. Was that the longest single game, Wimbledon? 26 minutes or so? It was 27 minutes, I think. Bastian, nice tweet there from Bastian. What a return from Carlos Alcaraz, by the way. 30-40. Sorry, 30-40. I'm losing it too. Love 30. Whew. Love 30 here. Of course, if Carlos was to break here, he will serve first in the fourth set. Djokovic serving down the tee. It's a good first serve. Djokovic comes into the net, doesn't put the volley away. It's Djokovic right now who's looking demoralized. Love 40. Love 40, ladies and gentlemen. 3 set points for Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic to serve. Backhand return from Carlos goes long. 15-40. 1 break point. 1 set point saved. Djokovic serving. Backhand return. Djokovic comes into the net. The volley's not put away. What a passing shot from Carlos Alcaraz to win this third set. 6-1. Just like he lost the first set. Carlos Alcaraz will serve first in the fourth set. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Alcaraz is on fire right now. And I, like most of us, will need to take a break. Djokovic needs a break too. He's going off for a short break as well to recompose himself, regather himself. He looks a shaken man right now. I'll be back in 90 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. So, I'm back. Djokovic has not yet taken to the court, so we are still on a prolonged break, but let's share some stats with you from that last set. What a set it was in so many ways. What a game it was. Tennis history in the making, as some people are tweeting. So yes, let's have a quick look at some of this stuff. What saith Nostradamus? Ay, ay, ay. So I'm just responding to a tweet. I'll be back with you in a second. I said Carlos at the beginning of the tournament. And I'm not going to change my mind now. That's what I'm saying, Elena. So did Michael Stich. He said Carlos too. We spoke to Michael about 5 days before Wimbledon got underway. Did an interview with the former winner and of the men's singles title, of course, in 1991. Anyway, just having a quick look at some of these stats here. Just one ace throughout that set, but it doesn't really make much difference. Just one double fault as well from Novak. Now, Novak, by the way, his one double fault, kind of unsurprisingly, did come in the game that, of course, lasted 27 minutes. That's when Novak Djokovic double faulted. In a game where I think between the two players, they ran over 1,200 meters. Alcaraz is shaking his head as he waits for Novak to return, just keeping himself warm. Don't know if he's shaking his head at Novak's gamesmanship. It'd be interesting to know how long it is since Novak was on the court. He's certainly pushing the boundaries today, Mr. Djokovic. It's over 6 minutes since the last point. It'll be very interesting to see what happens regarding Novak. Goran looking down, thinking, where is my man? He's got to come back to the court fairly soon. Alcaraz waiting patiently. He's got the balls in his hand as he waits to serve. Of course, he will serve first because of course, he broke to win that last set. He's all smiles, though, right now. Some Spanish supporters in the crowd. I wonder who they will be supporting. In May, amazing indeed, Renan. Amazing indeed. And finally, Mr. Djokovic decides he's going to play a tennis match today. Okay, so third set and a time for a Novak reset, I would suggest. So yes, just having a quick look at those third set stats. Carlos Alcaraz winning it 6-1. Didn't ace but didn't double fault. And as I said, Novak's one double fault came in that 27-minute game. 27 minutes indeed for Carlos to secure the double break. Total points won, Carlos winning it quite easily, 41-29. And we are back. And Djokovic does feel like he has reset as he wins the first point of this third set. 2-1, Carlos Alcaraz leads. Love all at the beginning of the third. Love 15 at the beginning of the fourth, set. Love 15 on the Carlos serve. Djokovic, plenty of gap behind the baseline as he waits for the first serve, which goes into the net. So, of course, he will edge a little bit closer to the baseline. Alcaraz to serve. Second serve goes into the net. It's a double fault. Remember, he didn't double fault at all in that second set. And he's already double faulted after just 2 points of this fourth set. First serve points won there. Novak Djokovic, 42%. That's testament to Alcaraz's return. But I do think his serves today have been a bit slower than normal. Anyway, Alcaraz in a spot of bother here at the beginning of this set. It's a good first serve, though, from Carlos, 15-30. Has Djokovic reset? Well, I think the first 2 games of this fourth set will tell us a lot, bearing in mind how many times Djokovic was broken in that third set. And how broken he looked when he went off court. And yet, of course, 6 or 7 minutes later, he can easily be rejuvenated. Let's see. 15-30. Couple of big points here for Carlitos. Backhand return. Backhand Carlos. I think whoever loses today, it's going to be a painful one. Forehand Djokovic goes long. 30-all. 30-all. If Carlos was to lose from here, Dominic Thiem-esque from 2019 Australia. Okay. Alcaraz, 30 all. 128 miles an hour, that last first serve. It feels like his serves are even faster than Djokovic's. Good return there from Novak. Good forehand, though, from Carlos. Can Carlos put the smash away? No, he doesn't. He goes for the drive volley, and it's enough to win the point because Djokovic nets on the backhand. 40-30. Whacking his leg there, Novak, in a very similar fashion to how he did it in the US Open final. So I don't know if he's just trying to get the blood rushing through his legs and get that movement going, the footwork going, which was pretty poor that day in New York. Good serve there from Carlos Alcaraz. Big hold of serve, bearing in mind he was in a spot of bother at 15-30. 1-love he leads. More significantly, of course, he leads 2-1. Over to you, Novak. Over to you. As he takes a sip of drink, change of ends. Is there going to be a change of fortune now for Novak? I suggested how these first couple of games may well give us an insight into how much of a reset he was able to achieve at the end of that third set. A demoralizing set for most mere mortals, but we know that Djokovic is not a mere mortal. Okay, so Djokovic to serve. Forehand return is quite cautious, I would argue, from Alcaraz, although actually it's put him in a good position regarding this first point on the Djokovic serve. Backhand Djokovic is pretty good, though. He's certainly in charge of this point, making now Alcaraz run from side to side. Really, he's running a lot here, and Djokovic doesn't win the point because he puts a volley into the net. Djokovic was pushing his opponent from side to side to side. He had a volley into an open court because Alcaraz had gone so far out of picture. But Djokovic nets. It wasn't an easy volley, to be fair. It wasn't an easy volley. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Backhand returns. A good first serve from Novak, and the return just goes long. Of course, back to 3 challenges each. I'm sure that'll be much needed after that lengthy game. It's going to be a challenge here from Carlitos. And he's right to challenge. It lands on the line. I think Novak would have known that too, but I guess it's not up to him to make the decision. So we reset the point. Love 30. Do we not reset the point, or does Carlos get the point? According to the scoreboard I have in front of me, Carlos gets the point. So love 30. Okay, Djokovic serving here. Love 30. Down the tee. Alcaraz gets his racket on it, but Djokovic should win the point from here. And he does. 15-30. For those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. And if you're watching on YouTube, click subscribe. We need subscribers. So if you're watching right now and you haven't subscribed, please do so. Just click subscribe. It's easy. Job done. And we never need to mention it again. 15-30 on the Djokovic serve. Alcaraz to return a second serve here. 15-30. Novak Djokovic, love 1. Backhand return. Those serves today, 90 miles an hour for that second serve. And Djokovic is on the deck again after slipping. Change of directions, but he's okay. 15-40. 2 break points. 2 break points for Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic's serving speed's well down today. Okay, second serve here for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. 15-40. It's an aggressive second serve from Djokovic. Backhand Novak. Going aggressive again. Good backhand from Novak. 30-40. Okay. Give us a follow on Twitter as well if you haven't done so already, at Talking Tennis TT across Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. Join us liking and subscribing and all that other stuff. Okay, 30-40. Djokovic to serve. Down the tee. It's a good first serve. Carlos gets his racket on it. Djokovic very much in this point, though. He's got a forehand. He's going to put a winner on it. No, he's not. Alcaraz defending, and he goes wide. Deuce. 2 huge points for Novak Djokovic there. 2 huge points to save. Djokovic is not holding with any ease right now. He got broken almost at will. He held serve just once in that entire third set. And now he's just saved 2 break points. Goes down the tee. Good first serve there from Novak. He's in charge at this point. Alcaraz, a volley there. Is it going to be enough to win the point? It is. Djokovic now game point. Game point, Novak Djokovic. Remember, Novak Djokovic has not lost a Grand Slam match in over a year since he lost to Rafa Nadal in the quarterfinals at the French Open in June 2022. 27 matches. I know he was 2 sets to love down to Jannik Sinner, but that never felt close. This is the closest he's come, for sure. Djokovic to serve. Game point. Alcaraz really aggressive on the return there in terms of his position, but it's not enough. He nets 1 game all. 1 game all, ladies and gentlemen. Big hold that for Novak, bearing in mind he was trying to save, or he did save, 2 break points. As he just stretches his legs and he prepares to receive now from Carlos Alcaraz. Feels like it's the first time in a while that Djokovic has held. Alcaraz to serve. 1 game all. Big hold that one for Novak. Okay, Djokovic now. Second serve goes long on the return, I believe. 15 love. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat. Who is winning this match from here? Alcaraz, probably the favorite right now, bearing in mind the momentum, but also the scoreboard. But there is a statistic that means Djokovic cannot be ruled out, and that statistic is 23 Grand Slam titles. Okay, Alcaraz second serve. Good aggression there on the second serve, and he reaps the reward. 30 love. 30 love. Oh, it's a double fault. My bad. He didn't reap the reward of the regression on that second serve. In fact, he paid the price. It's a double fault. 15 all. Alcaraz going big on the second serve there. Possibly feels as though he needs to against arguably the best returner of all time. First serve in this time from Alcaraz. He's in charge at this point. Oh, it's a lovely volley from Alcaraz at the net. 30-15. 30-15. It's a good backhand volley there. Watch this volley. And that's how you volley, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you that are playing and being coached and perhaps not being coached, watch that backhand volley, and that's how you do it. Oh, it's an ace for Carlos Alcaraz. 40-15. Only point he's dropped in this game was courtesy of a double fault, which looked really close. I thought it landed in, actually. 118 miles an hour there for that first serve, but most importantly, it was an ace, and it's 40-15 as Alcaraz seeks a 2-1 lead in this 4th set. Ooh, that was a wild first serve, though. Well long and well wide. 2 game points for Carlos Alcaraz. Second serve here. Backhand return from Djokovic is really good. Now he's got a swing volley. Doesn't put it away. Ooh, Alcaraz. Is he going to chase this down? No. What a point that was. 40-30. I thought that Alcaraz has also hit I thought Alcaraz had hit a forehand winning passing shot on the run. But to be fair to Djokovic, he was equal to it. Nice half volley there from him. Really nice that Alcaraz just couldn't quite chase it down. His father sort of rolls his eyes and head like this. 40-30. It was the return there from Novak that really got him in that point, though. Okay, Djokovic. Alcaraz. Second serve. For those of you just tuning in, hit the like button. And if you are new, click subscribe. Alcaraz to serve. Backhand return from Novak is a really good return from Novak. Really good now, and it's deuce. Djokovic clenches his fist, looks to his team as he gets to deuce on the Alcaraz serve. He was 40-15 down. She points his fingers at his team, or points his finger at the team. Anyway, he's happy. He won the point. Deuce. Alcaraz now serving. Backhand return from Djokovic. Alcaraz at the net. What a volley there from Alcaraz. Advantage Carlitos. He's got to make sure he doesn't get distracted by some of the things that will be going on the other side of the net. Good attempt at a passing shot, making Alcaraz stretch. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, is this guy talented. Juan Carlos Ferrero there looking pretty happy. Game point, second serve. Back to deuce. We're back at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Alcaraz unreturnable. Now it's advantage Carlos. Are we going to have another epic game in this Wimbledon final? Remember, in the previous set, we had a game that lasted 27 minutes. The King of Spain looks on. Must be pretty pleased with his man. I remember, of course, the King of Spain, or the future King of Spain as he was then, watching on when Rafa won his first Wimbledon title in 2008. Advantage Carlos Alcaraz. As he serves. Out wide and goes wide. Second serve. Took a lot of pace off that serve, Carlitos. Going more for precision. Okay, second serve, Carlos Alcaraz. Backhand return from Novak is really good. Backhand here from Novak. Forehand Carlos pushes Novak out wide. Novak goes big, gets a net cord, gets lucky, and we're back at deuce. Huge stroke of fortune there for Novak Djokovic. Will that be a turning point in the destiny of the Wimbledon title? Huge turning point, perhaps, if he breaks anyway. He did go big on the forehand there, Novak. Gets lucky. Deuce. Carlos Alcaraz to serve. Goes long. That stroke of misfortune, is that going to take the wind out of Carlitos' sails? It just might, you know. It just might. Second serve. Backhand there from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Good depth there from Novak. Backhand slice now from Novak. Good depth again from Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Backhand cross court from Carlos. Forehand now. Is that going to be a forehand winner? It's going to be a smash for Carlos. And he keeps it in. Keeps his composure and wins the point. Game point. Carlos Alcaraz. Ladies and gentlemen, game point, Carlos Alcaraz. This game is not quite yet at 27-minute levels, but we'll see. Another game point for Carlos Alcaraz. Remember, we had 40-15 in this particular game, but Novak reeled him in to deuce. Anyway, game point, advantage Carlos Alcaraz. First serve in. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Djokovic goes into the net. And Carlos Alcaraz holds serve. And we will be back with you in 60 seconds. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Djokovic to serve. 1-2. Forehand Novak. Backhand slice there from Carlitos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Backhand lofted up high. Smash for Novak. Carlos stays in the rally. Another smash for Novak. He puts that one away. 15-love. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat. How do you see this one going now? It's sort of calmed down a little, shall we say, at the beginning of this fourth set after a fairly manic period, I would suggest, from the end of the second set all the way through to the end of the third. 15-love. Good serve there from Novak, and it's one in the point. 30-love. As he seeks his first comfortable hold in what will be an absolutely long time. Okay. Clips the net there. So, Djokovic serving. 1-2. 30-love. Goes out wide, so it's going to be a second serve. Backhand return from Carlos, pretty decent. Back forehand now, Carlos. Forehand Novak going to the backhand side of Carlos. Well done to Carlos to get it over the net. But wow, Djokovic is turning the screw in this point now. He's got a smash. Doesn't win the point. Oh! The second time in the match that Carlos Alcaraz has punished the poor smash from Novak Djokovic. 30-15. That time he punished it, though, decisively and in the moment. The previous time was just to get back in the rally, and ultimately he won the point. That was in the epic game of 27 minutes, I think. But either way, I'm sure Alcaraz broke in whatever game that was. It was actually in the epic game. Anyway, 30-15. Still Novak is fairly comfortable on serve in this particular game. 1-2. Forehand return. Forehand Novak. Backhand Alcaraz. Backhand Novak. Backhand now to the forehand of Djokovic. He's gone long. 30-all. So what seemed like a fairly comfortable service game for Djokovic, it's now back to 30-all. If Carlos Alcaraz wins today, he will equal the Open era record for the fewest attempts before winning a second Grand Slam title. Grand Slam singles title or men's singles title. Okay. 30-all. Djokovic to serve. Is that an ace? Maybe. We'll find out. We're going to have a challenge here, I think, or not. Yeah, we're going to have a challenge to see if it was in or out. Out it was. Second serve. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Second serve, 30 all. 1-2. Big point. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand Novak. Good backhand from Novak. A really good backhand. Really big point. Really good backhand. 40-30. Game point, Novak Djokovic, to make it 2 games all. .94 miles an hour there, that serve from Novak. It was a second serve, but normally he's around the 100 mark, I think, on the second serve. Forehand return, backhand Novak. Backhand slice now from Carlos. Backhand from Novak. Forehand passing shot is sublime, as you would almost expect from Carlos, and we are back at deuce. Again, Djokovic has not had a comfortable hold since the beginning of since the end of the first set. Okay, Djokovic to serve into the net. Deuce. Second serve. Make sure you hit the like button for those of you just tuning in. Click like and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Forehand return from Carlos is pretty decent. Backhand drop shot from Carlos isn't bad, but Djokovic is in this rally. And now it's Alcaraz's turn to err by going wide on the passing shot. Game point, Novak Djokovic. Yes, as I was saying, click subscribe as we edge past 2,500 subscribers. It's 10 years since Novak Djokovic last lost on centre court. Of course, that was to Andy Murray in the final of 2013. Backhand return, backhand Novak, backhand Djokovic, Alcaraz, forehand Djokovic, forehand Alcaraz. Good depth there from Alcaraz, but he's being made to run left, right, and centre. We've got a forehand winner now from Novak Djokovic. 2 all. 2 games all. What a match. It didn't look that way at the end of the first set, but what a match now we have. So, 2 all. Alcaraz to serve. It's nets on his first serve. Alcaraz, second serve. Backhand return from Novak. Forehand, Alcaraz is really good, but he's going to have to play another point. Ooh, he's going to have to play another one, is he? No, it lands out. 15 love. 15 love. Many of you may be watching us for the first time. If you have not subscribed on YouTube, just click that subscribe button. It's just below the screen. And you will be helping to support the channel in ways that you couldn't possibly imagine. 2 games all, 15 love. Alcaraz to serve. Goes out wide, but it's going to be a second serve for Novak Djokovic to look at. Alcaraz this time. Backhand return from Djokovic is pretty good. Now is a forehand for Novak, a really good forehand. And he puts away the volley with consummate ease. 15 all. Definitely arrested the momentum. That is for sure. Novak in this set. Since the end of the since the end of the third set. He's still having trouble holding, but he is threatening the Alcaraz serve. I think he's had 2 break points in this set already. Will he get another one in this particular game? 2-all, 15-all. Good first serve there. Again into the body from Alcaraz. He's enjoying that body serve today, and that's a tame backhand from Novak that goes into the net. 30-15. And he's annoyed with himself. Again, he whacks himself in the leg with the racket. Be careful, Novak. I think he's actually just struggling to move at various points. As I say, it's very similar to the US Open of 2021 when, of course, he was on the cusp of winning the Calendar Slam. He's not far away right now. He's only eight matches away. Oh, that's a poor volley from Carlos that he's put out into the tram line. Maybe it's Carlos's turn to feel the nerves. 30-all as he looks up to the sky in dismay. As well you might, Carlos Alcaraz, as well you might. You would normally put that volley away in your sleep. Never mind being awake. And I'm sure you are awake. You're playing a Wimbledon final. 30-all. 2 games all, 30-all. Alcaraz to serve. Big point, this one. Gets the first serve in, but Djokovic returns well. Now Djokovic has a good chance on the backhand. Doesn't take it, though, but we're still very much probably 50-50. But actually, Alcaraz errs. He goes wide. And we've got another break point for Novak Djokovic. 30-40. That time, the body serve did not disrupt Mr. Djokovic, and he returned well, and as a result was very much in that point, and in the end it was Alcaraz with the unforced error. Break point for Novak Djokovic. 2 games all, 30-40. Just 114 miles an hour, that last first serve from Carlos. This time he goes into the net. I think he's picking up the speed there. He was 121, but as a result he netted. Second serve, Novak Djokovic to look at here. Backhand return, backhand Carlos, backhand Novak, goes long. Goes long. It's going to be deuce. We're going to have a challenge here of some sort, I think. Yes, we are. And it's long. It's long, deuce. So, Alcaraz again saving a break point. Clips the net. It's going to be a first serve. First serve, ladies and gentlemen. Deuce. 2-all. Good return from Novak. Really good return off a first serve. It was actually a good serve from Carlos, but the return from Novak was sensational. Break point again. Break point. As I think my battery has run out on my phone at just the wrong time, I will be moving to the living room as I inform you that we have a break point for Novak Djokovic. Can he break serve? It's 2 games all. This is a huge point. This is a huge match. This is a huge moment in this third set. We are deep into a rally here. Can Djokovic break Carlos Alcaraz's serve for the first time since the beginning or the beginnings of the second set? He may well do. We're deep in this rally here. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat on how you see this match panning out. It is on a knife edge right now, ladies and gentlemen. Knife edge, I repeat. As I will have to move to the living room to see how this particular game and also the destiny of the Wimbledon title, men's singles title 2023. Will Djokovic take a step closer to the Calendar Slam? Or will Alcaraz break those dreams, just like Medvedev did 2 years ago in New York? Whew, dearie me, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat, whether you think Alcaraz or Djokovic is winning this particular encounter. We're still at break point for Novak Djokovic here. This would be a decisive moment in this third set if he's to take a 3-2 lead. Make sure you hit the like button. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel if you are new. And Djokovic breaks for 3-2. Djokovic breaks 3-2. He leads. We will take a break as well, and we'll be back with you very, very soon. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. I hope that my audio, I have just switched over, and I hope you can hear me loudly and clearly. I believe you can as I switch my microphone and also my position. What has definitely switched is the momentum in this match. Now, back with Djokovic. He is 2-1 down, but he is a break to the good, and as he munches into a banana in this set. Who's the favorite right now? 50-50. 50-50. Of course, it was definitely Alcaraz until that last game. The good news for Alcaraz is he's getting a look at the Novak serve. That's the good news. The bad news is he's just been broken. Djokovic leads 3-2. He will be serving. As I suggested on Twitter, it's been well over an hour since a comfortable hold for Novak. So, Djokovic serving 3-2. He leads. Good first serve there from Novak. Backhand from Alcaraz is long, 15-love. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as Owen suggests there, brutal. Good return there from Carlos. Carlos slice, just goes over the net. Forehand Carlos, forehand Novak, forehand Carlos. What a winner that is. Gets a round of applause from his opponent, 15-all. 15-all in this particular game. Gets a round of applause from Novak Djokovic. Three games to two. Of course, he leads with a serve. Good first serve there from Novak. Novak should win the point, and he does. Okay. So, Djokovic serving 30-15. 3-2 he leads with a break. Are we going to see a comfortable hold for Novak? As I said, he's rarely done so in the last hour and a quarter or so. But he's 30-15 up right now. The serve is long and wide, so it's a second serve for Alcaraz to look at. Djokovic to serve. Alcaraz to return. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand Carlos is good, but it's not good enough to win the point, of course, against the arguably the best player of all time. And Alcaraz now is down in the point. Djokovic comes into the net and he wins the point, 40-15. It's been some good rallies today, ladies and gentlemen. How much is this match taking out of both players? We may well get a fifth set to find out. I think Alcaraz is looking okay. And to be fair, Novak, since returning from the bathroom break that he took at the end of the fourth set, Djokovic clips the net, and I think it goes long. So it's a second serve here, 40-15. Prince William looking on, Stefan Edberg looking on, and other tennis royalty too. Djokovic to serve, 40-15 for a 4-2 lead. Backhand return from Carlos is pretty good, comes into the net. Easy backhand, not enough to win the point, but he does win it there. I wonder how much Carlos is going to regret that volley he had. I think it was at 30-15 in the previous game. He had a really easy volley, fairly close to the top of the net, and he put it wide. Djokovic went on to break serve in that particular game. Anyway, 40-30. If Alcaraz goes on to win the match, it won't matter. But if he doesn't, Okay, 40-30. Djokovic to serve. Make sure you hit the like button, by the way. Click like on the video, please. Djokovic to serve down the tee, and it's enough to hold serve. 4-2. Now Novak Djokovic, 4-2. Thank you, Antonio. Thanks for joining us. Of course, right now, these are tense moments for both players. 4-2, Novak Djokovic. A big hold coming up potentially for him as he takes a step, or a big moment here for Carlos Alcaraz to be desperate to hold. Alcaraz in the serving, backhand return, backhand drop shot from Carlos is too good. 15-love. 15-love, Carlos Alcaraz, 2-4. As I said, how much will Carlos Alcaraz live to regret that volley on top of the net he had when trying to hold serve? It was 30-15 on his serve. An easy volley goes wide. It becomes 30-all. Novak goes on to break serve. And now he's got a handle on this crucial fourth set. Alcaraz goes wide on the first serve, 15-love, 125 miles an hour on that first serve. He's serving bigger than Djokovic today. Backhand return from Djokovic is really good. He's getting in the returns right now. He's got a smash here. What's he going to do with it? Enough is the answer. Has Carlos fallen over? He has. Fingers crossed he's okay. We do not want to see a Wimbledon title decided with a fall. He's okay, I think. He's okay. 15-all. Looks like we're going to go to a fifth set today, by the way. Looks like it. Plenty of people tuning in on Twitch. Great to have you on board, by the way. Brilliant. So many people tuning in on Twitch. You can donate to the channel, by the way, and help to keep us going. You can donate on PayPal. Return from Djokovic goes into the net. Into the net. Djokovic is bidding to equal Margaret Court's all-time record of 24 Grand Slams across men and women. Alcaraz, first serve, not in. Return, forehand, Alcaraz, backhand from Djokovic. Good depth there from Djokovic. Backhand across court now from Djokovic. Slice from Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic. It's gone long. According to Alcaraz, it's gone long, and I think it is long. Okay, so thank you for all of you tuning in on Twitch. A lot of people joining on Twitch today. Djokovic there, and it's an ace for Carlos Alcaraz. It's an ace, and we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. New balls for Novak Djokovic to serve with here. 4-3 he leads with a break. Can he make it 5-3? Djokovic goes down the tee. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand now for Novak is pretty good. Ooh, nearly passing shot though. Nearly, Carlos. Nearly, of course, is not enough. Hi, Stephen. Yes, what a great final. Fingers crossed it goes 5, he says, hoping that Nole can take 24. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done so already, Stephen, and anyone else tuning in wherever you are. Okay, 15 love. I think at this moment, Stephen, it will go 5, and from that moment onwards, Novak would have to be a heavy favourite. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand Novak. Forehand to forehand right now. Novak changing direction. He's best in the world at that for sure. Now goes for the lob. Not enough to win the point. Oh, and Alcaraz nets. 30 love. Oof. Oof, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Djokovic to serve. $30 love. Seeking a 5-3 lead, which will be very close to making this go to a 5th set. So good first serve there from Novak, a really good first serve, and he wins the point largely as a result. 40 love. After suggesting he hadn't had a comfortable hold in well over an hour, this could be back-to-back holds without going to deuce. Djokovic's kids looking much happier now, and as they should. 40 love. Djokovic serving. First serve in, it's unreturnable. 5-3 Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz now serving to stay in this 4th set. Alcaraz had 2 break points. Alcaraz had 2 break points right at the beginning of this 4th set. And by the way, total points won in the whole match, 134 each. Suggests it's been a pretty close affair. Well, it does look like we're going to go 5. Alcaraz to serve. First serve is in. The volley, though, is not good enough, and it's an easy put away for Novak Djokovic. Of course, if Djokovic was to break again, not only would he win this set, but he would also be serving first in the 5th, which is a small, small advantage. It just means constantly sort of the pressure, in theory, should be on Carlos to hold, especially at 4-5 and potentially 5-6. Okay, second serve here, love 15. Crucial moments now. As Carlos tries to hold serve. Is that a double fault? It might be, or it might be an ace. Let's find out. We're going to find out via a challenge. It's either an ace or a double fault. It's a double fault, ladies and gentlemen. Love 30. Thank you, Stephen, for your compliment. Okay, Djokovic to receive here. Love 30. Alcaraz, can he get the first serve in? No, he can't. Second serve for Novak Djokovic to look at here. Love 30, 2 points away from forcing a fifth set. Alcaraz to serve. Backhand return from Novak is pretty good, and it's really good. It forces the error from Djokovic, from Alcaraz. Love 40, 3 set points as we look like we're heading towards a fifth set. That volley on top of the net that Alcaraz missed, how much will he regret that when he got broken earlier in this set? Love 40, Alcaraz to serve. Goes down the tee, gets the first serve in. Djokovic's return is wide, 15-40. 15-40. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you're watching on YouTube, click subscribe. 15-40, Alcaraz serving. Fault. Where are you going with this serve, Alcaraz? I suggest Alcaraz takes a lengthy bathroom break if this does go 5. It's a double fault. We go into a fifth, and I will be back with you shortly. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Into a fifth set we go. Who's the favourite right now? Has to be Djokovic. Has to be Djokovic. Just the experience that he has, the knowledge, the know-how. He's been here so many times before. This is Alcaraz's second Grand Slam final and the first in which he's gone 5 sets. Another crucial advantage, of course, for Djokovic in this set is he has the momentum. He's the one who won that 4th set with 2 breaks of serve, and he will serve first in this 5th set. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the 5th set. Djokovic to serve. It's winner takes all right now. Second serve. Good second serve from Novak. Not a bad return, though, from Carlos. Forehand Carlos. Ooh, that might have been going out. Difficult to say. Either way, 15 love. 15 love. Okay, Djokovic now 15 love. 2 sets all. The winner of this set will win the Wimbledon title of 2023 and go to world number 1 or be world number 1. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at here. Okay, second serve. Backhand return. Backhand to backhand right now. Backhand slice from Carlos. Backhand slice again from Carlos. Forehand. They're just going, oh, but Carlos has gone long. 30 love. 30 love. It's gone long. The momentum right now, undoubtedly, with Novak Djokovic. He was on the brink, 2-1 down, facing break points at the beginning of the fourth set. Not now. Fifth set we are. And he's 30 love up on his serve. He's serving much better, and Alcaraz is not getting a grasp on the serves that he was getting in large parts of sets 2 and 3. Okay, Alcaraz now is going to be a second serve. Novak Djokovic, second serve. Bouncing the ball 163 times. Forehand return is unbelievable from Carlos Alcaraz, 30-15. Thank you, Renan. Thank you. Okay, 30-15. Djokovic serving. Can he get a first serve in here? Could be crucial to see if he wins this point. And if he wins this point, he'll be comfortable. But no, he's gone long. 30-15. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. Some of his returns today as we hit 4 hours for this match. Djokovic, backhand return. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Carlos. Carlos comes into the net and it's an easy volley, but he put it away. Remember, it was an easy volley that he wasn't able to put away when he was trying to hold serve and he got broken for the first time in the fourth set. Anyway, puts it away for 30 all. Is it going to be advantage Carlos after this game? 30 all. I suggest Alcaraz makes Djokovic work. Okay, down the tee. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz up the line. Carlos take a bow. 30-40. Break point Carlos Alcaraz. Novak Djokovic gesticulates to his team. Nice shot down the line. But this is the moment when Djokovic normally takes a deep breath and pulls out a few first serves. Let's see if he can do the same today. Alcaraz to serve. Sorry, Djokovic to serve. 30-40. Gets the first serve in. No, he doesn't. Clips the net. Clips the net. So it's the first serve still for Novak Djokovic. 30-40. It was a body serve. Where's he going to go with this one? I think he'll go out wide. No, he goes down the tee. And perhaps that caught Carlos out too. Deuce. Good first serve. Big moment. Deuce. Is it going to be another big moment? Remember how Djokovic was on the ropes at the beginning of the fourth set trying to hold. Deuce. But he did hold. And he went on to take the set. That's why we're into a fifth. Brad Pitt watches on. Alcaraz. Good first serve again from Novak Djokovic, and Alcaraz cannot deal with it. Game point, Novak Djokovic. Last year it was Tom Cruise, I remember, in the crowd. This year it's Brad Pitt. Will it be mission impossible for Carlos Alcaraz to stop the Djokovic bullet train? How about that there, ladies and gentlemen, covering both Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt in the same sentence. Okay, this time, though, it's going to be a second serve for Alcaraz to look at. It's been a couple of first serves for Djokovic to get him out of trouble. This time it's a second serve. Okay, where are you going with this second serve? Down the tee. The return is decent from Alcaraz. He's in the rally. Backhand to backhand right now. Just keep your cool, Carlitos. Keep your cool. Both players now having to run from side to side. It's an interesting drop shot there from Carlos. Oh, what a winner from Carlos Alcaraz. I did not see that one coming, and I'm guessing Novak didn't either. Deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Deuce. Every point right now feels like gold. Every point feels like gold right now. Get in the live chat. Let us know your thoughts on this match, whether you're watching on Twitch, on Twitter, on YouTube, or on Facebook. Tense moments right now. Okay, Djokovic to serve. Down the tee, really good first serve there again from Novak Djokovic. It's such a big moment. Again, he pulls out a worldie first serve, and he's got another game point. Advantage Novak Djokovic. Djokovic now, game point. Goes long on the first serve, as he's done so often in the ad court, but it's in the juice court that he's managed to get the first serves in. Djokovic to serve. Backhand return, backhand Djokovic, backhand slice from Carlos. Goes long, and Djokovic holds serve for a 1-love lead. Now then, Djokovic has to be the favorite. He was 2 sets to 1 down. He was facing break points on his serve. He held. He then broke Carlos's serve. He then broke again to seal that 4th set. And now he has held serve at the beginning of the 5th set. Carlos, what are you made of? Are you made of stern stuff? Are you made of steel? If you are, you're going to have to show your mettle in this 5th set, because the man with 23 Grand Slam titles is bearing down. Good first serve there from Carlos, but a decent return, though, from Djokovic. Backhand to backhand right now. Good change of direction from Djokovic, and Carlos is in a spot of bother here in this rally. Excellent forehand from both players. Djokovic is challenging, it seems, or is it Novak? Is it Carlos that's having to challenge? One of them is challenging. We're going to find out. I'm pretty sure it landed out. Pretty sure this landed out, and we're looking at love 15. Yes, it did. Well out. Djokovic was convinced, and understandably so. That was way out. Love 15. Carlos Alcaraz to serve. Love 15. In a spot of bother here. Good first serve, but an excellent return again from Novak. Drop shot Carlos is too good. Arguably for the first time, I think, for quite a while, maybe even the first time today, a Carlos Alcaraz drop shot works. 15 all. A huge game this, that Alcaraz will need to hold. He will need to hold, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Alcaraz to serve. Down the tee, but hits the net. Okay. Alcaraz to serve once more. Forehand return. Forehand Alcaraz. Is that a winner? No, it's not. It's gone out. 15-30. So the longest ever gentlemen's singles final was 4 hours and 57 minutes, the final between Djokovic and Federer in 2019. We're over 4 hours right now, but we've got a while to go yet before we breach that 4 hours 57 mark. 15-30 here. Alcaraz, how's your nerve? Needs a first serve. But we've seen Novak do so well on the first serves. Oh, that's a really good volley under pressure from Carlos Alcaraz. 30 all. Djokovic smiles. Big volley that. I've seen them missed, that's for sure. Tense, tense moments here. $30 all. Game point or break point? What is coming next? Alcaraz serves. Doesn't get the first serve in. Mind you, Djokovic has been eating the first serves as well as the second serves up for breakfast in the last 20 minutes or so. Alcaraz to serve. Second serve. Do not double fault. Doesn't double fault. It's a good return from Novak. Alcaraz in big trouble. 30-40. Nets. The second serve was timid. Djokovic returned with venom. Alcaraz erred and netted. We have a break point now for Novak Djokovic. Crucial, crucial point in the destiny of this year's men's singles title. Djokovic breaks and he'll feel as though he has one hand on that title. 30-40. Alcaraz, first serve. Good return from Novak. Backhand Novak. Backhand Djokovic. Alcaraz. Backhand to backhand right now. Backhand Djokovic. Not changing direction yet. Keeps threatening to change direction. Alcaraz goes big, but so does Novak. So does Djokovic. This is going to be a point for Novak, surely. Surely Novak Djokovic is going to win this point. He's got a... Oh, he's netted! To the delight of the crowd. Deuce. Wow. Surely he wins this point, but the drive volley decision, he decided to not smash. He could have smashed it. It would have been a really difficult smash, to be fair, so maybe the drive volley was the right one. What wasn't right was the execution. He hits it into the net. Deuce. How crucial will that be at the end of this match? I've probably said that quite a few times today. 17 shots that last rally. Deuce. Alcaraz saves the break point. Can he go on and hold serve? Where's he going to serve? Goes long. Goes long. Even though he went wrong, Djokovic still got it back in play. Unbelievable reflexes from Novak. Deuce. Second serve. Forehand return. Forehand drop shot from Carlos is too good. Excellent. That's back-to-back drop shots that have both been executed with aplomb. Advantage Carlos Alcaraz. The King of Spain applauds. It's got his seal of approval. Game point for Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic. Alcaraz to serve for game point. Huge point and a huge game. But they're all huge right now. Hits the net on the first serve. Hits the net. Alcaraz. Backhand return from Novak is unbelievable, but the defense from Carlos is equal to it. Now Carlos is in charge of the rally with a forehand. Is he going to go down the line? He is, and it's a winner. And the crowd is very happy with that one. 1 game all, ladies and gentlemen. Big, big hold, having faced a break point and seeing Novak Djokovic net that swing volley. Perhaps that gave Carlos the confidence to go on and hold, serve. 1 game all. Where is this Wimbledon title going? Djokovic, for me, still the favorite, but Carlos is making him work for it. One game all, ladies and gentlemen. 1 game all. Djokovic to serve. Okay, we're into the rally here. Forehand to forehand right now. Djokovic now is struggling. Love 15. Love 15, ladies and gentlemen. Struggling in the rally, anyway. So, love 15. He was so far out of court there that even a shot down the middle of the court was enough for Alcaraz to win that point. In fact, it was still on the side of Novak Djokovic. Love 15. Djokovic to serve, love 15. Second serve here for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. No, it's not, because he's netted 15 all. 15 all. Djokovic serving, 15 all. Where are you going with this one? Probably felt like Carlos had a small chance there at love 15. It's going to be a second serve. Is Djokovic challenging? I think he is. And Carlos looks concerned, so maybe the serve landed in. He doesn't know. Let's have a quick look. It's long. Second serve. 15 all. Second serve. Backhand return from Carlos. It's a good serve from Novak, but now we're on the backhand of Carlos. Good defense there from Novak. Great defense. Easy volley, though, for Djokovic, for Alcaraz. 15-30. 15-30. Clenched fist, clenched teeth, clenched everything right now. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe on YouTube if you are new. Put that volley away. It was an easy volley, but we've seen him miss one today, a huge one in that fourth set. 15-30, Novak Djokovic serving. He's already faced and defended a break point already. So has Carlos Alcaraz in this fifth set. Good first serve there from Novak. Good forehand from Novak, and it wins him the point. Excellent first serve. Excellent forehand. 30 all. Okay, 30 all. One game all. Djokovic to serve. Seeking a first serve. Backhand return from Carlos. Forehand from Novak goes into the net, meaning 30-40. And for the third consecutive game, in fact, the fourth consecutive game, we will see break points. But the third consecutive game in this set, Djokovic had a break point. He saved it with unbelievable first serves. Alcaraz faced a break point. Great defense from Alcaraz. Djokovic netted with an easy volley or swing volley. Saved it. Now we've got another break point. Is Djokovic going to get a first serve in? He does, of course, but it's a decent return from Carlos. Backhand Carlos. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Carlos. Forehand Djokovic. Huge point this. Both players now. Is Carlos going to save this? He is. Still in the rally. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Carlos Alcaraz, take a bow. You have broken Novak Djokovic in the fifth set. Unbelievable defense. Unbelievable defense. An unbelievable execution of a backhand down the line. They sit down. We are not going to take a break, but Carlos Alcaraz has taken the break of serve, the first one in this fifth set. Wow. I'm going to need a sip of water. Okay, so I know Vanch is going to join us at the end of this match, whenever that happens, for a full debrief of this particular encounter. Debrief indeed. We'll have a full debrief, so do not leave us. Do not leave us at the end of this match. Whew, I need a breath and a sip of water. Vanch will join us for the debrief at the end of the match as we dissect where the match was won and lost. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be live for about a 20 to 30 minute debrief at the end. Djokovic smashes a racket. He's annoyed. He's annoyed. Anyway, more importantly, it's now time for Alcaraz to stay composed. 15-love, he leads. There's a dent in the post from Djokovic's smash. 15-love. Do not get distracted by the antics from your opponent. It's an unreturnable, so it's 30 love. 30 love. Can Alcaraz consolidate the break and go 3-1 up in this fifth set? Djokovic had to be favourite going into this fifth set. Right now, I guess Alcaraz has to be a favourite, a break and 30 love up. Let's see if he holds. If he holds, then he's the favourite. It's another good first serve from Carlos Alcaraz, and it is 40 love. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This is a gripping Wimbledon final. Definitely the most gripping since that 2019 epic, which is the longest in Wimbledon history at 4 hours, 57 minutes. Is this going to breach the 4 hour 57 mark? If it is, Djokovic will have to break back. And it's an ace from Carlos Alcaraz. 3-1 he leads in the fifth set. This is turning into the epic that we all hoped for in Paris but never got. 3-1 Carlos Alcaraz. Whack against there, and he's so annoyed, Novak, at getting broken. Okay. 1-3, Djokovic to serve. He's annoyed because, of course, I think it's the crowd support for Alcaraz that's driving him nuts. Goes long on the first serve. It's a 120-mile-an-hour first serve, but it's irrelevant because it went long. Second serve. Alcaraz goes long on the return. That was a chance, Carlitos, and probably he knew it. 15 love. Djokovic is going to make you work for this, Carlitos, that's for sure. No gimmies from the 23-time Grand Slam winner and 7-time Wimbledon champion, who's not lost on this court for 10 years, since Andy Murray beat him in the Wimbledon final of 2013. Good first serve there from Novak, and it forces the error from Carlos Alcaraz. 30 love. 30 love, ladies and gentlemen. 29 people tuning in on YouTube. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, YouTubers. We need your subscription. If you don't subscribe, we can't keep bringing you tennis and keeping you closer to the action. So hit the subscribe button. Excellent first serve again from Novak Djokovic. 40 love. Similar service games back-to-back from both players after such a struggle to hold serve in the first 3 games. Is this going to be the second comfortable hold in a row at the change of ends? 40 love. Djokovic leads here. Gone wide on the first serve. Djokovic serving. 40 love. Second serve. Slight distraction. Regains his composure. Backhand return from Alcaraz is nervy, and Djokovic nets. 40-15. I think Alcaraz is going to have to break serve again to win this match. Whether that be taking a double break advantage or whether that be breaking again because he got broken. It's going to take 2 breaks of serve in this set, I believe, to win the match. Good backhand there from Novak. Hold serve. 3-2. I need to take a short break. We'll be back with you in 60 seconds. 3-2. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. 3-2, Carlos Alcaraz leads as he's trying to hold on to his serve. 3 holds of serve and he's Wimbledon champion. Easier said than done. Nets on the first serve. Djokovic now, love 15. Djokovic, love 15. Alcaraz tried to go for the lob and it just completely failed. Alcaraz serving, love 15. Goes well wide there. And I can sense the anxiety for the Spaniard right now. The Serb is breathing down his neck, love 15. Good return of serve. Forehand, Alcaraz is big. 15 all. 15 all. This is huge. You hold serve here, and you're just 2 holds of serve away. Just 2 serves away. Okay, Carlos, 15 all, serving. Forehand return from Djokovic is really good. And it helps him win the point. 15-30 now. Another big service game here. Remember that Carlos has already saved a break point in this set. So, second serve, 15-30. I mean, it feels like every point now is the most important in the match, but this one is huge. You go 15-40 down on your serve. Forehand return from Novak is long. That was a chance. That was a chance. 30 all. Alcaraz is 8-1 in his career in 5-set matches. His only loss in a 5th set was against Berrettini at the Australian Open last year. But this is Novak Djokovic. This is the 23-time Grand Slam winner, 7 Wimbledon titles. That's slightly different to every other opponent that he would have faced in a 5th set. 30 all. Oh, it's a good return from Novak, but that's a loose forehand from him. It was a really good serve from Alcaraz. 40-30 now. From 15-30 to 40-30. 2 huge points for Carlos. Huge serves. 40-30, game point, Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz to serve. It's an ace. It's an ace and 4-2. An ace and 4-2. Whew. Take a breath. Some no-lay support in the chat. Some no-lay support in the chat. From M. M, make sure you hit the like button. And subscribe if you haven't done so already. Djokovic serving at 2-4. Goes down the tee. An excellent first serve there for Novak. 15 love. He is going to make Carlos work every step of the way. Forehand return. Forehand Carlos. It's a winner, is it? 15 all? Yes, it is. 15 all. Hmm. 15 all. Novak Djokovic to serve. Clips the net, lands in. It's going to be another first serve. Whew. Deary me. $15 all. First serve return in play. We're at neutral, I would suggest, in this rally. Forehand is really good from Novak. Alcaraz on the defense. Alcaraz on the defense. Alcaraz hits it out. 30-15. No, Alcaraz is 2 games away from the Wimbledon title, but those 2 games will feel so far. Anyway, 30-15. If he gets it to 30-all here, then we're in for a game. Right now, it looks like Alcaraz is going to be made to work for on his serve. Good serve there from Novak. Forehand Novak. Oh! The biggest forehand of Carlos Alcaraz's life. Cross court. 30-all. 30-all. As Pecci once said regarding Rafa Nadal, you will never hit a forehand bigger and better than that. 91 miles an hour. Maybe he's hit it bigger in his life, but never at a bigger moment. 30-all. A double break possibility here. It's been called out on the first serve. Djokovic is challenging that out, but it did feel as though it went wide. Djokovic is challenging the wide call on that serve. It was wide. Second serve. Alcaraz is going to go for it on this return. At 30-all, I'm sure he just wants to get this break. And if he returns big and he returns well, doesn't get a chance though, because it's a really good second serve from Novak Djokovic. Really good. The placement was incredible. There was no chance for Alcaraz to go big on that serve, on that return. So, 40-30. So far out of court that Novak put it away. Still had a bit of work to do, so hats off to the Serbian. Game point for 3-4. Gets the first serve in. It's in the rally. What a shot there from Djokovic. It's enough to force the error. 4-3 at the change of ends. We will take a very short break. And when we be back, we'll have another 2 games for you. Alcaraz serving. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. In the rally here, Alcaraz on top of the rally, but is he going to be able to put the forehand away? No, he's not. Clips the net and goes wide. That was an anxious forehand there from Carlos Alcaraz. That was a forehand for somebody who is 2 service holds away from winning the Wimbledon title. He knows it, ladies and gentlemen, and so does Novak Djokovic. Love 15 on the Alcaraz serve. Oh, that was a nervous first serve there into the net. I think here comes the break, ladies and gentlemen. I think here comes the break. Backhand return from Novak is long, 15 all. 15 all, ladies and gentlemen. $15 all. Alcaraz to serve. Goes out wide, and it's error. It's gone wide. Second serve here for Novak Djokovic to look at. Where's he going with this second serve? Backhand return from Novak is good, making Carlos play every point right now to test his nerve, no doubt. Djokovic goes long, though, lost his footing a little bit there. Not for the first time today, not for the first time this tournament. A Wimbledon player loses their footing on centre court. 30-15. A soft-ish point there for Carlos to win. He'll need a few more soft-ish points, though, to get over the line. This is what makes tennis unique. You have to get over the line. There's no clock in your addition, in your help. Good first serve there from Carlos. Goes for the drop shot. Executes it perfectly. 40-15. Having lost that first point at love 15, I was concerned for the Spaniard. He now has 2 game points for a 5-3 lead in this 5th set. Anyway, 40-15. Alcaraz serving. Goes into the net. Second serve. Is it going to be a double fault? It's a second serve ace. Second serve ace. 5-3 now. He leads. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Djokovic to serve to stay in the match. Djokovic is serving at 3-5. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Djokovic to serve to stay in the championships. If he cannot hold serve, Carlos Alcaraz is Wimbledon champion. If he does, Alcaraz is going to have to serve it out. Good first serve there from Novak. Forehand Novak, backhand Alcaraz, volley from Novak. Cool as a cucumber. $15 love. Make sure you stay with us, whatever happens in the next few minutes, because Vanch will be joining us for a full match debrief. Djokovic serving, 15 love. Good first serve down the tee. Has the return gone long? I think it has, 30 love. Alcaraz is going to be made to serve this out, isn't he, ladies and gentlemen? You know it. Alcaraz is going to have to serve it out for the Wimbledon title, just like Rafa Nadal did as well. Remember that nervy serve out he had against Roger Federer all those years ago. Unreturnable, 40 love. Unreturnable. 5-3 or 3-5, 40 love, Djokovic. He wins the next point. They will have to sit down again and compose their thoughts for another 60 seconds. Dearie me. I don't know what your heart rate is like, but I'm sure the heart rate of both players, but in particular Carlos Alcaraz, is beating fast right now. Novak, 40-15. $40-15. Ace, nope, it's gone wide. It's gone wide, so second serve here, 40-15. The return is wild. Djokovic holds serve. Carlos Alcaraz is going to have to serve this out. He's going to have to serve this one out, ladies and gentlemen. So, Alcaraz sits down. Looks like he's going to take a little energy snack, a little energy bite, really. Barely even a snack. How is your nerve, Carlos Alcaraz? serving for your first Wimbledon title against Novak Djokovic, the man who's won 7 of these before. The man who's not been beaten for 10 years on this very court since Andy Murray beat him in the final of 2013. The King of Spain is looking on. 20,000 people in the crowd are watching on. Hundreds of millions of people around the world at home are watching on. The box will look on, but more importantly, there is one man who will be serving for the title. The crowd applauds. Djokovic receives. Carlos Alcaraz serving for the championship. Can he serve this out? Big question. Big questions. And I'm sure Djokovic is going to make him answer those questions. Down the tee. It's a good first serve. Goes for the drop shot. Doesn't work. Love 15. Love 15, ladies and gentlemen. And that time the drop shot didn't work. It's worked quite a few times in the last hour or so, but it didn't work there. Love 15. Alcaraz serving for the title. First serve is in. Backhand, though. Can he get the footwork going? He can't, really. And that shows the anxiety he's feeling. And Novak is going to make him play every single point here. Goes for the drop shot again. Novak chases it down. Alcaraz goes for the lob. It's too good! 15 all. Oh, what a time to produce a really good lob. 15 all. 3 points away from the title. Can he do it? Can he do it, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to have to stand up at this point. This does not deserve to be sat down for. Forehand return from Novak. Novak slips. Backhand from Novak. What a volley from Carlos Alcaraz. Wow, Carlos. Wow. Wow, Carlos. 30-15. 2 points from the title. Is it going to be 2 match points? Or is it going to be 30 all? For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And if you haven't been here before, subscribe on YouTube. 30-15. Alcaraz, first serve is in. Forehand here for Djokovic. Excellent forehand, but nervy moments again from Alcaraz. He mishit that shot. 30 all. Match point or break point. Match point or break point coming your way. Alcaraz serving. He's serving for the title. He's 2 points away. His father looks to the sky. Huge first serve needed here. He gets it. And the return has gone long. We've got match point. We have championship point, ladies and gentlemen, for Carlos Alcaraz and his first Wimbledon title. It was the first serve that I said he needed. He got it. He got it, ladies and gentlemen. And now he has championship point. 10 years since Novak Djokovic lost on this court. But I'm telling you now, Djokovic won't be living in the past right now. He will be living in the present. But will Carlos Alcaraz be living in this present as well? Here we go. Championship point. Return of serve. But this should be an easy forehand. It's not. He's won it! He's done it, ladies and gentlemen! He falls to the ground. Can you believe it? Carlos Alcaraz ends the 8th Wimbledon title dream for Novak Djokovic for at least another year, ending the calendar slam bid. It's the first time in 13 months that Djokovic has lost a Grand Slam match. And it's the first time he's lost on this court for 10 years. Vanch will be joining us very, very shortly to dissect this final. So don't go anywhere. Alcaraz is a Grand Slam winner again for the second time in his career. And for the first time in his career, he has won Wimbledon. I repeat, Carlos Alcaraz has won the Wimbledon title. It is his second Grand Slam. And I'm reminded of discussion I had with Jack recently where I said he would win 10 Grand Slams or more. Jack said he wouldn't. Would love to know Jack's thoughts right now. Oh, look at that. Juan Carlos Ferrero is in tears. Juan Carlos Ferrero is in tears. Wow, wow, wow. And I tell you what, I was nervous. The crowd were nervous. Millions of people around the world were nervous. But I tell you what, the most important guy, he may have been nervous, but he served it out. Wow. Carlos Alcaraz is Wimbledon champion, 2023, men's singles champion. Dearie me. Okay. Gather your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. The King of Spain is applauding. The King of Spain is applauding. Djokovic puts on his jacket. It's been an amazing match that needed two players at times almost playing at the height of their powers. I'll be interested to hear what Vanch would say about that in terms of the level that they both produced. Wow. Look at this, by the way. Look at Juan Carlos Ferrero there in tears. Juan Carlos Ferrero in tears. This one means so much. To win on the grass of Wimbledon. I thought he would one day. I did not expect that day to come so soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be here shortly with Vanch, who will discuss it with me to dissect that final. And what a final it was. Remember, Djokovic won that first set 6-1. And it felt like it was only going to go one way at that point. It didn't even feel like a final. And we thought, is this going to be another disappointing Wimbledon final? Carlos Alcaraz, though, had other ideas. And remember that 27-minute game and just how important that game turned out to be. Arguably, it decided the Wimbledon title because it certainly decided that third set. And he won it in 5 sets, 3-2, of course. Okay, Carlos Alcaraz is the Wimbledon champion. Take a bow. Speech is en route, as is Vanch. Terry, indeed he did. Vamos, Carlos, indeed, Antonio. For those of you tuning in on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. And stay with us, whether you're watching on Facebook, on Twitch, on Twitter, or on YouTube. Vanch and I will be bringing you our thoughts on the men's final very, very shortly. Wow. Let me know your thoughts as well in the live chat. Terry, indeed. You happy with that one, Terry? I know Antonio is. And I know Bernie is too, by the way. Come on, Alcaraz, he says. That was before he managed to serve it out so incredibly. I think at times Alcaraz did reach a peak. And reaching a peak at arguably the most important moments. But listen, what were the biggest moments in the match? Well, the 27-minute game we had in the third set that arguably, no, undeniably decided that third set and basically gave the momentum to Carlos Alcaraz to take a 2-1 lead. Another key moment in the match was when Alcaraz was serving in the 5th set and Djokovic had a break point. I think it was 1 game all. And the ball flies up, and I'm thinking, this is going to be a really tough smash for Novak Djokovic. And to be honest with you, he elected the swing volley, arguably because he knows how tough a smash it was, and also how smashes is not exactly the strongest element of Novak's game. As a result, he goes for the swing volley, and he nets. Carlos Alcaraz goes on to hold his serve. Carlos Alcaraz goes on to break the Novak Djokovic serve. However, there's a long way to go yet. He has to do 4 successive holds. Or was it 3? Whatever. Long, long way to go. But he did hold. He did hold. And he did hold again to become the Wimbledon champion for the first time. Hi, tennis fans. Indeed. Wow, what a match. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat. We've got over 100 people here tuning in. Stay with us. We are not going anywhere. We will be with you for another 20 to 30 minutes while I wait for Vanch to join us. as we dissect this Wimbledon final. He's having some issues with his internet, I think, so he said he'll be with us shortly. Definitely, yeah, definitely. Come on after the trophy presentation. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. Trophy presentations are about to be done. Let me know your thoughts on the match. Manuel there, a game for history of tennis, indeed. It was a nail-biter as it promised and more, but so often they are not. So often they are not, but fortunately today's final delivered. But who expected that to happen at the end of the first set? I certainly didn't. At the end of that first set where Novak crushed him. He crushed him in that first set. I thought, wow, this is going to be a long afternoon for Carlitos in a negative sense. Yeah, sure. I can post it for you. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Terry. I'm going to post this for you right now. It's in the chat, but it might be from a few hours ago when I last posted it. And help the channel. Cool. Tell me your thoughts on that, people. Tell me your thoughts on that epic. There we go. Feel free to make a donation there to our PayPal account. It's there. Djokovic is receiving his runner-up trophy. The first time, of course, he's received a runner-up trophy in this tournament since 2013 when he lost to Andy Murray. I will be bringing you their thoughts. Carlos Alcaraz applauding his opponent. Djokovic now is about to give us some words. His wife applauds. Before he does that, I think Carlos Alcaraz is going to receive his trophy. Wow, Carlitos. Wow. Yes, I agree. At the beginning of the fourth set, actually, he had chances, Carlos, to break serve and do this in 4. I actually didn't think he would do it in 5 today. I thought if Carlos was going to win this match, he'd have to do it in 4. I thought if it went 5, Djokovic would get over the line. But I was wrong. Not for the first time, but I did predict Carlos Alcaraz to win this title 2 weeks ago. I said he would win this title, and he did. He did it, Peaches, indeed. Do not go anywhere. Vanch will be joining us very, very soon. So, what an extraordinary final. Indeed, he's asked on the court. Wow, wow, wow. The applause for everyone in the crowd. Annabelle Croft putting the questions across. It's never easy to speak after a loss. But please try. He's smiling. Not so good for me, he says. Better for Carlos. I must obviously say congratulations to Carlos. The quality he showed today was maybe just a bit better than me. Big, big. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. I thought I would only have trouble with you on clay, he jokes. But now you're posing me problems on grass. Carlos, big grin. Unbelievable. Again, he repeats. For this year, you're having an incredible year. Congratulations to your team as well. As for me, obviously, I never like to lose. When all the emotions are settled, I'll be very grateful for some of these matches in the past. It's 10 years, of course, since he lost on this court. Unbelievable. Against Roger, for example. He's smiling at least. He recognizes his kids are applauding him. Everyone's applauding him. It was an unbelievable match, of which Novak was at least 50% responsible for. You won in Australia, you won in Paris. Another final here in Wimbledon. Hi, Max. What a final, Anastasia. What a final. Anastasia, would you like to join us? If you would, I can send you a link and you can just chat to me for 5 minutes on air if you want. We can have a quick chat about the final. Just let me know. Just give me a thumbs up and I'll send you the link. What a final. I didn't see it coming when he lost that first set 6-1. Max is urging you to come on, Anastasia. No pressure, though. No pressure. If you want to come on, great. But no worries if you want to chill and enjoy these speeches. Okay. But better player won, he says. Better player won today. And I think few could argue with that. Just a word for Goran and your family. Yeah, no worries, Anastasia. But sometime in the near future, we'll have Anastasia on, I'm sure. We'll do a Twitter Spaces sometime soon, Anastasia, for sure. He's smiling as he talks about his team, Goran, etc. Actually, he's struggling a bit now. I think he wants to thank his team and his family. Yeah, the tears are coming now from Novak. He says, I love you. Thank you for supporting me. And he says a couple of words in Serbian. Wow. Vanch will be with us shortly. I know he's going to join us very shortly. He's just trying to get some internet things. He's going to join us as well as we dissect the final. So don't go anywhere. Carlos now comes to the stage with the trophy in his hands. Many, many congratulations, Annabelle Croft says to him. Of course, a former British tennis player herself. You worked so hard for this, Carlos. It's a dream come true for me, says Carlos. Of course. It's beautiful to win. But I'm very proud of myself. It would have been a tough defeat if it had happened. Unbelievable for our sport. He's congratulating Novak, who's an unbelievable ambassador for the sport of tennis. To play in these stages. To reach these kind of situations time and time again for Novak is insane. As he gets the round of applause from the King of Spain included. But he's very proud of himself and his team. Every day we've been working hard for this. And it's a dream come true. Juan Carlos Ferrero smiling now. He was in tears at the end there, Juan Carlos Ferrero, as Carlos Alcaraz went to the box and gave him a hug. I'm now looking at Carlos Alcaraz's father. After the first set, of course, that he lost 6-1, he's now reminding us of that. It would have been very disappointing to lose like that. And again, he congratulates Novak, and just an unbelievable tennis player. You inspire me a lot, he says to Novak. Playing tennis, watching tennis. Since I was born. I mean, it's kind of true. He's 20 years old. I mean, he was a baby when Novak started to tear up the ATP tour. Yeah, you're 36, I'm 20. So, Carlos Alcaraz, Wimbledon champion. Another question now from Annabelle Croft, the former British. I think she was British #1. How special was it to play in front of the king? Somebody saying, ha ha. I know this person, but I can't remember who it is. I think, is it Harry? I could be wrong, but it might be Harry who's joined the live chat. Harry, hit the like button. And for those of you tuning in on YouTube for the first time, make sure you subscribe. Okay, he's just reminding the King of Spain that I've played twice in front of you and I've won on both occasions. So please, you're a lucky charm. I want you to come more often. Just tell us about how quickly you've learned and adapted to this surface. Something, by the way, that Anastasia said. Anastasia, by the way, I've got the video evidence. It's there. We've had it on the channel before the match. She said he would win in 5 sets. And part of the confidence she had was the run that he went on through the grass court season of now 12 wins in a row, 5 at Queen's, 7 at Wimbledon, 12 matches, 12 wins. And of course, it began at Queen's losing the first set to Rinderknech. And something David Samuel mentioned as well beforehand. Let me just text David. Maybe David will be interested in coming on for a few minutes. Let me just text him right now. Let's text David, see if he's got 5 minutes spare. Okay. Yeah, David Samuel as well. I think he was erring towards Alcaraz. Anastasia called it. I can see Vanch here as well. Hey, Vanch.
Hey, John. Sorry about this. I had to do this on my phone because my internet is really bad right now. So
yeah, the phone is fine. It seems to be okay. Are you all right?
Yeah, yeah. Quite a match. A lot to digest there.
I know. Vanch, tell me what you were thinking at the end of the first set.
At the end of the first set, I was actually of the belief, contrary to many, that Alcaraz can turn this around.
I saw your tweet. I saw your tweet.
Yeah. Because I felt like rather than him losing a tie break or a first set where it went down to the wire, it was going to be harder to recover from that position. And all of a sudden muster that belief. I knew that Novak was going to come out probably a little bit of the stronger of the two. And, he was able to stretch that lead to 5-love. And I was thinking, if he can just get this deep into a second set and just make Novak, have to earn it a little bit more. And wait for the right moments to attack. He started using the backhand slice a lot more. I did not think he would win a tiebreak. So I didn't predict that. But I thought, he might be able to squeeze out the second set. And then we have a match. And then all of a sudden we might get the 5-set thriller we were hoping for. That's kind of how I thought.
We did, but listen, there's so many things that I didn't see coming. I didn't see the differential, let's say, in the first set coming. I thought it would be much closer. I thought that Carlos, at that point, I was a bit worried for the final, let's say that. I also understand where you're coming from in terms of how you thought that, that Carlos would go on and get himself into the match and maybe feel a bit more relaxed. What do you think was, because I do think Novak could play better than that in the first set. Yes. What do you think it was for Carlos in the first set? Was it the sort of anxiety again or what was going on there?
I just think he was overhitting from too many positions and he wasn't calibrating his return right. He was going for way too much on second serve returns. He was, once he didn't convert that break point, I knew he was going to struggle in his first service game. I've heard from people like the first service game you always play in a Wimbledon final. The amount of nerves that you feel probably. So I would say probably in that first service game, he felt a lot of nerves, but and then Novak just started to really loosen up and it seemed like it was such a struggle for Alcaraz just to get any kind of foothold from the baseline, and he was basically having to win either really quick points or just to wait for his nerves to kind of settle him. But I just felt like Djokovic was also very clinical. He made just one or two unforced errors the entire first 5 games, and he just wasn't giving uh, Alcaraz the chance. He was giving Alcaraz the chance to miss on many occasions, and Carlos was taking the bait for a lot of it.
Just a second, Vanch. I've got David Samuel on the phone. David, I can't ignore you calling me, of all people. That would be very rude. I am actually live on YouTube right now. I don't know if you can join us. I have. I've just sent you a link on Twitter. Sorry to interrupt you, Vanch, by the way. Just sent you a link. So that'd be great if you came on for 5 minutes. Cheers, David. Bye-bye. There we go. David Samuel's going to join. Sorry to interrupt you there, Vanch. Keep going. What were you I've forgotten what we were talking about. I do apologize for that interruption.
Yeah. The first set, I just felt like there was such a big gulf in terms of the serve and return dynamic and also the baseline game. I just felt like it reminded me a lot of the 2020 Australian Open match against Team, actually, where Team came out and it was actually Novak who was rushing Team on his forehand wing, and he was hitting it faster, harder earlier in the rally, and just, making Alcaraz just stranded and not giving him much time to breathe on his ground strokes. And that's kind of how you have to beat Alcaraz, because once he gets into the match and once he feels his baseline rhythm and he feels like he can dominate with the big weapon of his forehand that he has, then you're in trouble no matter how good you are. So
yeah, indeed. So then we have there's so many twists and turns in this match, but for sure the 27. So we get Alcaraz getting a break at the beginning of the third, but that's not really the story of the third set. Yeah. The third set story is one game that lasted.
Well, how about the second set tiebreak? Because I did think that.
Oh, sorry, Vanch. Yeah, of course.
One of Djokovic's most unclutched tiebreaks that I can recall in a big match.
Yeah, there were some unforced errors there that we wouldn't expect, right?
Yeah, exactly. And he was 3-love up, and then he missed those 2 backhands in a row that you would not expect him to miss at all. He went for this drop shot at 3-2, which I think was the right play, but it was just poorly executed. Mm-hmm. And then there's also, there's a backhand miss on the top of the net at 6-5. If that tips over, maybe he has a 2-set-to-love advantage. And then, of course, there's a serve and volley attempt at 6-7, which Alcaraz read like a book, and he passed him down the line. And then, of course, then we get to, Alcaraz getting the momentum, grabbing an early break in the third, and then, that 27-minute game, that was really big.
Yeah, right. So the 27-minute game, of course, that had about, I think, 13 deuces.
Yep.
And obviously, eventually going the way of Carlos Alcaraz. We're just going to have David Samuel for a second. David, thank you for joining us from somewhere in the US. Are you in Newport?
I'm in Newport, and I think you can see maybe behind me, you can see a real tennis court.
As opposed to a grass court.
Yeah, it's just a bit too noisy out there for us to do it.
Gotcha. David, what are your thoughts on Carlos Alcaraz winning that title in 5 sets?
Well, I think, as I said in the build-up, that I had a sneaky suspicion that this would be the changing of the guard.
Yeah.
And so I'm not surprised. I think there's somebody very special here, and the way he served it out and played that last game means that I think his sense of fun on the court and understanding that it's just a game, it really, really helps him. I just didn't feel like, I think he learned a lot from Paris and developed incredibly fast over the grass to get to that point. But when the moment was there, he didn't hesitate, which is very, very impressive.
I agree. David, what is also interesting is that Carlos went into that Paris semi-final and the anxiety was palpable during the first set. I think perhaps it was also palpable during the first set today. And yet, arguably the most tense moments, the most difficult moments to get over that line, he didn't face a break point, I don't think, in the last couple of games that he was serving for. I kept saying he's got to go 3 more serves here, 2 more serves. But each service game, and okay, I think it was to 30 on his serve in the final game, but the nerve management there was incredible.
It was, and it wasn't like Novak gave away anything.
Nope.
I mean, that volley at 15:30.
May have been, yeah.
I think. I mean, unbelievable
Yeah.
stretch volley, and just all first serves. Just
Yeah.
and Novak made him play, and you would have thought the first point was a little bit nervy with the drop shot miss, and then the next point another drop shot, and then the unbelievable topspin lob. So yeah, it's I think once he had gotten over the nerves of the first set and then and got into the match, he was incredibly stable, way beyond his years. And I think 2 Grand Slams at 20 already. I mean, we always say that the Grand Slam records are just ridiculous now. Novak and Rafa and Roger. Well, maybe he has a guy who's going to just smash through it. You never know. Obviously, it's a long way to go, a huge amount to do still. But on this, on this kind of stage, to do it so quickly. I saw him play his first round in Queens, and he was doing all the right things, serving, volleying, and everything. I thought, and I think he faced the match point even in that first round. And I remember thinking, he's preparing the ground for next year.
Okay.
To beat Novak next year. And then, he got better and better and ended up winning Queens. I thought, well, this is a fast development. And the reason I thought that maybe it was going to happen is Boris Becker did a similar thing.
Okay.
And won Queens and then won Wimbledon at 17. And I just felt that he had that kind of momentum and the same kind of, joy of competing. I mean, when Becker first won Wimbledon, I mean, there was just he played with pure joy and almost reckless abandon. And I think Alcaraz is, made of the same ilk and just a fantastic tennis player as well. I think, today is genuinely a changing of the guard. That doesn't mean Novak might not come back and win again at some point. But I think, Alcaraz is going to be the guy now.
I mean, this is a little bit like 2008 in that we've got a guy that's so dominant on grass, and we've now got the new guy who's been around for a year or two, who's been winning titles, including Grand Slams. And now, a bit like that 2008 final, he's now done it in, Novak is so good, he's got 2 backyards, one in Melbourne and one in London at SW19. David, before you want to say something else into what I've just said?
No, I was just going to say it's, I remember when Federer beat Sampras at Wimbledon. It wasn't quite the change of the guard, but it was the start of the change there. But it wasn't a final, and I think to beat Novak on that court when Novak is ready and been playing well is a serious statement that okay, I'm the guy now.
David, one more before you go, and it has to be regarding the person on the other side of the net, Novak Djokovic, 23 Grand Slams. The calendar slam is no longer on the table, but I don't see any dimming of the motivation from that side of the net.
No, absolutely not. And I think the US Open is going to be a very interesting tournament because I think Novak is going to get himself really ready for that again. And want to have another go at Alcaraz in a final. So I think, this could be back-to-back kind of, McEnroe-Borg, back-to-back finals where McEnroe got Borg in the US Open. But Borg, and then the following year, McEnroe got Borg at Wimbledon and the US Open. So maybe Novak has one more go at him at the US and could possibly pull it off. But I mean, it's also conceivable now that it'll be very difficult for Novak to win another one.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought that when Novak was on about 20 or 21 and Carlos was already here, that I thought he might have a bit more of a say in the last 12 months. But as it is, Novak being Novak has just been incredible. It's been 13 months, of course, since he lost a Grand Slam match. David, big thank you for you to join us today. I know you're busy preparing for Newport. We'll have a good chat about Liam probably on another day in the next day or two, I hope.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, David. Speak to you soon.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye. As David goes off into the sunshine of Newport. It's on the Newport is Vanch. Get my geography right on this. Is it East Coast?
It's on the East Coast. It's in Rhode Island.
Okay, cool. Vanch. So back to the match, back to that 27-minute game, and I actually felt, and I said it several times on the stream, I actually felt that 27. I even thought that if Novak wins this, and it goes to 3-2, and he still would have been a break of serve down. But I thought it was so huge in the destiny of that third set at least, that I thought if Novak breaks it, he's arguably the favorite for that set despite being a break down.
I had exactly the same feeling as you. I thought that was really crucial because if Carlos goes doubles breakup, then I could kind of see Djokovic kind of letting that set go, conserving his energy, and then starting out really strong in the fourth. But had he held in that game, which he had several chances to do, and Carlos himself also had 6 break points. He finally took it on his 7th. That game was going to decide the set regardless, because even if Djokovic is a breakdown, we've seen so many times that pattern where a player doesn't convert his break point chances, and then the next game, right away, he's broken, especially in a match like this.
Yeah, Anastasia's asking if you in Newport. No, but David is, who we just had on board. Vanch is on the opposite coast in California, I think. Am I right, Vanch?
Yep, California.
So, Carlos wins that game. I thought it was quite interesting as well how that set panned out, because actually he broke again for 6-1. So, of course, it could have been, he'd have to serve it out, albeit I think he probably would have done it at 5-2 or something like that. But I thought it was quite interesting because we were going through a period from the end of the first set all the way until I think about midway through or some point of playing the fourth set, where Novak was not holding and not holding comfortably. Because don't forget, Novak saved at least 1 break point, maybe 2 at the beginning of the fourth set.
Yeah,
so
2 of them.
2 of them, thank you. Yeah, so we had a period, and it was very difficult to keep up with how many minutes and hours were on the clock. But we had a period of time for about an hour and a half where Novak just either couldn't hold or was being pushed in a big way to deuce, facing break points. But Novak did win that fourth set after a fairly lengthy break. I do want to come, Vanch, and we'll come to the fourth and fifth set in a more expansive way in a second. I do want to come to some of the things that were going on as well during the match. There was some discussions between Novak and the umpire. I'm guessing it's because the umpire had warned him about the shot clock. Is that right? The serve clock?
Yeah, he was basically telling the umpire to wait a little bit before he starts the clock. So he could get his.
But he never got a point penalty. He never got a point.
No,
I guess he got a warning, did he?
Yeah, he just got 1 warning, and I think the second time would actually be just a loss of serve. So
got it.
Yeah, it never got to that point.
No, it didn't. But there was also 2 other things that occurred in the first 4 sets, at least, or the first 3 sets, I think, actually. Was a very, very lengthy bathroom break that I saw some people getting upset about on Twitter. Sort of Tsitsipas-esque. Probably wasn't quite 10 minutes. I think it was like 7 minutes between the first and last.
Yeah, it was like 6.5. 6.5 minutes.
I thought it was completely normal. I actually think that the other player should do it too. I would actually wait for the other player to go off court. And if he's been off court for 3 minutes, I'd then go off for like 4 or 5 minutes and say, look.
I thought Alcaraz was going to do it after the fourth set, but he was.
I thought he would, but he didn't. He didn't. Then, of course, as Terry highlights, there was one more sort of moment where Djokovic lost his temper. And we often see racket smashes on the harder turfs of the hard courts in Australia and the US, or perhaps even Canada as well. We often see it, of course, on a clay court. On a grass court, Djokovic managed to find one of the few hard elements, if you like, and that was the post of the net. And the camera shot going close up on that post was kind of amusing. I don't know how the gentlemen of Wimbledon would have felt about that, but whatever. They realized that Novak is a huge part of the tennis history, and we move on, I guess. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on any of these things that we've commented on.
Yeah, I felt like Djokovic was keeping all of his emotions really bottled in throughout that whole period. I mean, he was just furious about the tie break. We saw him boil over a few times in the third set, and once he got broken, I think he was so annoyed about that swing volley that he
volleys.
missed on break point. That he just really lost his cool, and he came in on an approach shot. I think he would have expected a little more from himself, and then he just blew up. And Novak, he kind of needs to get his anger out, because otherwise he just doesn't he just doesn't have that freedom anymore, and he can't unleash his shots. And yeah, I don't think I don't think the Wimbledon people will be too happy about the net post, and probably get fined
Terry's
for it, but-
Terry's asking, sorry, Vanch. Terry's asking about him potentially losing his first serve after the racket smash. Do they act as, he obviously got a warning over the serve clock, but the racket smash, maybe they act as independent warnings, and he
Yeah,
would
they're
have to do
independent.
something a second time.
I think they're independent of each other.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter in terms of the spectacle. It was amazing, despite the fact it didn't go to quite as deep in the fifth set as that final of 2019. It wasn't far off being the longest Wimbledon men's final in history, and that was 4 hours 57. I think this was over 4.5 hours in the end. I'm not sure, but
442, I think. So pretty
442, so not far off. Thank you, Vanch. Let's just dial back a bit though to the fourth set, because Alcaraz had break points at the beginning of the fourth set. I said how Novak was struggling. How did Novak turn the momentum around in the match at that point?
Well, so he gets out of that game at love 1 15-40, and he holds for 1-all, and then he got the next game to deuce as well. So finally, he was starting to make some inroads in the Carlos serve, where for a while, like Alcaraz's serve was the better of the two, actually. Which I mean, it's just credit to him. I think throughout this whole grass court season, I've just been so impressed with Alcaraz's serve, just the way he's finding. Even the spot serving on the deuce side, I'm more impressed by. I think he's coming up with body serves and big moments, and he's just setting up his first ball after this serve really, really well. So it didn't surprise me that there was going to be a patch in this match where he was going to get hot on it, and that happened. But Djokovic found his way into that game. There was that crucial forehand volley miss at 2-all 30-15.
I remember it very well.
I kind of circled that one, and I'm like, if he wins that point, where he had the whole court open, he's going to be 40-15 up. Chances are he holds for 3-2. Maybe, him serving first in this set. There's a chance it could have been done in 4. And when he didn't, and then actually he did well to save one of the break points.
Yeah.
But then on the final one, he goes for this forehand half volley, like at the net. It's like a pickup, and he just missed it. Djokovic obviously had some good defense in that point too, so he was able to break, and then I thought Alcaraz actually played a kind of a sloppy game at 3-5 to give his serve away, because he double faulted on the set point, and he was just missing more off the ground, and his first serve started to go off in that moment, and I thought, oh no, because you want to at least make Novak serve it out here, so you can serve first in the fifth set if you're Carlos. And I guess it didn't end up mattering actually at the end. But
no, it didn't. But if anyone doesn't understand what we mean by scoreboard pressure, or at least how scoreboards can affect the way the players are playing, I think look at that 3-5 game. I think in other circumstances, I think that that he does hold serve there. If the scoreboard is 2-all or 3-all or something else, but he does lose his serve. But I also want to just, before we get into the fifth set, I just want to highlight a couple of things on your thoughts. I don't think Novak was playing his best during the first set or at various points today, but his defense was still insane. He was staying in points and making Carlos, a very anxious Carlos in that first set in particular, hit another shot and often an error. And I just thought Novak can play better than this, but I don't know if his defense can be any better. I was thinking of some of those memes we see with walls at times, because Novak was going from side to side and getting his racket on it, and Novak being Novak, often getting good depth on those defensive shots. And there's a second thing I was commenting a lot. It felt like a lot more than normal. We talked about the improvements that Carlos has made in his serve. I actually think he was serving bigger than Novak at times today, which we never would have dreamt of a few months ago. And on top of that, a lot of body serves today, a lot of body serves, and maybe the best returner of all time. Even he cannot necessarily, he can react very quickly to an unbelievable first serve from John Isner down the line or out wide. But maybe the body serve is something that players could do a bit more of in the future. I don't know. Maybe it's just today. Maybe it's just Carlos.
No, I mean, it has been his best serve, like in big moments so far in his career. Like I think back to the US Open, match point against Sinner. Huge body serve. Certain situations against when he played Jari in the third round here, that serve got him out of a lot of trouble in that fourth set. And then I think I saw a stat in the Medvedev match from ESPN that like 69% of the time he's faced break point, he's gone to the body serve. So
Okay.
it's kind of like one of those serves because it just jams you in the when you're trying to as the returner, and then you just have no he's likely going to get an unreturnable out of it. And he's been doing it on some second serves as well. And I saw some serves today at 135 in the fifth set, and I know he missed them, but I just feel like his accuracy is getting a little bit better, and it still has ways to go in terms of the spot serving, but he's just able to open up the forehand afterwards. And I think that just really frees him up, because then when he's got that shot going, then on the return, he has a ridiculous ability to also. He's played so many big servers this tournament, which I think really helped him,
Okay.
because now he's able to just block chip returns back into play. He gave himself more options, I feel like, whereas in the first set and for most of the second, he was going way too big on second serve returns and not actually getting the point started on many occasions. But when he made that adjustment to go to the chip and the block return, I feel like he was able to diffuse Novak's pace a lot better, and he was able to work his forehand into rallies. And I love what he did with his slice backhand. I knew that was going to be key to break Djokovic's contact point. We saw, of
Okay.
course, Federer do that quite a bit in the 2019 Wimbledon final, even though he didn't win it. I felt like that was a very good play for him, just especially in the backhand cross court to cross court. Because anytime he injected pace with his backhand, Novak has this incredible ability to absorb all of it, redirect it down the line, and I think he feels more comfortable when he sees that power coming right at him. That's when he's at his best. But if you can break the contact point, hit a few higher loopier ones, and then hit the low slice and draw Djokovic forward, I felt like he was very uncomfortable with that shot. And every time he was having to go to the backhand slice approach, then Carlos could use the lob, he could use the forehand pass cross court. So I felt like tactically that was a very good way for Alcaraz to set up a lot of the baseline rallies and just kind of find the offense.
So we get to the fifth set, and now I'm thinking, before the tournament, by the way, I did go for Alcaraz as Wimbledon champion, but I just thought that Novak's, not luck, that's the wrong word, but I just thought Novak's run is going to come to the end for some reason. I had a feeling that it would happen this year. I didn't know if it would be Sinner or Alcaraz or someone would stop him. But either way, I did go for Alcaraz at the beginning of the tournament for one reason or another. However, if you'd have asked me at the beginning of the fifth set, did I have confidence in that prediction? I would have said no. And there's a couple of reasons. First of all, I even said before the match that many people were predicting this to go 5. Many people were predicting Novak to win. Many people were predicting Carlos to win. I didn't hear anyone predict a straight sets win for anyone. And I don't recall even a 4-set win for either player, actually, if I'm honest. But when it goes 5, I couldn't see it before the match. And I certainly couldn't see it as we went into the fifth. I couldn't see Carlos winning this match in 5. So I thought Carlos would get it done in 4 or less. And when it goes 5, of course, with the momentum shift that we'd seen, with Novak breaking Carlos in that final game of the fourth set, meaning he serves first in the fifth. Those two things, but on top of anything else, 23 Grand Slams and all the rest of it, meaning in the tightest of tight moments and the memories that we store. And the positive tissue. I don't know what the opposite of scar tissue is, but the positive memories we have that I thought Novak would be able to draw on and therefore get over the line. However, the beginning of the fifth set, we had break points on Carlos's serve. Am I right? At least there was break points on Novak's serve, I think, or one break point, but Novak holds. And you're thinking, wow, and now those thoughts that are just, I'm doubling down on those fifth set thoughts that Novak is going to win this, having saved a break point and he's 1 love up. It's a huge moment in the match, in my opinion, normally. Then, of course, we've got break point on Carlos's serve. And I know we mentioned it earlier, but I want to say a couple of things about the swing volley at 30-40. When that ball is in the air, I'm thinking, this is a smash, but it's a difficult one. Now, I have realigned my thoughts a bit, having watched the replay. But as I'm watching that live, I'm thinking, this is a smash, but it's a difficult one. And we'd already seen Novak, with 2 smashes in rallies, lose the point. And he probably had like 4 or 5 all day. That's a pretty poor ratio to win 40% of your smashes, if you like, in terms of the point. We saw one where Alcaraz managed to defend it and ultimately win a point. We saw another one where Alcaraz did a passing shot. So I'm thinking all of those things, plus, sages like yourself and perhaps even me, know where Djokovic's only weak point, arguably, is the smash. But it doesn't normally matter because he normally wins the point. However, it was a much more difficult smash than any smash he performed today and possibly in his career, especially the moment in the match. And I guess because of that difficulty, aligned with the moment and aligned with his strengths and weaknesses, he elects for the swing volley and he dumps it into the net, and Carlos has saved the break point, if you like, and he gets the deuce, and then Carlos, I think, wins the next 2 points. So he certainly goes on to win that game. Am I being a bit too, because there is an argument to say actually the smash would have been the wrong choice of shot. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I felt like it was maybe too short. It was going to be an uncomfortable smash just because the
Yeah,
lob
very.
was so high up, and at that moment, like I thought it was going out. So
Okay.
when Djokovic hit the swing volley, I was like, man, he should have just left it because that was going out, and
Yeah,
then he would
true.
have had the break. But then I watched the replay, and I'm like, actually, I don't know. This was a lot
I think
closer
it's
than I
going to
thought. Maybe
land
that
in.
dropped in. Yeah, I thought maybe it's going to land in, and also with it being windy and everything, maybe that
Okay.
skewed my perception. But when I saw the replay, I'm like, okay, actually, that's not a terrible. He just didn't execute it because like a volley would have been hard and an overhead would have been hard. So the only one in between is a swing volley. So or just let it bounce and back up a little bit. But then now you're having to deal with potentially
Footwork
starting
and
the baseline rally all over, and the footwork is a lot harder. So yeah, I mean it looked like a bad miss when I saw it, but then I saw the replay and I'm like, okay, actually this isn't that bad.
I mean, it was good defense, I guess, from Carlos.
Yeah.
I actually remember the point end, if you like, rather than the shot before it. But so Alcaraz holds for 1-1. Talk us through the next few games. What happens next?
Yeah, so then so at 1-1 I felt like Djokovic. So if I'm remembering correctly, yeah, I mean this is the game that Alcaraz broke, obviously.
I think so. 1-1, right? Yeah.
Yeah, did a good job returning. Djokovic was missing a few of his first serves, so that certainly helped. Alcaraz had a few more second serve looks, but then there was this on the break point. Alcaraz had some good defense, blocked some shots back in play, and I think Novak had a forehand approach, and he approached it to Alcaraz's backhand, and then Alcaraz hit this backhand pass down the line for the break, and that was usually had gone cross court on a lot of those passing shots, and those seemed to be effective. But this time he went down the line, and I think Djokovic paid for not doing enough with the approach maybe, but still Alcaraz had to hit a really difficult pass, and he came up with it on break point. And then I felt like just the way he served the next few games, I thought he was going to get more tight at 5-4 especially, and even at 3-2 for example, 4-3. There were some moments there where he really could have tightened up a little bit, and he didn't allow Djokovic back into the match. I think that was the most impressive thing for me, the maturity that he showed, because he was going for winners. I mean, there was at one point where he had 14 winners and Djokovic had 0. So, and he was also not making many unforced errors. I think Djokovic only had 2 at that point. Obviously shots that are like much in his control and not like forced errors or anything. So that was the impressive thing, that Djokovic wasn't able to get back in the match.
I mean, I kept ticking off the service games for him, but it still felt a while away. 4-3, 2, and then eventually 1. In the final game of the match, it does get to, was it 15-30 or 30-all? I'm just trying to remember. Was it 15-30? Oh, I think we've lost Vanch. Maybe he'll be back in a second. But either way, the way Carlos Alcaraz served that out, I thought was extremely impressive. His nerve management, conversely, at the end of the match was far better and far easier. I don't know if you can still hear me, Vanch, but I can't see you. Anyway, I will just, hopefully Vanch will be back with us in a second. But there you are, Vanch. I see you again now. So anyway, the way he served it out, was it 15-30 or 30-all?
I think he got to 50. I think it was 3-2, 15-30.
Oh yeah, 3-2, 15-30. But what about the last game of the match when it was 5-4? Was it? It was certainly 30-all, but I wasn't sure if it's 30-15 or 15-30.
No, I think it was 30-all, because 30-15 I remember him
30-all.
losing that point, and Djokovic hit an inside-out forehand winner to get to 30-all.
Yeah, and now you're thinking, okay. I mean, Djokovic was always going to make him work for it, and he absolutely did. But a lot of
I think another thing that was awesome is that he made his first serve at 30-all. And he went down the tee, and he kind of had Djokovic guessing and lunging for the backhand return, and it was just wide. I mean, just wrong.
It was. I remember that. Yeah, just landed out. Yeah.
Yeah, just
so.
Wrong,
Carlos Alcaraz serves it out for his first Wimbledon title. Let's sort of finish, Vanch, by looking ahead to the short and maybe even mid-term future. Djokovic is now over the line in the 23 Grand Slam race, I think, and it probably will be enough to secure that for him. As we look ahead to the upcoming few weeks in North America, and in particular the US Open, I guess right now, Carlos Alcaraz is the favorite, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's the defending champion, and he's the best player in the world right now. On all surfaces, he's top two, and I just think he is going to be smarter about his scheduling. Obviously, I think he'll play both the Masters events. I think Djokovic will probably play just one of them.
Yeah.
But I certainly hope we see these two clash again in the U.S. Open in the finals.
Me too. Yeah, I suspect Djokovic will play Cincinnati and New York, whereas I think you're right. Carlos will probably play 3. I don't think he'll go as far as 4, but he'll play one of the Canadian ones. I forget which year it is and where it is, but either Montreal or Toronto. And then he'll go on and probably play Cincinnati and then New York. Anyway, that is to look forward to. I've got one more question for you, Vanch, and it's a discussion I was having with Jack a few weeks ago, over and under, if you like, and it was whether Carlos would win 10 slams or more. I said, this is 10 days ago, I guess, as we were in the queue at Wimbledon. I said, and I was quite surprised at Jack's response, I said he'll win 10 or more.
Yeah.
And Jack said, nah, he's not winning 10 or more. Well, he's already on 2.
Well, he's only played 10 right now, and he's won 2 of them. So
exactly, and he's also won 1 on, at least statistically, we would suggest until today, his worst surface.
Yeah. So I just don't see how he can be under 10 right now.
Not right. I mean, maybe Jack would realign, but that was 10 days ago.
Okay. Yeah. No. I definitely think he's going to be over. I'm going to be over.
Me too. All right, Vanch. Big thanks to you, and big thanks to everybody who's tuned in today. For those of you watching retrospectively, because I am going to chop this up and put it out there as a separate episode of Talking Tennis, a separate video, get in the comments below, particularly regarding that final point. Let me know if you think Alcaraz is going to win 10 slams or more. And feel free to let me know about Djokovic and his future and where he will be at in the end of this year and maybe even the end of his career. Big thanks to you, Vanch. I think I'm about to lose my voice. Some 6 hours after I began this stream, and I'm sure we'll be crossing paths again soon.
Yeah, I look forward to it. This was a fun Wimbledon, and it was nice to be on Talking Tennis quite a bit. So yeah, here's to more.
Indeed. Take care, Vanch, and we'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, speak to you soon. Thanks, John.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.